going live. It says you are live on YouTube now. What is going on, everybody? Welcome to the stream. I am joined with King Recon. Today, we are going to be sharing our top 50 favorite video games of all time. And as Recon pointed out right before we started the stream, today is Luffy's birthday.
Yes, sir.
How perfect is this?
That's why it has to be 50.
Exactly.
That's why it's got to be 50.
It's got to be 50. 5 for the first number of Gomu. There we go.
That's right.
And, you know, you said something right before we started recording that I completely forgot about. We have been planning this stream dating back to 2018 when I did Metal Gear Week and you were tuning in for the Twin Snakes playthrough. Like, I did not realize that it's been that long since we've been planning this. So it's pretty amazing that we're finally here now, finally talking about our favorite games of all time. And, you know, Recon, my audience knows my taste in games, but I feel like this is going to be a great opportunity, considering you don't really do as much gaming content as I do, for people to understand your taste in video games as well, and to see that you are a man of culture, that you are a man who likes many of the same series that I do. You enjoy Peak. You're a fellow Peak enjoyer of Final Fantasies, Castlevanias, Metal Gears. So I think we're going to be in for a good time today.
Yeah, no, I can't wait. Like Roger was just saying, you're not a fan of the words "Go Raw, Fire, and Peak." I don't know what you're doing. Just exit the video.
Get out of here right now.
This is time for Peak Fiction enjoyers only.
Oh my God!
I can't wait.
The one thing I also want to say right at the very beginning of this stream too is the plan for this stream is basically Recon and I are going to be sharing our personal top 50 favorite video games of all time. Now, the way this works is that if a game ends up in our top 50 list, in both of our top 50 lists, it's going to be moved to the overall top 50 category. So I have a feeling like our top 10, our top 15s, our top 20s will probably have a lot of overlap. I know there's a lot of games that both of us love within certain franchises, again, not to give too many things away, that I think will pretty much instantly end up in that overall tier. But then what's going to end up happening is we're going to be debating in the second half of the stream and fighting to the death for some of our niche favorites. Now, basically, I think I laid it out where each person has 3 gold buzzers, right? So there's 3 games that we can move over right away whenever we choose to talk about it once we move the conversation to the overall list. So if there's only one that ended up on one of our lists, we can then make the argument for it and move that over to the overall. Now, this could end up being a very short stream. This could end up being where both of us have a lot of overlap and we end up having like a top 40 already and we just have those 3 golden buzzers and it's just a matter of moving things around. Or it could end up being that there's like no overlap whatsoever, in which case things are going to get complicated and bloody and messy and we're going to be in for a good time. So I hope everybody's excited. I'm seeing a lot of familiar names in the chat already, by the way. We got Denjen, Aaron Ferguson, Katie, Stefan, Super Mario WZ, Kai, Sun Goku, Clax, welcome. And we already had a donation, actually, before the stream even started. This one came from Jacob Bench. I think he's going to be very happy, who donated and said, let's get some Trails games on the list. Absolute
yes, sir.
Peak.
I got you. I got you.
I think Rickard's holding it down. Now, we're going to start with our number 50 and then work our way down on these lists. I think we're going to do this in reverse order. I think that's actually really smart too. We debated this off camera, but I think like you want to save the best for last, obviously. And because you are the guest, Recon, I want you to start. So please, Recon, share with us your choice for number 50.
I'm going to get number 50 on this right here.
You got your little topsters?
Right here.
Ooh,
on the good
coming
old
in
GBA.
clutch with a GBA. Oh, hold on. Wait, while you're here, I got to show you this, Recon. Hold on. I just did this on a member stream. Check out mine.
Oh, dude. No way. That's so fire.
This is an Evangelion special edition. Check this out, bro. Look at this.
Unit 01 too? Oh, that's so cool.
Isn't that sick?
That's sick.
So I'm very happy. Where did I get this, actually? I think it was at Frankenson a couple years ago, but it's like absolutely gorgeous, man. Yeah, the purple.
No, it is.
So I am a big GBA fan. I love that era. I think there's a lot of great games on GBA. I am very curious as to hear what your number 50 is and what GBA game ended up on your list.
So this is probably going to set the tone for the rest of my list.
Okay.
This is a JRPG spin-off of a well-known series.
JRPG
Mega Man Battle Network
My man!
on the GBA
There is no
my
way.
number 50.
No, okay, now question. Which Battle Network? Mega Man Battle Network
first
1? My man, bro. Are
Yes,
you
sir.
kidding me?
Big Dead Serious. Big Dead. Is that your number 50?
No, it's not my number.
That's your number 50.
It's not my number 50.
Okay.
No, but that there may be a Battle Network on here from me.
Okay.
There may be a Battle Network on here from me. Wow.
Okay.
Wow. I am thrilled
Games.
that you said Battle Network. I also love those games. I am curious though, are there multiple Battle Network entries or is it just the first one on your
It's
list?
just the first one
Just the
because
first one.
I only played the first one as a kid, and now I'm playing through the rest with the collection that just recently came out.
Nice.
So I'm excited.
I am very excited for you to replay 3 when you get to it, because that game is like absolute peak, dude. 3, once you get the stuff with Beastman and you have the fight in the zoo and you have all the other like, oh, dude, it's such a good game. The music in those games is also incredible too.
They are legendary.
I absolutely love it.
Mega Man music in general is just so good, but Battle Network just captures that JRPG feel so well.
Absolutely.
It's fantastic.
Absolutely. Did you ever watch the anime as a kid?
I watched. I'm trying to think. The air was Sonic X.
Yes. Yeah. It was on like the Fox box or whatever. Right.
Okay. Yep.
My man. All right.
Sure.
Well, my number 50 is going to be one that's a newer game than Mega Man Battle Network. Though, again, nothing against Battle Network. I absolutely adore that title. This is a game that a lot of people have problems with. And it's a game that has a diehard fan base. And it's a game that I regularly cover on my YouTube channel. And I was going back and forth, including one of the games from Hoyoverse on my list, right? I was going back and forth, Honkai Star Rail, Genshin Impact, which one? And I was thinking about it more and more. And I feel like I have to go, just because Honkai's still too new, I got to go with Genshin Impact. So my number 50 is going to be Genshin Impact. I couldn't put it higher than 50 because I feel like there's so much stuff once we're going to get later into these lists that like have deeper stories and have, you know, better overall gameplay. But I do feel like Genshin is probably one of the best free to play games that's out there. You get so much bang for your buck. Obviously, there's a lot of gacha mechanics. People like to pull for their favorite characters, all that good stuff. But I do genuinely think that Genshin of the Hoyo games is still kind of like the crown jewel and is the one, whenever they end up doing a new update, I'm looking forward to it. And the thing that really pushed it over on my list for me was the recent Fontaine update. The stuff with Fontaine and Farina. I don't know if you play Genshin at all, but like
I don't play Genshin.
That portion of the game, dude, I know your tastes, Recon, is absolutely positively peak. Absolutely peak. Whenever you get a chance to play Genshin, I'll help you. My community will help you. You can eventually get into it. You have some other peak franchises you got to get into first, but my number 50 is Genshin Impact.
Good call with Hoyoverse, because I can tell you there's going to be one of those for sure on mine here very soon. Very soon.
Interesting.
Very soon.
Okay. We're even having crossover with Hoyoverse games. All right. Interesting. Wow.
So, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it when we get to it. But yeah, no, I've been wanting to get into Genshin for a while. But there's another one.
Yeah. All right.
There's another one.
Wow.
So my 49, going back to the PlayStation 1, is the first game that I ever beat. And I would say it was the one that really got me like extremely hooked. And it was from the demo disc, and that's Tony Hawk's Pro Skater.
Wow. Okay.
That game.
Good call on that one too.
I feel like Tony Hawk, for us, especially for our generation, was like the coolest thing.
100%.
And, you know, mastering the combos. As much as I love 2, because of the demo disc with the first one, I have so many memories with that one. Just an overall fantastic game, and when they brought the remastered collection over, I was like, yes sir, let's go. So Tony Hawk's Pro Skater.
I'm genuinely shocked. I also think those games are incredibly high quality, especially like the first 3. I think that original OG trilogy of Tony Hawk Pro Skater games is really good, where even if you're not a big like skateboarder, or you're not into the sport at all, like I wasn't at all, I had so much fun grinding on the rails, doing all the combos, listening to the soundtrack. Because back in the day, too, that was one of those games that had like a lot of really good, high quality licensed music that was in it.
Yes,
those soundtracks go hard, man. Interesting.
That's why it took them so long to remake it, right?
Right.
The soundtrack.
The soundtrack, exactly. Now, again, this is number 1, the first Tony Hawk Pro Skater on PlayStation, right?
Yeah,
that's what you went with. Yeah. All right. I am actually going to bring it back to the handhelds. Now, you had brought up earlier Mega Man Battle Network. I'm going to throw a little wrench in there. I'm going to bring up a DS game. Again, people who are familiar with my channel know how much I absolutely positively adore this franchise. But when looking at the list of all the other games that we could potentially include on this, it was very difficult to put it higher on my list. But I have to include a Professor Layton. And specifically, I'm going to do Professor Layton and the Diabolical Box as my number 49.
So, as someone who's never played those games, but I watched your reaction to
Oh, dude.
give me like a small synopsis. From
Yes.
what I understand, it's like a detective type of visual novel type of thing.
Yes.
Or...
So basically,
Okay.
you're solving puzzles and solving riddles, and the whole thing is very story based, like kind of like a visual novel almost. It's very kind of point and click adventure-y, but the actual gameplay is like solving riddles and solving puzzles. And this an original trilogy that was on DS, the first game, Curious Village, then Diabolical Box, then Unwanted Future, like all three of those games I think are genuine like masterpieces, like some of the best in the puzzle genre, point and click genre, adventure game genre. But two in particular I have so much nostalgia for, and really I think is like the pinnacle of that series. I also think 3 is really good. It's one of those few games that can bring you to tears once you've actually followed the story through all three. But Diabolical Box to me is like the pinnacle one. So I'm putting Diabolical Box at number 49 for me. Yeah.
Oh, so those games are on DS, right? You said
those games are on DS. Yeah, you can play them. If you ever need to borrow one, I'll mail it off to you. I got multiple copies. You can try it for yourself.
Sweet. Okay.
All right. Well, what is your number 48?
Number 48, recent entry. Well, not really recent. It was in the past couple of years.
Okay.
Another going with Nintendo, but this time with the Switch.
Ooh, okay.
The second, because it's the one that I played the most. The second entry in one of their long-running franchises now, which is Splatoon. Splatoon 2. Right there, number 48.
Wow! You're throwing me for a loop with some of these. Wow! Splatoon!
I love Splatoon. Yes, sir. I love Splatoon. Specifically, it's one of those games that I just really enjoy playing with my brother. We mainly play the Switch together.
Yeah.
So when we get the opportunity to switch on and off and play through, because we got our Wii U with Splatoon 1.
Okay.
And I really enjoyed that game, specifically our memories together. But Splatoon 2 on the Switch, when like the Switch high was like super, super high. No, those experiences, those memories, man, they're unmatched. So I love that.
Genuinely blown away. I was not expecting any Splatoon entries on this list. That is wow. I'm very happy to see it again. I just did not know you were that big of a Splatoon fan.
Oh, I like it. I like it a lot. Like
wow.
The only reason why I don't have more hours on 3 is because so many great games have come out since 3 is released.
Sure,
but
totally.
2 released in a window where there wasn't that many games, and I was like, let's go, dude. Let's go.
All right.
I love that.
Wow. Yeah, I'm again very happy to hear you say Splatoon 2. That's great. Well, my next one is also a Nintendo franchise. This is probably the last of my, well, I don't know. There's like 2 other ones that are on this list that are maybe like the questionable ones before we get to the ones that I think are like unequivocally amazing. This is a game that is polarizing, I think, to say the least. It is within, I think, the only entry on my list within the Kirby franchise. And it is specifically Kirby Air Ride for the GameCube. Kirby Air... Oh, no way. Is Kirby Air Ride on your list? No way! We have our first overhaul?
Yes.
My
yes.
God,
That's the
bro.
first one. I can tell you. I can tell you when that is for sure on my list.
Wow!
100% on my list.
Wow! Wow. Kirby Air Ride... So, let me explain. Kirby Air Ride, for those of you who don't know what the game is like a racing game starring the Kirby characters that came out on GameCube. The whole game, first off, the game's developed by Sakurai, known obviously for the Smash Brothers franchise and all that great stuff. Has a lot of the bells and whistles of the Smash Brothers franchise, like the challenge wall and everything like that, before it actually got implemented into Super Smash Brothers Brawl. The music was fully orchestrated, which at the time was like incredible. There was no other game that was doing this. The actual amount of characters that were in the game as well. You got like Meta Knight, all the different Kirbys, King Dedede, and then of course that City Trial mode. Bro, City Trial is the way to go. Nintendo, I know you're listening to this. I know you are. Please put City Trial at NSO. Do something related to Kirby Air Ride City Trial. Right, we're in the era right now of Battle Royale games, right? Like, We are in the era of Battle Royale. Kirby Air Ride was Battle Royale before Battle Royale was really a thing, man.
Come on, man.
Kirby Air, wow.
On, dude.
Wow. So I'll add it to the overall list once you eventually get to it. But wow.
For sure.
We're getting our first overall. It's making our top 50.
And it's Kirby's Air Ride.
And it's Kirby Air Ride. Oh my God, so man. Good. Wow.
So good.
Wow. Well, that was my number 48. Dude, I am so happy. Kirby Air Ride City Trail making it out of the top 50. That is a thrill. Now, Recon, I must know. What is your number 47?
47. Another DS game.
Okay.
A really good one.
Okay.
It was a visual novel. 999. 9 doors, 9 lives, 9 persons. Fantastic visual novel.
Wow.
I remember going through that game in like 3 sittings.
Yes.
I was addicted.
Incredible game.
You played it too, right?
Yes, absolutely incredible game.
So hooked.
Wow.
So hooked on the story. It was fantastic.
999.
And I feel like it took a good advantage of the dual screen that the DS provided in order to do certain things. So I just the twist in that game is unforgettable. It's just such a great game.
Wow. 999 is on your. That's wow. This is going in a direction I wasn't necessarily expecting, but I'm very happy about it. Wow. Okay. Well, great. My number 47. I think actually people who like 999 will probably also like my number 47. This is a newer game. I'm specifically going to call out the quote unquote like definitive version of this game. But obviously the base game was also great as well. I think this is the only entry on my list from this franchise too. So that's interesting. I'm going with Persona 5 Royal. Ooh, Persona 5 Royal. You'll never see it coming. I think there's a lot of people who love Persona. I think there's a lot of people who expected some Persona on this list, but Royal is the one that I had to go with. Yeah, I think Royal is just like, again, the definitive version of that game. Incredible music, great story. It stood the test of time. There's a reason it's the most popular Persona game. I think we're still going to probably be getting more Persona 5 games, like a P5 Arena or something like that. But yeah, Persona 5 Royal is my number 47.
So I haven't played Persona 5 Royal, but I do have vanilla Persona 5 on my list.
Oh, that counts. Yes, so I'll list Persona 5. Okay. Yeah. Wow. Okay, so we're gonna end up having 2. Wow. Yeah. Wow. Okay. So obviously I'll let you talk about it when we get there. Yeah. Fantastic. Yeah. All right. Great. All right. Well, here we go. What's next after 999?
The next game is one that you and I talked about a while back. I think the last time that we did a video game stream together.
Yes.
And that is last year's Final Fantasy 16. I flipping love this game.
Okay.
My first Final Fantasy, I'm going to max out my Final Fantasy. I love this franchise, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
But 16, playing through that game was... I'll tell you, dude, like, we talk about, like, the most hype stuff, the Dragon Balls, the One Pieces, the Gurren Lagans. Final Fantasy 16 was that playable. It was so much fun. Some of the greatest boss battles you will ever see. The soundtrack is out of this world. I love Clive as a character.
Clive is great.
The DLC is fantastic.
Did you do it, by the way, yet? Did you do the Rising Tide DLC yet?
I'm in the middle of playing it. Yeah.
Bro,
I'm in the middle of playing it.
I won't say anything else if you're in the middle of playing it, but there is a humanoid fight that happens in the DLC with like a humanoid type character that I think is like one of the best fights in all of Final Fantasy 16. It is so good. Seriously, unbelievable. Like probably better than the actual final boss of the DLC. Like genuinely that good. I am excited when you get to it. We'll talk about it. Final Fantasy 16 unfortunately did not make my list. There are a bunch of Final Fantasy games. And I guess we should mention this right now. We limited the amount of games from each franchise on our list. Because again, Recon and I, we share a love of a lot of franchises. And so there are certain games that just didn't quite make the cut simply because there were, only so many games we include from that franchise. But wow, 16. All right, great. Final Fantasy 16. There you go. Great. Wow. All right. Well, my next one, this is, again, probably the last one on my list that's like a weird one. This is a game that actually you can't even play anymore. This was a game that I was obsessed with when I was in high school. This was like my first foray into massively multiplayer kind of games. And I don't know if you've ever been like familiar with the Worms franchise. Have you ever played those
Oh
games?
yes,
Okay,
yes.
this game is like the Worms franchise, but better. The music is iconic. The game was so much fun. I poured hundreds of hours into this game. I know it's not showing up on your list. I know it wouldn't show up on anybody else's list, but I had to put it on mine. The game is called Gunbound. It's called Gunbound.
Okay.
If you've never seen what Gunbound is, I'm actually going to pull it up on my stream right now so you can actually take a quick look of what Gunbound looks like. I'm going to go to some of these old classic Gunbound videos. The music is iconic. Here we go. Epic Gunbound classic game. Let's see. Oh my God, is this bringing me back? This is bringing me back. But Gunbound, man, I spent so many hours playing this game back in the day. It got me into playing some of those other Worms games as well because they have very similar gameplay. But just the experience of like logging online, hanging out with your friends, playing those strategy games, like it's one of those things that, again, I know it's getting lost to time. It's something that I think there are still servers for Gunbound Classic, but nobody nowadays is playing Gunbound or even thinking about this game other than me. I'm still thinking about Gunbound. I'm still sharing the love for Gunbound. So I wanted to give Gunbound a spot on my list.
Dude, I love this, man. This looks great.
Yeah, it's so much fun.
Awesome.
One day I want them to bring it back. I don't know like who the owner of the actual game is. I think Nexon probably owns the rights to it. I think it was developed by one of those companies, but dude, man, I lost so many hours to Gunbound, and I highly recommend you guys look up videos about it or just like go listen to the soundtrack because that old that music that played in the lobby, in the old Gunbound lobby, the da 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 is like burned in my brain until the day I die, man. I love it. Super obscure game, but I needed to give it its love on the list. Yeah.
Awesome. See, those are the types of picks that I'm here for because I never would have heard of that game if it wasn't.
Never. No, never.
That's
exactly.
so cool.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right.
I think the next one,
let's hear it.
On mine, it would be is going to be more. I think more people know about this one. It's definitely one of those that changed the game in the mid 2000s, at least for me. It was one of those my first real. I mean, I was going to say my first real exposure to Western RPGs because there's another RPG from Japan that introduced me to all this stuff, but we'll talk about that way later.
Okay.
For the Western RPG side, the first one I really sunk my teeth into was the Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion. I really love this game.
Good call.
There's like a Coliseum tournament mode in this game, and me and my friends spent so many hours. No multiplayer. Just us coming up with our own builds to take on the CPU Coliseum. That was just so much fun. I have many different memories, and it's not just that. It's the walking out of the prison, seeing how crazy everything is when you get to the world itself, and that was game just like groundbreaking at the time. I couldn't believe all this is on a console. Like it was nuts, especially coming from Morrowind onto something like this. I was just like, wow, I've never seen anything like this. And even though I really love Skyrim, unfortunately that did not make the list. Oblivion has so many of my fondest memories on the Xbox 360, so I had to show love to Oblivion. It was a great game.
I love that you included Oblivion. I also am sad to report Skyrim did not make my list either. I know that's like a game that so many people love, would probably have in their top 10s, honestly. This is testament to how good that series is. But I'm really happy to hear specifically your love for Oblivion, because again, like I have so many memories of playing that game with my college roommates because I never had a 360 growing up. I had a 360 once I was in college. And so I was always like a Nintendo kid or a PlayStation kid. And so once I got to college, one of my buddies had a 360. And in the lead up to Skyrim, he's like, no, you have to play Oblivion. And I was like, all right, well, let's see what this is all about. Let's see if it's aged. And it aged like fine wine, dude. That game is still so good. Isn't on my list, but again, like really awesome to hear that you got Oblivion on there. I know that's going to make a lot of people really happy. So right on. All right. My next one is the first entry into a franchise that many people who are watching this know I absolutely positively adore. It is not the only entry in this franchise that is on my list. And this is actually probably lower than people were expecting I was going to put this game. And that's mostly due to the fact that while I really love the characters, I think the other game that's on my list in this franchise, I love the actual minute-to-minute gameplay a little bit more. But I'm also including the DLC for this game that I'm about to bring up in the contention for this. Because essentially, like, it's sort of like what we were doing with Persona 5 as well, right? Well, like I said Royal, but really, like, we're just going to include P5 as a whole. This game, to me, has one of the best standalone DLCs I have ever played. It is so good, and I feel like it is required playing if you play the base game for this game to play this side game. So the side game I'm talking about is Torna the Golden Country, and the game I'm talking about is Xenoblade Chronicles 2. I love Pyra, I love Mithra, I love everybody, just like Rex says in that game. Once you eventually get to the Xenoblade franchise, I know you are going to have a ball with Xenoblade Chronicles 2. So that is my entry on this list. Xenoblade Chronicles 2. I also have a lot of nostalgia for this game too, because like Reagan and I started dating for the first time when this game came out and she was cosplaying Pyra. And so I think back to that game and I think back to like the early days of us dating and stuff. And it's just so much fun. Yeah. So Xenoblade Chronicles 2.
Dude. Now, I'm excited and curious to hear if anyone is, if either you have this or chat has this in their top 50. Because I feel like this is another game of the type of our generation.
Sure, of course.
Where it was a time, like, I'm sure someone looks back on it now and they're like, man, what's going on? But for us, this was huge.
Yes.
And the game I'm talking about is Wii Sports.
My
Wii Sports
I love
is
you.
that greatness,
Bro, I
that
love
gas.
You.
I always love this game.
My man. Bro, I'm gonna spoil it right now. Wii Sports is also on my list. It is also on my list. I was going back and forth about like whether or not I should include it, but at the time, playing Wii Tennis and Wii Bowling is just like unbelievable. The soundtrack has stood the test of time. Like everything about that is so iconic and of that era. I love that you put Wii Sports on that. That makes me so happy. Man, we are gonna have a lot of overlap then. Wow.
That is the only video game my grandmother has ever played.
Likewise. That was the only game my grandma and grandpa ever played was Wii Sports Bowling. Yeah. And actually, again, stands the test of time. Like, obviously, Wii Sports is the one that started it all, but like Wii Sports Resort, fantastic. Even Nintendo Switch Sports, the one that recently came out, a lot of fun. Yep. My parents came in recently to visit in LA, and we popped in bowling again. Felt like nothing changed. Still just as good as ever. Absolutely, positively adore it. Really awesome that you have Wii Sports on your list, man. Again, that's going to eventually come up on mine, so it makes me very, very happy to see that you put that on there. All right, dude. This is great, man. I knew when we first started talking about doing this is going to be a good idea because we have different enough tastes, but then again, it's like a lot of overlap. All right. This next game is actually a game by a developer that just recently released another game that I'm currently in love with and obsessed with. And the game is Unicorn Overlord. That is the new one that I really, really like. But their original game that got me into all of their other games is a lesser known title called Murasama the Demon Blade. Now, this is a game that was on Wii. That was actually the second game developed by Vanillaware after their first game, Odin Sphere, which is also incredible. But Muramasa the Demon Blade, I'm just going to pull this up again for people who are not familiar. Muramasa has one of the most beautiful art styles I've ever seen in any video game. This game is so good. I recently went back and replayed it again. Oh, the music, everything about it is just excellent. Here's the original trailer for Murasama the Demon Blade. Again, classic title for those of you who have played on the Wii. I think there's actually a lot of Wii games on here. You already mentioned Wii Sports. This is another one of those Wii games. But once you actually get into the art style, like, dude, look, this is gameplay. The game actually looks like this. Like, the actual gameplay of the game is fully watercolor, absolutely gorgeous. The food is gorgeous. The girls are gorgeous. The gameplay itself is unreal. The combos. I mean, look at this. Absolutely stunning. And I think, the one thing I can really appreciate about Muramasa and Odin Sphere and Unicorn Overlord and all these other types of games is that they're never going to look bad, right? Like their art style is going to carry them for generations on end. So, wow, really, really, really awesome game. And yeah, look at that boss fight, dude. Like unreal. Absolutely unreal. Muramasa, the Demon Blade, landing on my list.
That's great. It reminds me of like that Okami type of thing where they just mastered the art style and went full on with it. That's so cool.
Yes. Yeah, I love Muramasa.
Love it. I never knew that was Vanillaware.
Yeah.
That's super cool.
Yeah. Is there a Vanillaware game on your list coming up?
I know, actually, I still need to play Unicorn Overlord. I still need to play, what was the other one?
Odin Sphere?
Odin Sphere.
Odin Sphere, so good.
What was the PS Vita one that I was always recommended?
Dragon's Crown. Yes.
Dragon's Crown.
I also, funnily enough, need to still play Dragon's Crown. I've seen so much about that game and like listened to the music, but I've never actually played it for myself. That's like just on my backlog of something I'll eventually play whenever we end up retiring. But that game's multiplayer. So by the time that we're both of retirement age, we can maybe play Dragon's Crown in the nursing home.
That'll be great. We can do our live stream looking back on One Piece while we play Dragon's Crown.
While we play Dragon's Crown, exactly. I love it. All right, Recon, what's next on your list, man?
So next, we hinted at this a little earlier. This is a series, or I should say a game that is currently being released on a consistent basis. It is heavily inspired by my favorite franchise, which is Trails. Nice. And I consider this kind of a Trails game, but it's not, so I get away with my Trails entry still. It is Honkai Star Rail.
Okay! Wow.
The creators of this game specifically said that the gameplay and a lot of story elements are inspired by Trails, and I can see it in that's why I got into it.
Yeah.
And I see it in everything, especially now that we're in Penacony. I love the game, love the characters, and the turn-based gameplay. I feel like they just mastered it. It is so good in this game. It's like one of the only gotchas that I have no problem actually like wailing on because I'm like, yeah, it's worth it.
Sure,
you know? It's fun. So
Did you get Sparkle yet, by the way?
I did not get Sparkle.
I know.
I was trying to get Aventurine, bro. I still don't have Aventurine, man.
No!
Like my hardest. I'm trying my hardest.
I also got to say, like, you bringing up Penacony and stuff, that area of the game really elevated it to the next level because I played Honkai for the first time because I'm a Genshin player. So I was like, let's check out what this new game is. Really ended up enjoying it. But then I got to like the Luofu arc and I was like, I don't know, this isn't like clicking with me in the same way. Like I love the auto battle system. I love that you could like do your dailies really easily. The quality of life stuff is there. I love obviously the character design. Like my main Himiko.
Oh, Himiko, yes sir.
Yes sir. And Black Swan and Acheron and all these other characters, dude, they got some of the best waifus in history. But I got through Luofu and I was like, man, I don't know, something about this isn't really clicking with me. And so once we got to Penacony, from beginning to end so far, that arc has been incredible. The music in Penacony is unreal. The twists and turns, the stuff with Aventurine, the stuff with Black Swan, Acheron, everything. Robin, Firefly, Firefly, bro.
Yes,
that reveal. Oh my god, dude. Absolute peak.
It's such a. I can't believe that is a free game.
Right?
Anyone can play. It's such a high quality game and because I play a lot of gacha games, it needed some representation on here. So I went with Honkai. That's my favorite gacha game. So
oh man, that makes me so happy. That makes me seriously so happy. Wow. All right. Well, Honkai Star Rail, there you guys have it, is the next on Recon's list. The next one I'm going to have on my list is actually, I think, the first one we can officially place in overall because now it's shown up. And that is Wii Sports. So there we go. We were just talking about it. So we were literally only one away from each other with Wii Sports, which I think is very funny. We already talked about it again, the only game that my grandmother and my grandfather ever played. I feel like Wii Sports, again, was a you had to be there kind of moment for the video game industry, for those of us who love video games. We got so many of our family members into it. Wii Sports is phenomenal and is the first entry on our overall list because it's now officially shown up on both. And we're going to start by doing it this way and listing them once we actually get to them on the list, because then these will also be in ranked order. So right now, this is technically like our 50 on our overall list. And this will be a good way of sort of tracking like estimated where things are once we start combining both of our lists. But wow, okay. When we started this, I did not think Wii Sports would be the very first game to show up on the overall and be cemented as one of the top 50 best games of all time, but it makes me very, very happy to see not only that you put it on there, but that I also had it on mine as well. So there you go.
For sure.
Wii Sports coming in. All right, what is your next entry? I'm still shocked that you got Honkai Star Rail. That to me, it makes me so happy. Makes me so happy.
Yeah, dude.
Wow.
And it's crazy. It's crazy because I got into that. I think it was like September, October of last year, because there was rumors of them doing a Trails collab. I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
I've got to be a part of that. So I got into it and I fell in love, man, immediately. Like it was instant. And, it's on my PS5. Play it all the time.
Exactly.
Get my dailies.
Get your dailies. I just did it this morning. I literally just did my dailies with everything. So that's
such a great game, dude.
Wow.
And the next one.
Yes.
Coming off of the high of an incredible live action TV show is Fallout 3.
I was really so close to putting Fallout 3 on my list. Oh, this is great. Good call, man.
So I was hesitating because I love New Vegas. I love 3. Yes. Love 4. But 3 is the one I have the most memories with all my friends. That was the one we all came to school being like, yo, where are you at in here?
Yes.
Oh, you got Licken's Repeater. Where did you find that? Like all these different things. When the DLCs were dropping, like the Pit and all of that, it was the Mothership Zeta. It's just, that game is so iconic for that 360 generation. And I love it. Fallout 3 is definitely one of those, the moment I watched the TV show and I went through all of that, the memories started coming back in like, wow.
Absolutely. I've also heard from everybody the show is very, very good. I haven't had a chance to watch it yet myself. But I am partial to New Vegas. I do love Fallout New Vegas. But dude, 3 is also such a great choice. You can't go wrong with Fallout 3. Yeah, very good.
Yeah, I like I said, it was difficult because New Vegas is so special. But I was like, man, I gotta go 3. I gotta go 3.
Absolutely. The next one on my list, I think actually some people might think this is pretty low for this game. I am not sure if you are going to have this one on your list. I don't think we've actually ever talked about this game, but I feel like it's a game you probably love and you've probably played. This is a game that I specifically chose not to live stream when the game came out because I was worried of like what the chat would be saying if I ended up losing constantly. And I managed to platinum the entire thing pre-patch, which once people find out the name of the game, they're going to know what this means. And then I sort of realized, you know what, with the DLC coming out, I'll probably end up streaming the DLC. My man, I got to go with Elden Ring. Elden Ring.
That's on my list.
Right, guy, let's go.
On my list.
Let's go.
100%.
Let's go. All right.
100%.
I am not a fantasy person. Like I don't really normally like that Western themed kind of fantasy. I love obviously like anime fantasy. You and I both One Piece fans, anime fans, like Trails, Xenoblade, all these kind of franchises. But that kind of like Western fantasy never really appealed to me. And the Souls games I tried a bunch of different times. Played through Dark Souls 1, tried a little bit of Dark Souls 2, but they never really clicked. Elden Ring was the one that made it click for me, to the point where then I went back and played Bloodborne, went back and played Demon Souls. Like now I'm playing through another Crab's Treasure. I'm excited for the DLC for Elden Ring. Like I love Souls games, and it's all thanks to Elden Ring. Yeah, so Elden Ring.
That's awesome.
Next on my list. Yeah.
Dude, I'll talk about it later, but God, one of the greatest video game experiences I've ever had. Was that game.
So good.
It was legendary.
Oh, I'm so happy that we're having so much crossover. This is great.
We're about to have another one because my number 40 is Vanilla Persona 5.
Okay, there we go.
I love it. This will not be well. Never mind. I'm not gonna say it. Never mind. No, I'm not gonna say it. But Persona 5, the original game, unfortunately, haven't gotten to Royal yet because I went and started playing the other Personas. I got this game the day that it dropped at GameStop. My first ever Persona because it was recommended. In 2017, I was playing a lot of games on the channel. So I was playing like Nier Automata, Breath of the Wild. What was the other? Yakuza 0. Oh. So like all those different incredible franchises. And I remember everybody in the chat was like, "Yo, when Persona 5 drops, you have to play that game.
Yes,
have to play it." And I remember being in line at for Breath of the Wild and the Switch's midnight release, and they were like, "Yo, you have to play Persona. Like, there's no way you can miss out on this franchise." And so I went home, played Persona 5, and I fell in love with it instantly. It automatically shot up my favorite list at the time, made the PS4 just... I just kept playing it nonstop. It has one of my favorite, I would say, like, balance between gameplay and story, and the way that it manages like the dating sim stuff, like the school life simulator with the dungeons. So good. The themes of the game are incredible. Some of the best music you will ever hear comes to the Persona franchise. So this will not be the last entry of Persona on this list, but I love 5. I love 5.
Fantastic.
It's great.
Yeah, again, and we just got our second entry now for the overall list as well, too. Happy to hear that. Again, as we're doing this, because I see chat bringing it up as well. Again, like, when we mention Persona 5 or Elden Ring or Xenoblade or whatever, the stuff that has extra DLC or extra definitive versions and things like that, just keep in mind, again, the game encompasses all that stuff. So if there's been re-releases and versions and things like that, just consider that part of the entry. Because if we were splicing things up like definitive editions and things like that, this could get even messier. So we're not doing this. We're keeping it nice and simple. So, all right. Persona 5, fantastic. This next one for me, I think some people might be surprised it's as low as it is on my list. There are just other games in this franchise that I love more than this one, but I will always have nostalgia for this because it was my entry into this franchise for the first time. I had never played a game in this franchise until this game. I had seen the characters from this franchise in Smash Brothers. I knew who they were, but when I sat down Halloween 2000 and played this game for myself, my mind was blown. And that is The Legend of Zelda, Majora's Mask.
Oh, on my list, Roger. On my list.
Let's go.
No question.
Let's go.
No question.
Oh, man. Love to hear it. Fantastic.
What a special video game.
Oh, dude, so good. But I will make a note, specifically for this game. I know we just got done talking about this with re-releases and things like that. Bro, I want people to know, I want it on the record, this is the Nintendo 64 version of Majora's Mask, not that garbage 3DS remake that came out that took away the weird stuff and the charm and made everything saturated and pretty. Nah. If you've only played the 3DS version, go back and play the Majora's Mask on N64. It's free on NSO. If you have a Switch Online account and you can play the N64 games, go play Majora's Mask that way. It's the best way to play it. You have the save states, you got everything. So even if it's difficult and you never played one before, go play Majora's Mask. You're going to have a good time, man. All right.
I like Majora's Mask. If I could just, before I get into how I feel about it later on, I don't care what you have to do to play that on N64/NSO, do it.
Do it.
That is a special video game.
Absolutely.
And the themes of it are still relevant today. Even more relevant today.
Even more relevant, absolutely. Yeah. And it's also funny to see, like, how many things it influenced, right? Like, moving forward. Yeah. Not even just, like, within the video game realm, but also, like, in the anime realm as well. Like, I think that was the first time I ever had seen a piece of media in which something was, like, a meteor or a moon was, like, falling from the sky, outside of something like Final Fantasy, right? Like, I think you can argue that Meteor inspired, in FF7, inspired Majora's Mask, which I 100%. Think also in turn like inspired Madara. So it's like there's a lot of and Fujitora. Exactly. So it is funny to sort of see what inspires what and how that ends up having repercussions like generations later. So right on, cool, man. All right, well, Majora's Mask next on my list. Let's hear it. What's your next one?
My next one, very special game from a franchise I love with all my heart, and that is Street Fighter 4.
Good call.
This game, dude, this game, when it released, obviously, it was a major deal. First major Street Fighter in a long time. But when this game was dropping, it was like the hype was unreal.
Yes.
Coming off of, Third Strike was the thing for so many years, and when Street Fighter 4 came out, next gen graphics, new system, but still staying true to what Street Fighter is. I put so many hours into this game, both all the versions, arcade, the vanilla version, ultra, all of them. I just love this game. Cammy's my main, so in this game she was super incredible. So that also bumps it up, but just memories of playing a Street Fighter online for the first time on my end.
Man. After
playing Street Fighter 2 and Alpha 3 with friends at home. But this one was the first one I could play. Oh, guys, you can go home and we can still play this game together. Like, it was a special experience. I'll always love Street Fighter 4.
Yeah,
Great game.
that's also great that you finally brought up Street Fighter too, because I think won't be the last time we're seeing Street Fighter on our list today. I am also a Cammy main. I'm not going to switch my camera over, but there's literally a giant Cammy poster on my door to my closet.
Nice.
I've got like a Cammy statue over there. Reagan's cosplayed Cammy multiple times. Yeah, a fellow Cammy enjoyer. You love to see it. Are you excited, by the way, for the new DLC coming out for the new for Street Fighter 6?
Dude, it looks so good.
Can't
Have
wait.
you seen the art for Akuma? Like, it's
Gorgeous, man.
looks so
Absolutely
good, man.
gorgeous. Wow. Well, the next one on my list, this is a weird one. And I think it's because it comes from a genre where not a lot of people have necessarily played these games in the West. Like, people, obviously they're super popular in Japan, but I feel like here they're not as popular, and that's top-down shooters. I love a good shoot 'em up. I love a good top-down shooter. And I was going back and forth on which one I was going to put on my list to sort of represent the genre as a whole. There's a lot of good ones. Ikaruga is one that comes to mind. Like, fantastic game on the Dreamcast. You could play it on PC. You could play it on Switch. It's on everything. Dreamcast was the version that I first played it on. But the game I'm going with is, again, a lesser-known title. I'm going with Aero Fighters 2. Have you ever heard of this game?
Never heard of it.
Okay. Let me tell you, imagine a dolphin piloting a bomber plane. Just imagine that, and that his co-pilot is a baby. Just imagine the wackiness of that and what that could mean for a video game. Aero Fighters 2
Sign me up.
Just like, it's so much fun. It's $3 on the Switch right now. You can get the Arcade Archive version for like $3 on Switch. I also think it's free on PSN. The reason why this is specifically on my list is because I actually played this game for the first time at my local pizzeria growing up. This is one of those arcade entries on my list that I have more nostalgia playing the arcade version than the console version. I would just, every time I would go to Aurelio's Pizza in Homewood, Illinois with my parents, I'd put the little quarters in and I'd go play Aero Fighters 2 and Tekken. Tekken 3 was over there and Aero Fighters is another one, dude. But like, Aero Fighters 2, my guy. So much nostalgia for this game. I wanna type this up and show people on screen because, again,
yeah, I definitely want to see it.
This is a weird one that not a lot of people are gonna know about. Literally, let's play Aero Fighters 2. Baby power and dolphin power is the first thing that comes up when you search for it. It goes by Sonic Wings 2 in Japan, but it's basically, again, it's like a top-down shooter game, endlessly replayable. Some of the bosses that are in this are super iconic. Let me try to see if there's without spoiling anything, I want to try to get like a good... Here we go. Here's the baby and the dolphin. There you go. So, like, we make a good team. Yeah.
Oh my god,
dude, it's so good. And
awesome.
You're like, you take place. A lot of the levels take place in like different real world locations. Amazing sprite work, as you could see. Just like really stands the test of time. And if any top down shooter was going to make it on my list, I knew it had to be Aero Fighters 2. Again, I know it's a niche one, but definitely wanted to put that on the list. So there you go. Aero
Great
Fighters
call,
2.
dude. A few years ago, I'd probably make like my top 100. What is it called again? Give me a sec. There's a top-down shooter. I believe it was called Zero Strain that they released on PlayStation.
Oh yeah,
a couple of years ago. It was so good that it got me back in the mood for playing top-down shooters.
Dude, yeah, Zero Strain PS4 right here.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I haven't even seen this.
I had so much fun playing that game, bro. So I'll definitely, I'm gonna have to check this out. I love top-down shooters as well.
Oh yeah, you would love Aero Fighters then. I would recommend the Switch version because it's like $3 and it has save states and all that kind of stuff. And some of those later levels, if you're not used to it, get very, very difficult. So I would definitely say try that out yourself. But the humor of it, I think, as a fellow Metal Gear fan, I think you'll appreciate the humor of it because obviously it's got like the theming of wartime, but also there's weird quirky stuff that I know you're gonna love. So yeah, Aero Fighters 2. Yeah.
Sweet.
All right, what is the next one on yours?
Another overlap. City Trial, baby.
Okay.
Kirby's Air Ride. Let's go.
Let's go. All right, man. Fantastic. Wow.
So, on my end, so while I was preparing for this, I was talking to my cousin, whom we played a lot of these games together, and I told him, yo, I'm making a top 50. You know what game's gonna be on the list? And he was like, which game? I was like, bro, Kirby's Air Ride.
Kirby Air Ride,
like, it has to be.
Wow.
So, and just reliving those memories, sticking back to City Trial, like you said, that is a game that is couch co-op at its finest.
Yes.
And I really wish they would bring it back in some capacity to play now, man. It's such a great game.
Oh.
Such a great game.
Dude, I like we could talk about Kirby Air Ride all day long. But again, it's funny that like obviously Wii Sports was the first Nintendo game that ended up on our overall list, but I would not have expected the second to be Kirby Air Ride. But again, like such a phenomenal game, and it really is a shame that like they never made another one, or that there isn't like City Trial and some other future Kirby game. The closest thing you can get is like the Smash Run mode that's in Smash for 3DS. But yeah, dude, bring back City Trial, man. Fantastic.
Please.
Wow, I really did not expect Air Ride to be on both of our lists. I don't know. I thought it was just one of those kind of bizarre games that wouldn't make it on there, but really happy to see it. All right. Well, the next one, I think this is also a very well-known one. I think this is probably one that's going to be on your list, knowing your taste. I'm going with Shadow of the Colossus.
Not on my list.
Wow, really?
And the reason for it is because I haven't played it.
Oh, man, oh, man.
So my first introduction to his work was through Last Guardian. I remember when that was shown off at E3, the E3 of Dreams with Shenmue and Final Fantasy.
E3 of Dreams, bro, exactly.
and I remember like seeing that open the show in the lead up to it, and I was like, man, this looks great. And I remember everybody letting me know about, Ico, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Ico.
Ico is really, really good. And Shadow of the Colossus is also really good. Still have to play both of them, but definitely will one day for sure.
Specifically, the PS4 remake that they did of Shadow of the Colossus is excellent. But I like grew up with the PS2 version, and it's funny because the first way that I ever played this game was at the demo kiosks in Target. So I would go with my mom to go to Target, and while she was shopping, I would ask to go to the video game section. And so, long story short, basically the guy at the Target knew me and kept my save file on hand on the demo PS2, because I didn't have a PS2. I had to play PS2 at my friend's house. I had a GameCube growing up. And so I played through the game almost entirely the first time on a PS2 demo kiosk. And it wasn't until I was in college and had my own PS2 where I actually played through the game for myself. But dude, just the scale of the bosses. I am such a sucker for a game with good boss battles. And Shadow of the Colossus is an all-time great. And I also was like a very nostalgic time for me when that came out, because like I remember Shadow of the Colossus came out around the same time of Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness, and like I would alternate between reading the player's guides for both of those games because I couldn't have them when I was a kid, and I would have to play them at the Target kiosk. So man, Shadow of the Colossus, fantastic game. And yes, the Target guy, as chat is saying, was indeed a hero for letting me play through the game on the demo kiosk. What a goat,
dude!
Man.
Who does that?
What a goat! What a goat! So what's next on yours? Let's hear it. Yes.
I'm curious on whether you have this on your list or not. This is a recent entry. I'm picking this one in particular because I feel like the experience of playing this for the first time is like unmatched.
Okay.
I'm going Marvel's Spider-Man on the PS4.
Ooh. Oh man, Spider-Man almost made my list. Almost. Okay. I was this close to including it because I was obsessed with that game when it first came out. I no-lifed that for 3 days straight when the first one came out. Loved Miles Morales as well. Unfortunately, I haven't had a chance to play 2 yet, and I've heard it's phenomenal.
It's phenomenal. Yeah. So that's what I was going to say. My pick is actually Spider-Man 2. On the thing.
Okay, wow.
So my thought process while picking between the 3, because I love all 3 for different reasons.
Yes.
Spider-Man 1 showed me what it's capable of on the PS4 hardware, and how everything. It was the first time we saw something like that in this day and age. It was bringing Spider-Man 2 from the PS2 on the PS4, and I was like, oh my god, like this is crazy.
Yeah.
Miles Morales was really my first next-gen experience, so that was a special thing.
Yep.
But Spider-Man 2, dude, playing this game when it came out was like, it was unreal, bro. It was unreal, and I can't wait for you to experience it, because I was already hyped for this game when it dropped, but like actually being able to go through and see everything that they were building towards, and I just can't wait for the next one. Insomniac, I love you.
That's hyping me up, because I really did love the first 2, and I think it was because the reason I didn't play it was because it was during the SAG strike. And so I was like following the guidelines and everything, which is why I couldn't upload the One Piece live action stuff as well. And so I didn't stream 2, and I would have, because again, I loved the first one and the second one. So you hyping it up this much to me, means it's skyrocketing up my backlog. I gotta play it for myself. I might even stream it at
It's a
this
great
point.
game.
Why not? People would still probably watch me stream Spider-Man 2, right?
Probably.
Like, probably.
I mean, it has some great moments, dude.
Absolutely.
It has some great moments.
Absolutely. All right, well, right on. My next one is actually a Mario Kart game, and that is Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, I think, is like the definitive Mario Kart experience. So many good tracks in it. Absolutely incredible music. And I was going back and forth between like what Mario Kart I was going to include, because I only wanted to include one. There's a lot of them, and I have a lot of memories with them, but I do feel like Mario Kart 8 is that definitive game in the franchise. I don't know how they're going to end up topping it for the next one. I can't even tell you the amount of hours I've spent on Mario Kart 8 Deluxe on my Switch, and all the DLC that they added to it, like all the different Nintendo theme stages, the Big Blue stage, having the Animal Crossing stuff, Splatoon. Hopefully that's a sign of things to come, and that we end up getting a crossover one in the future. But for the time being, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe made my
also
list.
on my list. Bold it.
Oh, great! All right, fantastic. There you go. Okay.
Is I was in the same position as you, where I was like, man, which one do I want to include? So many memories with all of them, but we'll get to it. It's Mario Kart 8, man. What an incredible game.
So good.
Incredible game.
So good. All right, Recon, what's next? What's next on your list?
So next, I'm a massive wrestling fan. So I had to have some sort of wrestling representation on here. Those video games for us growing up was really special.
Oh, yeah.
And I decided to go with the PS2 classic, SmackDown vs. Raw 2007.
Wow, okay.
Even though like the iconic ones are obviously like Here Comes the Pain, No Mercy.
Sure.
All of those, for me, versus Raw 2007 was like my game. That was the one that all of us played. I had so many wrestlers for you to choose from, and it was just like, once again, entering that next gen in the middle of PS2, Xbox 360, where everything just looks so great on the PlayStation 2, and that game was just awesome.
Wow,
what a great game.
I never would have expected a WWE game to make the list, but yeah, those games are really solid. Even as somebody who's not like a huge pro wrestling fan, I remember playing, was it WWE versus NWO or something on
on N64.
Bro.
Yes.
That game was so much fun. Oh man, I didn't own it myself. I would play it at my friend's house, but dude, that game was just like so much fun. Cool to see some WWE representation on here, man. I was not expecting that, but really awesome, and I know that's going to make a lot of people really happy. While we're on the topic of fighting games, let's throw another one in there. This is my Street Fighter entry on the list, my personal favorite Street Fighter game. This is Street Fighter 3 Third Strike. You brought up Third Strike earlier, bro.
Yes.
Like the parry system, the music, the sprite work, everything about this game just oozes style. And I have my my arcade stick in my main room, and I will occasionally put in my Third Strike, boot up my arcade stick, and just play it for myself. It's so much fun. Obviously, Third Strike's a weird one because a lot of the classic characters weren't in Third Strike. They kind of like did a weird like semi-reboot and included a lot of new stuff. But like, dude, the game that's actually there, peak fighting game, man. Absolute peak. So yeah, Street Fighter 3, Third Strike.
I still listen to the soundtrack. It's
good.
That the character selection one, which is obviously iconic, but even the stage themes are so good in that game.
Oh, so good.
It's fantastic sound.
Right.
I love it. The only reason why Third Strike for me is because I'm a Cammy main. It was so difficult for me to play that game. I switched over to Chun for that one, but God, if it had Cammy, that'd probably be like in my top 10.
You would have been
That's how much I love Third Strike.
Oh, dude, it's so good. All right, well, what's next then?
So, first and foremost, great pick. Going and staying with the PlayStation 4 from earlier, even though it was actually a PS5 game. I don't know why I said PS4 earlier, but it was a PS5 game.
Yeah.
Going with the PlayStation 4, this one was one that I started on the channel and finished it because I didn't realize how long the game was.
Oh, okay.
And that is Nier Automata.
Ooh,
I really, I have gotten so just obsessed with the lore of this game. I actually own the novels for this game that explore like introspection with the characters and stuff. I own the album like for the music in the game. This is because it was my first Nier. I didn't know what to expect, and starting it off, obviously it felt like a traditional type of action RPG. But once you get into those different endings, and once you reach the true ending, it becomes one of the all-time greats for me.
Oh man.
I still have to play Replicant and some of the other ones in this series, like Drakengard.
Yes.
But Automata was, God, man, what a special experience. That has a top 10 soundtrack for me in all of video games. It was
I was gonna
so
say
good.
that's the big thing is Nier is something that I've played little bits of here and there. Like I have it on Steam. I actually think I have the Switch version even too. I got the PS4 version. I own it. I have not really played more than a couple hours, and I love it. I mean, what I've played, I've loved, and I love the characters and I love the music. But because I hadn't played all the way through it, is why it also did not make my list. But dude, I cannot fault that. I mean, that's an awesome pick. I think that's like such a great game. Has gotten so many people into the Nier franchise. That's now become like this big third party thing that like, or big AAA kind of game where like I think a lot of people were not even familiar with the first Nier, and now you've got people who are like Nier Replicant. Oh my god, this is so good, and I'm so hyped for the next one. So yeah, really cool, man. Yeah. All right. I'm making some minor adjustments on the list because I realized that we were now getting to a point where there were so many games that were moving down where people couldn't see whose list this actually was.
Yep.
So I'm adjusting some of these real quick. But wow, yeah, really. I just got to say right away, too, amazing picks so far. Like really, really cool standouts, like things I wasn't expecting to see here. Again, right from frame one with Battle Network. When you said Battle Network, I'm like, oh, we're in for a good time today. Wow. Yes, all right. My next one, this might actually surprise people how low this is. And it's mostly due to the fact that while I absolutely adore this game, I feel like I would be lying to myself if I said that the most recent entry in this series didn't kind of make me fall out of love with the series slightly. But again, my first experience with this game was so pure and so fresh, and I played through the entirety of it at my friend's house, and I adored it, and that is Kingdom Hearts 2. Kingdom Hearts 2 is so good. My sanctuary, man. Oh, and I, like, so good. Kingdom Hearts 2 had so many great worlds, right? Pirates of the Caribbean, Steamboat Willie, Nightmare Before Christmas, but you're actually in Christmas Town. Like, so much. Mulan, of course. The final battle in that game, incredible. Kingdom Hearts 2, really, really peak. I think the peak of that franchise. I think Kingdom Hearts 2 is the best game in that franchise. Final Mix specifically is the one that I was going to list on my list, but I figure you might have Kingdom Hearts on there, so I figured I'll just leave.
I have Kingdom Hearts 2 on the list.
There you go. So Kingdom Hearts 2 is making it on the list then. All right. There you go.
Absolutely.
But yeah, Kingdom Hearts 2 had to land on my list. I just think it's such a great game. So yeah.
It's phenomenal.
Yeah.
I think that's another one like Wii Sports that people don't understand how big of a deal Kingdom Hearts 2 was.
Especially at the time, man. Oh god. Huge.
It was crazy. Deal. Like I remember going to school and people were like, they considered you a legend if you beat Sephiroth
exactly.
in that game because he had so many health bars. Like,
exactly.
It was crazy. So my next pick, staying in that era, another iconic game from a Capcom franchise I absolutely adore, Resident Evil 4.
Good pick.
This was a game for me. I was struggling between RE2 and RE4 because the RE2 remake was so good. I almost went with it.
Yeah.
But RE4, the memories once again, just especially the for some reason the Nintendo version of this game.
Agreed. The GameCube version
is so.
I agree.
It's so good. RE4 it not only is it an iconic story with Leon and Ashley and even what they do now with the DLC with Separate Ways and it's such a great story, but the game, like the gameplay, actually going through it, the mercenary mode, then being able to compare yourself to your friends to the arcade like a system, it's one of those bangers. I just love Resident Evil 4.
You have to, of course.
It's a fantastic.
Of course.
Yeah.
Right on. Everything you said, I completely agree with. I think that is like such a fantastic pick going with RE4. Because again, I feel like Resident Evil is one of those franchises that people wouldn't necessarily expect that I really like. But because I'm kind of averse to like gory horror kind of games. But I don't know, there's something special about RE4 where it's like you can justify the gore and they can justify the violence with the content that you're actually getting in those games. 2 is classic, 4 is a classic. I love Village as well. I think Village is great. But 4 would have also been my pick for an RE game on my list. So awesome to hear you say Resident Evil 4, man. Fantastic, dude. Absolutely fantastic. I don't think you can get much further away from Resident Evil with my pick that's coming up now. This is also, I think, such a basic pick. It's something that, like, I think you might have forgotten about on your list. It's something I think people don't really think about when they put together the list of their best games of all time. I'm going with Tetris, man. I'm going with Tetris.
Great pick.
I gotta put Tetris. I think, I was going back and forth between putting Tetris Connected, and now like the new version, Tetris Effect Connected, that's on PS4, great game. Tetris 99, fantastic game. Tetris DS, fantastic game. And so I'm putting Tetris on my list sort of as the franchise as a whole, right? Like this encapsulates DS, this encapsulates Tetris Effect, this encapsulates all the other Tetris games. But yeah, I couldn't not put Tetris on this list with how much time I've spent on that game. Had to include Tetris. Yeah. So that's my number.
I love that pick because I forgot to include Tetris.
I figured a lot of people would. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a fantastic pick, bro. Because like you said, they've re-released it so many times, and I think Tetris 99 really showed me how great that game is. Like, even in a battle royale type of system, they still work so well.
Yeah.
That's a Tetris.
Yeah. Right on, man. All right.
So
what's next on yours?
I'm so excited to see if you have this on your list, bro. I was.
Okay.
This was one that I was debating. Do I put this top 20, top 30? Like, where do I put it?
Okay.
Because it was difficult, man. And the newest entry is about to come out. I have way too many memories with this game. It is my favorite anime game of all time.
Your favorite anime
Dragon
game?
Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi 3.
My God, bro! Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi 3 is my favorite Budokai Tenkaichi game. I literally will walk around my house randomly going, Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi 3.
Yes, sir! Yes, sir! Dude.
I love this. I love it. Good call, man.
Bro, dude, so I was struggling because we have, in my house, it was either Naruto Ultimate Ninja 3 or Budokai Tenkaichi 3. Like, we played those games so much.
Dude, such a good pick, man.
The reason I went with this one in particular is because, like Age 2 and Wii Sports, this was a time, bro.
100%.
Everyone was playing Budokai 3, and whether it was at somebody's house, my house, it was the thing. And the fact that it was on Wii as well just made it so cool. Like, you can play it on PS2, Wii, wherever it was, man. When the fourth one comes out, as Sparking Zero is about to release here either this year or next year, I'm going to assume hopefully this year, I will be there no matter what.
We got to play with each other, 100%. We got to do streams playing with each other, 100%. Yeah.
Absolutely. And I love Dragon Ball FighterZ a lot. I really, really do.
Oh, yeah.
My memories with this game, man.
That's funny you bring that up because I almost did Dragon Ball FighterZ on my list. It was on like my honorable mentions as I was going through it, and I was just like, it's so tough. There's so many games that I absolutely love here. Like, I don't know where I'd be able to squeeze it in. And FighterZ and Budokai Tenkaichi 3 are, I think I actually agree with you, the best anime games of all time. Like, really, genuinely that good. Capture the magic of that franchise. Even as somebody who's like more of a One Piece fan and Hunter x Hunter and all these other franchises, like, you got to give it to Dragon Ball Z, dude. I am so happy this landed on your list. Once again, you got fantastic taste. Like, this is making me very happy.
I'm back at you, dude.
Also, I wanted to clarify, if you're wondering, like, what is he typing right now? I'm actually typing in the numbers on our list because I see people asking, like, what number are they on? And I realized with the way that we have the flow chart on screen that you can't actually tell what number we're at. So I'm typing in the numbers real quick so people can see where we are. We just did 35. Hold on. Let me see. 36. 35, and now we're on 34. So actually we got through that pretty simply. My number 34, let me actually scroll down. I accidentally clicked off of it when I clicked on here. Oh, yes. Oh. This is going to be a controversial one, I think. It's going to be a controversial one.
Okay.
It's the first entry up for this franchise on my list.
Okay.
There's going to be ones that end up higher. Don't you worry about a thing. But I gotta tell you, the hype cycle for this specific video game was unlike anything else I've ever experienced in my entire life. I think it's funny, we both have obviously a lot of nostalgia for the Wii era. You're mentioning Resident Evil 4, Dragon Ball Budokai Tenkaichi 3. Like, we're bringing up a lot of the similar games. And I'm sure you can attest to this. Like, waking up in the morning, checking the Smash Brothers dojo, and seeing what character Sakurai was going to include in Super Smash Brothers Brawl was
Yes.
One of those you had to be there moments
It had to be
for
there.
the video game industry. And like waking up in the morning and seeing Diddy Kong was playable, seeing Pokemon Trainer was playable, seeing Solid Snake in a
Snake,
Smash
dude!
Brothers game, dude. Solid Snake. Like,
Sonic!
I remember
Sonic!
I remember where I was, bro. I was in my high school computer lab where E3 was going on, and I was slowly loading up images on broadband of E3 of screen captures off the screen from the press that were there when Sakurai announced Smash Brothers Snake was in Smash Brothers for the Wii. Dude, Super Smash Brothers Brawl, for all of that and more. Also, I still think you have to also take into consideration like the modding community for this, like Project M. Unreal, dude. And like set the stage for the FGC as we know it today and Smash Brothers. Like Project M, but specifically Super Smash Brothers Brawl and the music in Brawl, done by the GOAT Nobuo Uematsu, who also does the music for Final Fantasy. I had to put Super Smash Brothers Brawl on my list. It is the first of 3 Smash Brothers games on my list.
Nice.
But I had to put Smash Brothers Brawl. Yeah.
So I also have a Smash. It's not Brawl, and the only reason why it's not Brawl is because I went with just one Smash. I was like, I can't. I might have all 4 on, or maybe all 5 on them at this point. But Brawl is such a great pick. I love that game so much that I still have that as the music when you turn the game on.
Nice.
Brawl theme.
Nice.
Oh,
di famami Elius, la 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 la. And Subspace Emissary, I think, too, is something people don't really talk about as much anymore. But like at the time, seeing these characters interacting, fully CG cutscenes, like amazing orchestrated music. I wish that was something they brought back for Ultimate or something they brought back for Smash 4. It is a shame that like Sakurai's already said the reason why he didn't is because the cutscenes would leak online. And so he was just like, why are we putting all this time and effort into it when we could just do it for the reveal trailers, which also totally fair. The hype cycle's still there for the new games, but Subspace Emissary, this being the follow-up to Melee, this being such a huge moment in the industry, like it was just the best. Also, I realized, 2 Wii fighting games both landed in our 34, which I think is kind of interesting here. So
love to see it.
Love to see it. All right, right on. Well, Recon, what is your number 33?
33 on my list, a Nintendo 64 classic.
One
that I have so much love for.
Hold on. We might have the same 33.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Star Fox 64.
Oh my God, bro!
No way.
Are you kidding me?
No way, bro. Your 33 is not Star Fox.
Bro, we can do it right now. Bro, my number 33 is also Star Fox 64. Wow! Wow! Wow!
Barrel roll, dog.
Wow! Do a barrel roll, man. Wow! Wow!
It's a special game, bro.
I didn't think we would end up actually having one that's in the same spot on our list, but Star Fox 64 to me is like such a absolute classic. Obviously, there's a reason they keep trying to remake it over and over again. It's just that good. Like, I think it still sets the stage for like what the Star Fox franchise could be. That was the pinnacle of a time to be a Star Fox fan. I personally adore Star Fox Assault. I love that game. But when I was putting together my list, I was like, if I could have one Star Fox entry, what would it be? I put Star Fox 64. I'm so happy that this ended up on our overall and then also ended up being both of our 33. As soon as you said it was an N64 game, I'm like, I bet you it's going to be Star Fox. Because I'm thinking of some of the other ones that I know both of us are probably going to end up having higher. Dude, Star Fox 64, man. Yes. There's
just something about that game.
Yes.
That like mastered that space combat that they're still trying to capture, like you said. Dude. And I love Star Fox Assault as well.
I do too.
That's such a great game.
Star Fox Assault, incredible music, incredible graphics, especially for the time. Incredible soundtrack, like everything about it's fantastic. But yeah, Star Fox 64 is the GOAT, like, and will always be the GOAT, I think. So, right on, man, right on. Wow. All right. Well, we're already at a 32 then. That's great. I didn't think we were going to have the same 30. Now let's see if we have the same 32. I doubt we will, but we'll see.
32. Going back to the GBA.
Okay. No, we don't have the same. Okay, that's good.
Okay. This is my representative of a franchise that I've only played 2 entries of.
Okay.
And I actually just recently played this.
Okay.
I'm so sad the other one didn't make it because I loved it too. But Fire Emblem: The Blazing Blade is my 32.
Wow. Okay.
Absolutely love this game, man.
Wow.
I just recently I was feeling really nostalgic for the GBA era, and I fired up for the first time the Blazing Blade, and it still holds up to this day. Such an incredible
Oh
story,
man.
a fantastic game, just in terms of its mechanics. As much as I love Three Houses, because that almost made my list, because I
Yes.
really love that
I
game.
also love Three
Uh,
Houses. Yes.
this one was the one where I was like, wow, now I really want to play the other Fire Emblems, because I've only played 2 of them. So and Engage. I played Engage, but I haven't finished it.
Yes.
So I've technically 3.
I don't think Engage would ever make anybody's top 50, but it is a good, it's a fun game. I think you're going to enjoy it. It's funny you say Fire Emblem though, because you said, oh, it's a GBA game. And so I was like, oh, it's not going to be the same. We are in the same franchise at the very least.
Oh wow.
Yes. This is also a Fire Emblem game. I'm going with tried and true classic. Everybody loves this one. This is like the one that so many people got into the franchise with, Fire Emblem Awakening for the 3DS,
Gotcha.
dude. Fire Emblem Awakening to me is like, you got Crom, you got Robin. Again, if this isn't one of the few that you've played, you owe it to yourself to play it. Like, there's a reason it's a classic. I, Everything about it, I think, has just like withstood the test of time. I think the characters are fantastic. The music is so good. Everything about Awakening has just like, there's a reason, again, so many people consider this their favorite. It was like at the time it came out, I think the thing that's important to note is that the Fire Emblem franchise was kind of on its last leg. Like, even in Japan, to the point where even though it rose in popularity because of Smash Brothers, the people who made Fire Emblem Intelligent Systems literally straight up said, if this one doesn't do well, the franchise might be done. And for it to have done as well as it did, to then set the fire under their butt to now have Fire Emblem be like one of Nintendo's biggest franchises of all time now is really amazing. So yeah, really cool to see that Blazing Blade is on there. And then we both had a Fire Emblem at 32. Very cool. All right.
Again, it's like, yo, we're on the same wavelength.
We're on the same
right
one.
now. We really are.
I do think as we're getting closer up the list, we are going to have a lot that end up crossing over. I really do.
Right.
I think there's going to be some coming up now that like might even end up at the exact same spot on our list. But yeah, well, right on, man. Right on. All right, number 31. Let's hear it.
So this is a sports game from that
Okay.
legendary EA Sports Big era where they were releasing so many bangers
Oh,
back to back.
I love.
And as much as I love like the SSX games or the other things they were making, NBA Street Volume 2 is my stuff, bro. I love that game.
You are my goat, Recon, bro. Oh my god.
Dude, that game is so good. If there's one game from that era that I want them to remake / remaster, it's that one.
I would
love
also
that
argue NBA Street, even above NBA Jam, even above like the best of the 2K franchise, I would say is probably my favorite NBA game of all time. Like all-time favorite basketball game. Those NBA Street games nailed the arcade feel of something like NBA Jam, but made it like a fully fleshed out console experience. What system did you first experience it on?
This one, I believe it was on PS2.
Right on.
I believe it was on PS2.
Because mine was on GameCube, and I just
Okay.
absolutely adored the NBA Street games. Wow, again, not something I ever expected to show up on one of our lists. So happy that it's here, though. NBA Street Volume 2. My guy. Wow. Wow. I also have a sequel game at my number 31. It's not NBA Street, though. It is, I think, the only entry in this franchise. It is the only one on my list. But I had to give some love to the Blue Blur, to the GOAT, Sonic the Hedgehog. I am going with Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. Sonic Adventure 2 Battle on GameCube, man. Like, dude, such a great game. Still my favorite Sonic game of all time. I think, like, obviously Shadow, the music when you're playing through the dark side of the story, all of Rouge the Bat's songs, like Flying to Freedom, da 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 da, the spy music that plays, da 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 da, Shadow, of course, like Live and Learn, phenomenal. Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. Escape from the City, one of the best soundtracks of all time. Like, I adore Sonic Adventure 2, and specifically Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. If you end up having Sonic Adventure 2 on there in some form, either the Dreamcast version or whatever, we'll just turn this into Sonic Adventure 2. But I clarified Adventure 2 Battle because it was such an amazing moment to play a Sonic game on a Nintendo system. And also the battle mechanics, like the multiplayer stuff, I wasted so many hours of my life playing as a kid. I adored it. So Sonic Adventure 2 Battle is my number 31.
Fantastic pick.
Nice.
It is also on my list. So you can
Sonic
put it on
Adventure
there.
2.
It's really...
All right, then
Yeah.
I'll put. Is it specifically Battle or SA2?
No, it's Battle.
Wow,
It's for
my
sure
guy.
Battle.
All right.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. It's
Wow.
Battle.
Wow. 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 Wow.
So I'll just go into, because it isn't coming soon. But I'll just say one thing about that game is, I feel like even today, I dare someone to go play that game for the first time and not have a blast with it.
Yes.
It is so good,
So
even
good.
today, bro.
The Chow Garden?
Yes. I almost put Unleashed, because my brother's a Sonic guy. His favorite game of all time is Mania. And so he's played all of them, and I always talk to him about the Sonic franchise. So I was like, bro, I don't know which one I'm gonna put on there. Unleashed, Adventure 2, Unleashed, Adventure 2. At the end of the day, he was like, bro, which one did you play the most whenever you were younger? I was like, bro, Adventure 2.
Adventure 2, of course.
Adventure 2 Battle.
It's also so funny because
game.
like Adventure 2 had so many like weird moments that you wouldn't necessarily think would qualify as like a best game of all time type deal. But like I think back to that moment where Sonic and Shadow are fighting in the jungle, and you have that weird overlap of their dialogue of like, fake hedgehog, I think you're the fake, I'll make you eat those words. Like the way that they just didn't sing it adds to the charm of the game. It's so good. And the Chow Garden again, like Chow Garden alone makes it legendary. But yeah, SA2, Sonic Adventure 2, phenomenal game. All right, number 30, here we go. Number 30, I think some people might actually be shocked with the placement of this game on my list. I think some people might think this game is going to end up being higher. This is another Smash Brothers game. It's another Smash Brothers game. I am going with Super Smash Brothers Melee. And the reason why I put it here is because I specifically wanted this game. Oh, actually, wait a minute. Wait. It's your turn. I just did Sonic Adventure 2. It's your turn for 30. I took over your spot.
Okay, so I thought I thought you were just going in reverse.
Oh, no.
You can just go. Yeah,
I'll go anyway. I'll do this.
Yeah.
All right, so there you go. We got 30. But the reason why I put Melee specifically at number 30 was due to the fact that I wanted it to be in my top 30, but there were just 29 other games that I liked more and I thought had to be there. And so I was going back and forth about where to put this, but I knew it had to end up in that top 30. I knew it had to get that last spot simply because of, again, like how much time I spent with it when I was a kid playing it on GameCube. How amazing it was at the time that this game like got released as quickly as it did, right? They announced it, and then E3 happened, and all this other stuff. We saw all the screenshots for the game. Like Mewtwo ended up being playable, Falco ended up being playable. It was so much faster than what Super Smash Brothers, the original game, was like. It changed the game in terms of people who play Smash Brothers and the type of game experience they're looking for. People obviously still play Melee to this day. So much fun to watch competitively. Literally changed the course of my life. Like Melee really genuinely changed the course of my life. If not for Melee, I would not be doing what I do today. Like it really did set in stone that hype cycle for Smash Brothers for me. Again, I loved the original Smash on N64. Absolutely adore that game. But my hype and love for this franchise developed because of Melee. So that's my number 30, Super Smash Brothers Melee. Yep.
I echo everything that you said. It's not on my list, but I echo everything you said.
So good.
It's such a special game. Such a special game. I remember playing that game before I ever got a GameCube down where my cousins live about 4 hours away. First time I ever played a Smash, because I didn't play Smash 64 before playing Melee. Melee was my first ever experience with Smash Brothers, and I was a huge Pokemon fan, so I immediately went with Pikachu, and I was just like, I can't believe this game exists.
Yes.
This thing is insane. So yeah, I have so much love for that game. Staying with Nintendo for my number 30, you said it earlier, Majora's Mask.
Okay, all right, here we go.
This game is so special. I absolutely adore Ocarina of Time. I do. It is that and A Link to the Past. A Link to the Past was actually my favorite Zelda for a long time.
Nice.
But I replayed Majora's Mask after Breath of the Wild a couple years ago. Me and my brother, his first experience with it. And I forgot how incredible that game is, and I feel like I have a new appreciation for it as an adult than I did whenever I was younger. And it's one of the greatest games ever. So many things. I can't believe that game was made in the limited amount of time that it had. And I honestly feel like the restriction add on to the theme of the game.
Absolutely.
And they were able to work with it, so I love it. That's such a great game, man.
Oh, I'm so glad that you ended up putting it on there too, and that it's this high as well.
Yeah.
That is a weird theme. I guess, yeah, like 32, we both had Fire Emblems. 33, we both had the exact same game with Star Fox. 34, we both had Wii fighting games. Like I said, 32 was Fire Emblem. 31 were direct sequels. It's so funny that, like, again, now we're kind of lining up. We're getting to a point where I think things are going to get closer and closer. And we already now have 5 entries on our overall list already. We're at 30. We already have 5. We have Wii Sports, Persona 5, Kirby Air Ride, Star Fox 64, and Majora's Mask, man. Wow. Wow. All right.
All great games.
Number 29. What's your number 29, Recon? We're going back in the original order.
Okay, so my number 29, a GameCube classic.
Ooh, okay.
One, I'm curious if anyone else has this on their list because this is one that's special to me. And I was thinking, I wanted to go with the SNES version, the N64 version. I was like, no. We're going GameCube. F-Zero GX, baby. Come on, man.
Wow.
This game right here, I love it so much that I had it when I was younger, and I bought it again for an absurd, like, $80 price tag to play it again, like, a couple years ago. I was like, no, I have to play this game.
I have to own this again, yeah.
I have to own it again, and so I still have it. It's in my brother's room.
GX is such a good game, man.
It's phenomenal. It's insane. I have a different appreciation for that game now that I know that it was created by the Yakuza creators.
Yes.
With the
in collaboration,
Nintendo
Sega and Nintendo. Yeah, exactly.
So,
have you ever had the chance to play AX, which is like the arcade version? I know they have.
I have not played AX.
Oh, dude, there's a Dave and Buster's that's near me that actually has F-Zero AX. Which is like very hard to find. You can't really, and it includes the original memory card slot where you could bring your memory card and get the extra stuff for your GameCube version. So when I found out about it, because I own F-Zero GX, I have it still, my initial disc, my original memory card. When I moved here to LA and I found that Dave & Buster's that had it, dude, I sprinted. I grabbed my memory card, plugged it all in, and then unlocked all the extra stuff that I could never have when I was growing up. Man, GX is so good. F-Zero is one that it's a franchise was going to end up on my list. Just barely didn't make it. It was on my honorable mentions. I was going to include F-Zero 99, actually. I have been obsessed with F-Zero 99. I play it almost daily. Whenever I'm going to bed, I feel like I do my Wordle and I play my F-Zero 99, get my 5 dailies in there. Absolutely adore F-Zero as a franchise. So happy it managed to make it on here, and I'm happy that GX was the entry. Very, very cool. My number 29, also sticking with the Nintendo theme, is an N64 classic. I have so much nostalgia for this game, and it's actually the first entry in a franchise that both of us absolutely adore on either of our lists, and that is Pokemon Snap. Pokemon Snap for the Nintendo 64 ended up at my number 29. Pokemon Snap, not only do I have so much nostalgia for this game, not only did I recently go back and replay it on NSO, not only do I absolutely adore the game still, I have so many memories of playing this game as a kid, but also, like, Pokemon Snap, much like the development process for Majora's Mask, F-Zero, like, it had a weird development cycle because it was made by this weird internal team at Nintendo and also partnered with Pokemon, in which Miyamoto was like, I want you guys to go crazy and make some weird, bizarre, like, camera type game. And they came up with using the Pokemon characters. I forgot what the name of the team was that made it. It's like Jack and Beans, I think is the name of it. But go back. There's a whole bunch of different documentaries about the making of Pokemon Snap on YouTube. Highly suggest you go check it out. All-time classic game, man. I had to put Pokemon Snap on there. Yeah.
Love it. I remember you were really excited when they announced the
screaming.
That makes sense.
And new Pokemon Snap is also such a great game. But again, with so many amazing titles on our list, it's very difficult to justify putting it in the 50. But
for sure.
Really, really great. Yeah.
So next on my list, going back to the 360 PS3 era, is another one of those defining moments. In 2007, they released one of the most unique first-person shooters of all time, and that is BioShock. I was so close to putting Infinite, but that first experience with Rapture, and as much as I've played it multiple times, I love BioShock, bro. It is such a fantastic video game, man. So good.
Have you heard the story of my history with this game?
No.
Okay.
No.
I was a theater major in college.
Okay.
My first ever audition into a college show in my theater department, I used Andrew Ryan's Would You Kindly monologue, and I got cast. I got cast in this show that had nothing to do with BioShock, but I auditioned with this monologue. Okay, jump to 3 months later, we're in the rehearsal process. The director comes up to me after, we're months into rehearsals at this point. He goes, Roger, can I talk to you for a second? I go, sure. He goes, I'm playing through this game right now called BioShock. And did you audition with a monologue from this game? And I said, yeah. And he goes, Roger, don't ever do that again. I said, Derek, you cast me. So I don't know if I can listen to your advice.
That's true.
And he's like, so fair enough. Dude, I love that you put BioShock, specifically BioShock 1 on this list too. BioShock is also on my list. It is also on my list. Sweet. We are eventually going to get to BioShock. All the things you already said about it. I think like the gameplay, the splicers, the story, the music, the aesthetic, absolutely incredible, man. Happy to see BioShock landed on the list. Right on. I am going with a PlayStation classic right now. This is also the first time this franchise has come up. I don't think it will be the last. Castlevania Symphony of the Night. That's ended up as my number 28. Dude, I don't know what else I could say about Castlevania Symphony of the Night that hasn't already been said, but I feel like, again, one of the best Metroidvania type games of all time. Completely fell in love with the franchise. I played this game actually at my uncle's house on his original PlayStation. We would go over and like visit, and he had a bunch of kids. And the parties would always have like 20, 30, 40 people at these family gatherings. And I would go in the back room and I would turn on his PlayStation and I would play Symphony of the Night. Played it literally entirely at my uncle's house growing up. Absolutely, positively adore the game. Alucard, of course, like iconic character. The music, the Belmonts, Richter, everything. Like Symphony of the Night, 10 out of 10. Absolutely. One of those PlayStation classics. I think anyone who had a PlayStation growing up would probably agree with me. One of the best games of all time, yeah. Symphony
for sure. No question. So my history with Castlevania is so interesting because I didn't grow up with Castlevania, and I got into it much later. And unfortunately, because of that, it didn't make my list. Like Symphony of the Night, and which one was the other one I played? I played another one that I absolutely adored, but it didn't make the list. It would make the cut. It didn't make the cut, but I do think it has one of my favorite twists in video game history, which is when it resets everything and it goes in reverse. It's so cool. It's so cool. So that's a franchise I need to dive deeper into, and I have there's no doubt in my mind, as a PlayStation 1 tard, a huge fanboy of that console, that is without question one of the all-time greats.
Absolutely. Without question. Yeah. All right. Well, what is your number 27, Raycon?
Next one, staying with 360 era. I played a lot of those multiplayer games from back in the day. The legends of that time period that set Xbox apart and skyrocketed to success in that era. One of those was Gears of War 2.
Okay, wow.
Really, really loved this game, and in particular because I'd never really played a third-person shooter before that was like that.
Yeah.
So it was very eye-opening, but the story was just so insanely good. I remember theorizing with my friends at school about what would happen in the next game, and I really love Gears of War 3. But because 2 was my first one, I remember getting it Christmas Day. I think it was 2008. And I just played it nonstop for months. I have every achievement in the game. It has like 1,750 gamer score, like 200 something.
Every achievement in Gears of War 2.
Every achievement in Gears of War 2.
Wow!
That's how much
Wow!
I still have the original copy somewhere over here. It's just special video game.
Wow!
Prime Xbox 360 right there.
Right on.
Such a good game.
See, again, I did not have a 360 growing up. I had it in college, and I never actually got the chance to play any Gears of War. I've never played any of them. So that's high praise. I feel like it makes me want to actually go check out that franchise. Next up, some people might even think this is low, considering what the next two games are going to be. But this is like an all-time GOAT. I can't, again, imagine putting together a list without this game. Super Mario 64. I'm going with Super Mario 64. Like, I don't know what more can be said about this game. All-time classic, right? Set in stone what 3D Mario would eventually become. I actually played Mario 64 way after the fact. I played Mario 64 like near the end of the N64 lifestyle. So I was not there like when the N64 first came out, where I saw that transition from like the 2D sprite-based games on SNES into the N64. I was just too young. I think N64 came out when I was like 6. And then I played Mario 64 for the first time in like when I was 10 or something in like 2000.
Gotcha.
And I had already played a bunch of other games. But dude, everything about that game I think is like aged like a fine wine. The music is still fantastic. Dire Dire Docks, one of the all-time best songs in any video game ever. Bowser's Road, dun, da, 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 da. Like so good.
So good.
And yeah, Mario 64 landing at my number 27.
Similar to Smash on my end. I only included one entry because the 3D Marios are all similar for me, so it was difficult. What I will say about 64 is I think I've been a part of the game community for so long that seeing the speed runs for that game so many times has just elevated my love for that video game. Just seeing how people have taken that game, broken it apart, and mastered it to the point where they can get the 120 stars in such a short amount of time is crazy.
So good.
So cool.
So good. Well, right on, man. All right, that's 27. What's your 26?
26. Going back to a franchise we brought up earlier, another Street Fighter.
Okay.
This is my favorite Street Fighter.
Okay.
This is the one I played the most. It's Street Fighter Alpha 3.
Alpha 3. Okay.
Alpha 3. So this was sort of what I call my first Dark Souls.
Okay.
The final boss of this game is genuinely, especially at the time where there was no save state.
Sure.
Like now you could do it with a save state. With the version that I had in Street Fighter Alpha 3, if I'm not mistaken, because I have both of them, the one on the PSP, which is Max, and then the one that was on the Dreamcast. The one that was on Dreamcast did not allow me to save at any point. So once that, you were screwed.
Yeah.
And so you had to redo that twin fight and the one with the sisters. I'm sorry, the one with the sisters and Bison so many times. That was like my original Millennia, right? I could not beat that boss until years later when I mastered Cammy and all the different characters to the point where I could do it. But this was really that first fighting game experience of, rather than having it with somebody else, like I really need to beat this person. No, I need to master this. I need to master his patterns. I need to master what he does.
Sure.
And it was one of those experiences for me where I was like, this is what video games can do. They can teach you how to play the game because they make something so difficult. You have to rely on everything you learned on the journey to finally overcome them. And so I love this game.
Dude, so good.
So
I also think that's so interesting hearing you talk about how that was kind of like your first entry into Souls-like gameplay of like learning patterns and things like that. Because I think that is something that people don't really take into consideration, but also explains a lot with, I think, my taste and your taste and a lot of my friends' taste as well. Is like, yeah, if you are a fighting game player, your whole thing is learning patterns and learning moves and you know, trying to do reads, and that's all what Souls-like games are about. So that is really funny. I never really made that connection, but you're totally right. Yeah. My next one. This is a weird one. This is a weird one. I don't think anybody expected this on my list at all. This is the highest this franchise is going on my list, but people who are familiar with my channel know this is one of my favorite franchises of all time. I adore every single game in this franchise. I 100%ed the most recent game in this franchise. I fiended for the third game in this franchise. The first game is an absolute classic, but the second game in this franchise, I recently went back and replayed it when it got re-released on Switch, and I was like, oh yeah, this is still the GOAT. This is still the peak of the franchise. This is all the quirkiness. This has still like the scary factor where things are dying left and right. I am going with Pikmin 2. On the GameCube.
Ooh,
Pikmin
nice.
2 is my number 26. Again, I adore the Pikmin franchise. I even play Pikmin Bloom on my phone, man. I love Pikmin. But Pikmin 2 had to be my entry. I'm going with Pikmin 2. Especially the bingo battle. Like, oh my God, multiplayer in Pikmin 2. All day, every day.
Come on.
The best. The best.
That's a great pick, dude. That's a great pick.
What is your 25? Because we are now like in the top half, which is exciting. I feel like I feel like everything from this point forward now is peak. No matter what, everything this point forward is peak.
So, well, first and foremost, I still need to really dive into the Pikmin franchise. That's something I've never really
Do you like strategy games?
gotten into. I do like strategy games.
Oh, then you'll love Pikmin. Yes, yeah. You got to get into it one time. And they're all on Switch. They're really, you could play literally the entire franchise on Switch, 1 through 4. Yeah.
Could I start with 4?
Yes.
Just like,
in fact, I would recommend you start with 4. I would recommend 4 is like the easiest to get into, lots of quality of life features, and then I actually say I would recommend playing backwards. I think playing backwards is the way to go. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'll remember that because
Yeah.
there's gonna be like some dead spots in the year that I'll have some time to play. So for sure,
It's
let's
a
go with
perfect
that.
summer game.
Now, yes, 100%. Now you brought this up earlier. Number 25 is Sonic Adventure 2 Battle.
Let's
Come
go!
on,
All
man.
right.
This is once again couch co-op at its finest. Exactly
Yes.
what I said about Kirby's Air Ride. It's for this, except this represents my love for the entire Sonic franchise. I love and adore so many of these games, but
Oh.
this one was like the one for our generation of
Yes.
like Sonic Adventure 1, and specifically, I played the one on GameCube first. The director, what was it, Chaos?
Sure.
Whatever
Sure,
that
sure.
was called.
Director's
I
cut.
played that one first, director's cut.
Yep.
And went from that to Sonic Heroes, which is an awesome game as well. And then we finally played Adventure 2 Battle, and I was like, this is the one. This is the one,
is it.
dude. And we just, me and my cousins, we tore that game apart. It was like the SpongeBob Lights Camera Pants thing. I don't know if you ever played that game.
Oh yeah, I
where
played
we
that. Of course.
it. So, bro, we because we played Lights Camera Pants a lot, and I remember when we got this directly after we put that game to the side, we're like, no, it's this. We're playing Adventure 2 Battle from here on out.
Oh,
Such
man.
a special game.
Such a good game. I love it. Well, that's great. All right. Sonic Adventure 2 has now also made our top overall. Wii Sports, Persona 5, Kirby Air Ride, Star Fox 64, Majora's Mask, and Sonic Adventure 2 Battle so far are the definitive, will be on our definitive list, which is kind of wild considering how many good games are on this, that those are the ones that made it. But yeah. All right, here we go. Number 25. This is, I think, the last one that people would think is probably controversial of the ones that I'm bringing up. This is my personal favorite Fire Emblem game. This is a game that a lot of people actually say they don't like, but I don't care. I love it. It's my favorite. It's Fire Emblem Fates on the 3DS. I adore Fire Emblem Fates. I love Camilla. I love Nor. I love Hoshido. I love the drama of the two. I love the characters. I love the music. Everything. Lost in Thoughts All Alone, one of my favorite video game songs of all time. Had to give it to Fire Emblem Fates. It was tough putting it above Awakening, putting it above Three Houses, putting it above Blazing Blade, putting it above Sacred Stones, all these other great games that are in the franchise. But Fire Emblem Fates forever and always, I think, will be my favorite Fire Emblem game until they end up remaking Genealogy and we get all that good pirate greatness. And then maybe Genealogy will finally land a spot. But for the time being, Fire Emblem Fates. And I'm putting it as the full thing because there's like the 3 splits. There's like
Right.
You know, Birthrights, Conquest, and then Revelations. I'm just putting Fates as one big game. Yeah.
I can't wait to play that trilogy. I remember
You are gonna
one
love
of my
it.
boys, dude. One of my boys who's a big Fire Emblem guy. He's like, "Yo, this is the one that got me really hooked." I was
Yeah.
like, "All right, I can't wait.
Yeah.
Can't wait."
All right, 24,
All right, sweet.
Recon. Let's hear it.
And man, you know how much I love this franchise. First entry in Hideo Kojima's masterpiece, baby. Let's go. The first of 3 that made it onto the list. This is a PlayStation 3 masterpiece.
Oh, wow!
Metal Gear Solid
Guns of the
4,
Patriots?
Guns of the Patriots.
I have so much respect for you, bro. I cannot,
sir.
I could not in good conscience put Guns of the Patriots on my list. But dude, the fact that you have this on there, I also think Guns of the Patriots is highly underrated. That gets such a bad rep because people can't play it again nowadays. Like even with emulators, people can't play it because it's stuck on the PS3. I hope they end up doing like a new volume re-release or something for it in the future. Dude, Guns of the Patriots is so good. Again, talking about the hype cycle of games, like the hype cycle for MGS4 was unreal. It was the last one that Kojima was really able to like go and play untouched, right? David Hayter was still Solid Snake. Oh my God, I love it. I cannot stress enough as a Metal Gear fan how happy I am that you put MGS4 here. Oh my gosh, dude.
It was so hard for me to limit it to what I did, and I was like, all right,
wow.
I started comparing moments, and I was like, man, MGS, that Shadow Moses moment,
Oh,
MGS4,
dude.
like
Dude.
come on, that's
Ray
video
versus
games.
Rex is
That's
peak video
dude.
games, bro.
That is peak video game.
Oh
man.
my
Come
God.
on.
It's also so funny that you said an MGS game because this is also where my first Metal Gear Solid game comes on my list. The first of 2 or 3, I think. I'm looking. I actually don't know because I'm scrolling up. But the first of many that are going to be brought up today. And actually the first in the Solid franchise. I'm going with MGS1, the original Metal Gear Solid.
Perfect.
Now, the thing about
I'm
this
glad you brought it up.
is I'm putting the original Metal Gear Solid here, but I'm also including with this one Twin Snakes Because Twin
Okay.
Snakes, I know a lot of people don't like that version, but I think Twin Snakes is actually the definitive way to play MGS1. I think Twin Snakes, with all the extra goofy cinematic stuff, being able to play it on a GameCube, all the little Nintendo things where he reads your memory card and goes, "So you like to play Mario
Yes.
Sunshine, don't you?" Like, it's just so good. And but the original Metal Gear Solid, I'm placing on here, not just for its importance within video game history, not just for its importance in terms of setting the stage for one of my favorite video game franchises of all time, and one of yours as well. We both are huge
Yes.
MGS fans, love this game. Yeah, I had to throw Metal Gear Solid on the list. And Sniper Wolf, like one of the baddest
Come
girls
on.
in video game history,
Ever.
bro. Can love
Ever.
Bloom on a battlefield? I think you can. I think you
Yeah.
can. Yeah.
So that was
Adore it.
originally on my list, and when I compared it to MGS4, I was like, moments.
Moment
So
to
that's why I'm
moment.
so glad you put it on the list.
Oh, yeah, I had
I'm
to,
so
of
glad you
course.
put MGS1 on the list.
Of course.
So good.
All right. Well, what's your number 23?
Dude, coming up next. Now, this is the second entry in a franchise I absolutely adore.
Okay.
The Xanarkand, baby. Final Fantasy X.
Okay. All right.
This is another one of those games that
Wow.
you just had to be there to see. I didn't know video games could look like this when this game came out.
Yes,
It
good
was
call.
something out of this world. The cutscenes still look good to this day. I don't know how they did it, but they created a masterful cast, an incredible turn-based battle system, with a story that resonates with me really, really strongly as somebody who had a religious upbringing. The themes that they touch upon in this game is
Yuna
just
and the summoning, and oh my
beautiful.
god,
Yes,
so good.
and the pilgrimage. It is genius. This was that Squaresoft swan song where they just said, "All right, well, if we're not gonna have that name anymore, let's go off with a bang."
Let's go off.
And
Oh, dude.
it was such a great game, man.
Final Fantasy X, another one that almost made my list. It was on my honorable mentions. It was only because I included too many Final Fantasy games, is why it didn't come on here. But bro, like FF10 is, I think, one of the best in the entire franchise. It is so unbelievably good. And again, it's very easy to play nowadays. You have the HD remaster, and that includes 10-2, which is also really fun. People don't talk about it, but like
Yes.
10-2 wouldn't be in one of my top 50 games of all time list, but like incredibly fun, such great music. I love that entire franchise. I honestly think, I know people think 6 might be the next one to be remade, or 9 or whatever. I think the next remake project after 7 is going to end up being 10 for the 30th anniversary. It makes too much sense. I think it's going to have to be that. 2030, I'm telling you, Final Fantasy X remake. It's coming after the third Final
we're
Fantasy
here.
7 game. We're here, baby.
We're here.
FF10. Fantastic. My number 23 is a game also of the PlayStation 2, GameCube, Xbox era, recently got remastered, still holds up. That original game I've replayed, probably one of my most replayed games of all time. I think back to games that I've played through to completion over and over and over again. This has got to be in my top 10 in terms of the amount of times I've replayed it. The original Metroid Prime.
Yes.
I'm putting Metroid Prime. That's my number 23. Again, the remaster is available on Switch. People can play it for themselves. But that original game, playing that on GameCube, that being my first real first-person shooter that I played as a kid, like, opened up my horizons, broadened my horizons, and I absolutely positively adore it. Metroid Prime number 23. Yeah.
Great pick. I have a Metroid on this list, and that's why I didn't go with Prime.
Yes.
But I love Prime,
Prime
man.
is so
I
good.
really, really do. It's when they announced that remaster, I was legitimately losing my mind.
Oh,
I was
so
going
good.
crazy.
You and me both.
Yeah. What a great game, man.
Dude, I'm looking
What a
at our
great
list
game.
now too. It's like peak after peak. Everything that's
Right.
on here is so good. It's so tough. I don't know how we're gonna figure out and dole out how to do this overall. It's gonna be tough, man.
Thanks.
All right. What's your number 22?
So this one, it was so tough because I love this franchise. I knew I wanted to have it on here. I didn't know how high I wanted to go. It's unfortunate because I wanted to go higher, but my Pokemon pick
Ooh. Okay.
in my entire list
Okay.
is Pokemon Coliseum, man.
Wow! Pokemon
That
Coliseum!
Coliseum. That is my favorite
Wow!
Pokemon game of all time. I have so much love for Emerald, Ruby and Sapphire, the Red and Blue, Heart Gold, the later ones. So many great games.
Wow.
But Pokemon Coliseum, I can't even. I rented that game first from Blockbuster, and I loved it so much that we bought it. I
Wow.
was like, no. This is special. That's really when I became a massive Pokemon tart. Because even though I
Was
grew up with
because
it,
of Pokemon Coliseum.
Coliseum.
Wow.
Even though I watched the anime, played Crystal. Like I still have. Where's my Crystal copy? Played Crystal.
Of
Like
course.
absolutely adored it. But I was like, man, Coliseum, dude. Because I was like, this is Stadium on steroids. Like this is
It's
crazy.
so good.
And it's the JRPG aspect of it. I think that I love
Yes.
so much. It feels like a classic JRPG. The setting is this post-apocalyptic world that just looks so cool.
Yes.
Love the how dark the story can get as well. It's just what a great game, man.
That makes
What a
me
great
so
game.
happy because I also adore Pokemon Coliseum. Was on my short list of games to include, but I almost included XD, which is its sequel, Pokemon XD Gale of Dawn.
Okay.
I almost included it despite the fact I've never played it fully. I almost include
Oh, gotcha.
because it's one of those games that again I didn't at the time. I was busy with schoolwork. I didn't have the time to really play it. I had already gotten a bunch of other games. My parents are like, no, you got too many other video games. Your GameCube is packed right now. You don't need another one. You already have Pokemon Coliseum. But I remember reading the
Right.
strategy guide for Pokemon XD at Target while I was doing my little Shadow of the Colossus playthrough, and I would go back and forth between both of those games. And it's one of those things I always want to go back and replay because of my love for Coliseum and the Shadow Pokemon aspect to it. It's so good.
Yes.
And I agree with you. Having it on a console, having that true RPG experience, it was just unreal. So I completely respect the Pokemon Coliseum pick. That's such a good one. Really, really good one, man. All right, wow.
Yeah, man.
It's gonna be tough figuring out which of these I want to put on the overall
Put
one
higher.
of yours because these are so good.
Yep.
Wow.
So
All
much
right.
greatness, dude.
Wow. I'm looking at my list now. I'm like, wait a minute, I got to shift something around. Now that I'm looking here, I'm like, I got to shift something around. Give me a second. I haven't shifted up to
Very
this
good.
point, but I got to shift something. My number 22 is going to be the original Paper Mario for N64.
Oh, great pick. Great pick, dude.
I know a lot of people love Thousand Year Door, right? And it's getting a remake, and that's awesome. To me, nothing surpasses that original Paper Mario in terms of the franchise. Like, I loved that the paper still looked like sprites, but also looked like paper. I loved the music. I loved the difficulty. I loved everything about it. It was brand new at the time. The original Paper Mario 64 still holds up. That's my 22. It's tough though because again, I'm looking at your list and now I'm like maybe I included too many from and I followed our rules. I'm like maybe I included too many from some of these franchises because like now I'm looking at some on your list. I'm like I would want to put those on mine and remove something else from another franchise.
And I feel you.
Oh, bro, but Paper Mario is my 22. Yeah.
Hey, at the end, we can most certainly shift some stuff around.
We're going to shift
There'll
some
be
stuff around
no
for sure
problem
at the
there.
end.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're definitely going to shift some stuff around at the end. Man, oh man, oh man. Wow.
Dude. So this is I think from here on out for sure. I mean, we've been in peak for a while.
Yes.
But when I see what's next, this game to me is like a bold 10 out of 10. That means everything else from here is crazy.
Everything. I also agree with you. Everything else moving forward, like I'm looking at this list, everything else is a 10 out of 10. Everything for me. Yeah.
So coming up next, my favorite racing game ever made, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe.
Okay, here we go. Here's where it went. All right.
This game is you said it earlier, said it better than I ever could. I have like 1,000 hours on this game. My brother and I play it endlessly. Every time they added new DLC packs, that was just like another 100 hours on top of it.
Yes.
It's just we had 500 on the Wii U, another 1,000 on the Switch. It's like it's our racing game.
Ugh.
As much as I love 64, as much as I love Wii and the DS games, this is my Mario Kart.
Nice.
And I have no idea how they're going to top it, man.
Nice. I also don't, unless they end up doing like, you know, giant crossover Smash Brothers type thing where they include every character from every franchise. I don't know how you're topping 8 Deluxe. Wow, well, there's another one for our overall list then. Coming in after Sonic Adventure 2, we got Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. All right.
Sweet.
Interesting stuff. My number 21, again, this to me is a 10 out of 10. There is no other puzzle game on the planet that is as good as this one, in my opinion. This is the definitive puzzle game. And again, I put Tetris on my list earlier because I love me some Tetris 99, some Tetris DS, some Tetris Effect Connected. But to me, the pinnacle best puzzle game is Panel de Pon, Puzzle League, Tetris Attack. It goes by many names in many different regions, but Tetris Attack, Panel to Pawn, Puzzle League, Pokemon Puzzle Challenge, whatever you want to call it, that is my GOAT puzzle game. And I wanted to put it on my list, but I didn't want to put it in my top 20 because there's been so many different versions and so many different iterations. But even the ones that you can play on DSi, like it's like Planet Puzzle League or something. There's never been a bad one. There's never been a puzzle game more addicting. There's never been something that I've just like lost hours of my life at the same way that I have with Puzzle League. I absolutely positively adore it. So that's my number 21. Panel to Pawn / Puzzle League / Tetris Attack. Yeah, goes by many names. All of them are good. They're all very similar to one another, but they're all incredible. Yeah.
That's a great pick. I love that pick. That's definitely, I don't care what anybody says, that is definitely a 10 out of 10.
Oh, it's a 10 out of 10. That's what I'm saying. I know. Which is like, I think everything else moving forward, like my top 20, every single game, I think is like 10 out of 10. Absolutely adore. Stands the test of time. Amazing. But again, I feel like puzzle games don't get a lot of love on some of these best game of all time lists, and yet we sink so many hours into them that I had to give some love and respect to Tetris Attack. Yeah.
Sure.
Right on. All right. We are now in the 20s, my friend. We are in the 20s, top 20, man. We're here.
I'm looking at what's incoming, and I'm like, oh my god, like
it's nonstop peak. Everything is peak.
Nonstop peak. Dude, my number 20, one of my favorite soundtracks ever.
Okay.
Super Mario Galaxy.
Oh,
dude. Come on, man. Come on, man. So this for me is representing my love for all of Mario. Mario 3, Mario World, Yoshi's Island, Galaxy 2, Odyssey, Sunshine, 64.
Nice.
To me, Galaxy, though, I remember my cousin got it, and he finished the game, and he was like, yo, you want to borrow this? It's the new Mario. Took it home, and I couldn't believe what I was playing, Roger.
Dude,
I was like, bro... my mind is still blown when I think back to that game. I was like, bro, this is a Wii game.
Yeah.
This is unreal. This is unreal, dude. What a special video game, man. Rosalina and Luma, the Mario greatness, going from planet to planet, the way you traverse the world, it's a masterpiece. It's incredible.
Everything you've already said is I'm echoing it when we get to Galaxy on my list, because I'm just going to spoil right now. Galaxy's on mine as well.
Let's go.
Galaxy. I was going back and forth between Galaxy and Galaxy 2, but the reason why I ended up on Galaxy is because even though I think like Galaxy 2, if you catch me on the right day, I think is a better game than Galaxy 1. It wouldn't exist without the original Galaxy. Right. And again, talking about the hype at the time, right? Like being the first 3D Mario game on the Wii, implementing those cool like gravity mechanics. Rosalina, best girl of all time. Best Mario girl, period, bro. Rosalina's got the cosmos, man. She's the best. And again, that orchestrated soundtrack. Music speaks to me in so many different ways when it comes to video games, and is a huge reason as to why I love what I love. So yeah, I love that you put Mario Galaxy here.
For sure.
My number 20, one of my favorite strategy games of all time. Could quite possibly be, oh no, it's not. It's not the most recent entry of my list, but it's one of my most recent entries. This is a game that when I first started playing it, I never thought in a million years this would be one of my top 20 favorite video games of all time. I had the distinct pleasure of streaming this entire game on my YouTube channel and my Twitch channel. This is a game that is the first of its franchise. Hopefully we have more to come in the future. It is, I think, the top 2D HD game on my list. It is the game that I still go back and rewatch certain story sequences because I was blown away by all the different branching paths with the story. And that is Triangle Strategy. Da-da-da! Da-da-da-da! Da-da-da-da-da! Triangle Strategy coming in number 20 in my top 20. Wow. Absolutely adore it. Have you managed to play Triangle Strategy yet?
So I was just about to tell you, there were two games. There was one game you recommended to me last time that the two of us talked, and that was one of them.
Yes.
And so soon I'm gonna get on that, and I talked to Artur Vohar the other day.
He's a huge
and
fan as well.
He's a huge fan, and he told me play Triangle Strategy and Octopath Traveler 2. I haven't played Octopath Traveler 2 yet.
Yes, Octopath Traveler 2 is also incredible. I love all the 2D HD games, Triangle Strategy, both the Octopath games. They're great. But to me, the pinnacle right now is Triangle Strategy. It's the reason why I want some of the old Pokemon games to be remade in the 2D HD engine. It's the reason why I want Chrono Trigger to eventually be remade in the 2D HD engine, bro. Like,
Yep.
it's so good. It's peak. I know you'll love it. Specifically the story. I know you're gonna love the story. The Salt and Iron Wars, man. Like, it's the best. It's peak. All right. Number 20, starting off strong with Mario Galaxy and Triangle Strategy. This is good. We're in for a good time. We're in for a good time. All right. What is your number 19?
19, we talked about it earlier. The greatest party game ever made, Super Smash Brothers Ultimate.
Woo! Okay.
Well, I have another dream on my list that came true, but one of my dreams from middle school was that I wanted Cloud and Sora in the same game as Pikachu, Mario, Waluigi, and all
the
of them.
fact
And
this
it's
exists.
Like,
the fact
Sephiroth.
Sephiroth is in a Nintendo game and they make official Sephiroth merch is unbelievable to me.
Crazy.
So good.
Like the hype cycle for character reveals each and every time with Banjo-Kazooie, the initial trailer reveal, having Snake return.
Yes.
But nothing. I will never forget where I was when I saw Sora actually revealed for the first time. I talked to so many people that I hadn't seen in years. Like, bro, did you see Sora's in Smash now? Like, this is crazy. It's nuts, man. I love this game. I still play it with my brother. It's just such a special game, and it represents my love for all of Smash, which has been such a major part of my life for so many years. I love Smash Ultimate, man.
I love it, man. What a great line from you, too. All the way, just seeing like Street Fighter Alpha 3 to Sonic Adventure 2 Battle to MGS4 to Final Fantasy X to Pokemon Coliseum to Mario Kart Deluxe to Galaxy to Ultimate. Bro, you have such good taste. This is why we've been friends for so long, man. Because you're phenomenal. I have nothing else to say. I got nothing else to say. You're great. Something else that's also great is, I think, the only entry in this franchise on my list, but it's one that I've fallen more in love with as the years go on. And this is my personal favorite in this franchise. One of my favorite Super Nintendo games of all time, Donkey Kong Country 2, Diddy's Kong Quest. Bro, Sticker Brush Symphony. That's all that needs to be said. That one song alone lands it on this list. But the platforming in that game is unreal. It's so much fun, challenging without ever being too frustrating. The music, the visuals, like, see, those visuals I think personally still hold up. I love those old, like, pre-rendered looking, like, CG, trying to emulate CG visuals, but they're sprites on a Super Nintendo, like, mind-blowing. I didn't even play it when I grew up, right? I played it for the first time in college and I was still blown away by it. Like, I adore it. And I had to have at least one Donkey Kong game on my list. And Donkey Kong Country 2 had to be it, man. So good. Such a good game.
I can't wait to tell my brother. So leading up to this, he has all three in his top 15.
Oh, wow.
All three of the original Donkey Kong countries. And I think he has also Tropical Freeze up there as well. He's a massive fan.
Nice.
And I told him I'm going to be doing a top 50 with someone who really, really loves this franchise.
So
I wonder which one he's going to represent.
I bet
and so I'm going to tell him when I get out of here, number 2.
I bet you he agrees with me, too. Almost universally, people agree that 2 is the best one. Just because of the music, man. But all 3 are great. Like I said, I'm playing 3 for the first time right now. I did a stream a couple weeks ago where I was playing it. And it's fantastic. It's the one that I missed of the entire Donkey Kong franchise, and I'm just absolutely loving it. But the first Donkey Kong Country, like the music, aquatic ambiance, peak, Sticker Brush Symphony, fantastic. Yeah. All right. Those are number 29, Smash Bros. Ultimate and Donkey Kong Country 2. Number 18. What is your number 18?
18 is my favorite fighting game of all time.
Okay.
The Dreamcast classic.
Oh my God.
Legendary.
Oh my God, say it.
Marvel vs. Capcom 2.
Go! Let's go, bro. It's a lock for our overall. Marvel vs. Capcom 2 is on my list. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let me take you for a ride.
Come on,
Let's go,
man.
MVC2, man. Yes.
Dude, I talked to Kev about this. Shout out to Kev DOG. He's a massive Marvel fan as well. And we talked about the differences between 3 and 2, and I told him very simply.
Yes.
2 has Cammy, and 3 does not.
Yes.
I have to go Marvel 2. It has the greatest art style I have ever seen for any video game.
Yes.
Jill Valentine, forever my main in that game.
Oh.
I have lost thousands of hours to this game over
You and me
years.
both, brother. You and me both.
And it is the one game where I'm like, why do we not have this readily available for us to play right now? Like, it is the perfect video game, man. Such a shame.
It seriously
I
is so
love
good.
this game.
The tag team mechanics of it, incredible. The cast, like you
Yes.
said, unreal. Like, what other game could you play Servbot with Ruby Hart, the baddest pirate girl in history, made just
Ever.
for that game,
Ever.
and Jill
Yep.
Valentine, bro? The cast
Crazy.
is unreal. It was before Super Smash Brothers, right? Really became a thing. Because I feel like Melee is really when things started to get crazy and people were like throwing these balls to the wall, amazing characters in there. I feel like prior to Melee, just a couple years before, obviously, was MVC2. And MVC2 at its time was the best roster of any fighting game ever. And the only one that I think can honestly rival it to this point is Smash Brothers Ultimate now. So seeing
100%.
them back to back on your list and knowing that both of those games are also in my top 20 makes me very, very happy. Right on, man. MVC2.
Let's go.
Phenomenal choice. Well, I told you it was going to start happening. We were going to start getting overlap sooner rather than later.
right.
Once we get to the top 20s, we got overlap. This is where Mario Galaxy lands on mine. Super Mario
Let's
Galaxy
go.
land right here. Super Mario Galaxy, for all the reasons you already brought up earlier. My personal favorite 3D Mario. I adore it. Galaxy is the pinnacle by which all the other Mario games should strive to be now. Mario Galaxy
Agreed.
coming in my number 18. Fantastic.
What a special video game.
Oh, so good.
All of these. All of
So
these.
good. All right. Well, what is your number 17?
My number 17. This one was so tough to rank because I have so much love for this game. It fluctuates between top 10, top 20, depending on the day.
Okay.
This is just where it landed today.
Sure.
The legendary Squaresoft masterpiece release in 2000.
Of course.
Final Fantasy IX.
Oh, okay.
An absolute.
Wow.
When I tell you this game, just hearing the music nearly makes me tear up every time.
Wow.
It
9?
has 9.
Wow.
I adore Final Fantasy IX. And the craziest part about this game is that when I initially got into Final Fantasy, obviously through 7, that was my only exposure for the franchise for a long time, except for one of my best friends at school who kept telling me 9 is better than 7, 9 is better than 7, 9
Sure.
is better than 7. Obviously, I'm still a 7 guy.
Of course.
But 9... 9 when I finally got into it, because I had like that, you remember the Ocarina of Time versus Final Fantasy 7 things you have back in the day,
of course.
that stopped me from experiencing that game for a while. Same thing kind of happened with 9, where it took me a while, but once I finally got into it, dude, I love this game. Vivi is one of my favorite video game characters ever. Zidane, as a massive soccer fan, is just so cool to have one of the greatest soccer players of all time be a main character of
In a Final Fantasy,
game.
yeah.
Yeah. Then the relationship between Garnet and Zidane is one of my favorites as well. Steiner, just what a masterful cast. And I think it's because of its whimsical nature, it's very Akira Toriyama-esque in
Sure,
its
very
design.
much so.
I love it. It feels like it not only was it a return to form, but coming to it after Chrono Trigger, it felt like the Chrono Trigger Final Fantasy, where it had like that really whimsical adventure type of feel going for, while also exploring very dark themes.
Sure.
That is just such a great game. I love Final Fantasy IX.
It's so funny because I've tried so many times to get into 9, and I've run into the same roadblock that you were just talking about, where I feel like the first couple hours it's a little slow to get into, but I've heard so many people whose opinions I respect tell me it's like their favorite Final Fantasy game or one of their favorite Final Fantasy games. And so now I'm just kind of waiting until they eventually like remaster it or something. And I really do think I need to give it another shot because I've heard from so many people that it's so good. And I don't know what it was about the art style, but it just always really turned me off, those initial CG, like the look of the characters in that one compared to something like 7 or 8. But yeah, dude, I just like, I do want to get into it one day. So hearing it this high on your list is giving me hope that one day I will actually get to it. Right on, man. Final Fantasy IX coming in at number 17. My number 17, this actually might seem low to people. This might seem low for this game, but I have to put it on here. This is, again, all-time classic, 10 out of 10. Anybody who owned an N64, you owned this game. The Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time. This is where Ocarina of Time lands on my list, man.
Nice.
What is there to be said about Ocarina, right? Like, I think there's a reason why this is a lot of people's favorite Zelda game of all time.
Absolutely.
I think there's no doubt in my mind, if you did a poll of people who like Zelda, what the overall favorite Zelda game would be, I think Ocarina of Time would end up number 1 across the board. Ocarina of Time is just like so classic, laid the groundwork for 3D Zelda. We wouldn't have any of the 3D Zelda games that we have today without Ocarina of Time. It holds up incredibly well. The music is fantastic. The themes of the story, Ganondorf, iconic villain, that final fight in Ganon's Tower, just legendary. Phenomenal, man. Yeah, no pun intended. Legendary, man. Ocarina of Time is my number 17.
I was going back and forth, like I told you earlier, between Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time.
Yeah.
Ultimately went Majora's Mask, but man, I really love Ocarina of Time.
Oh,
it's such a special game. Dude.
So good.
Such a special.
All right. Well, you're number 16 before we enter the top 15. Wow.
Dude, God, everything from here, like I'm just looking at my list. I'm like, God, this is crazy. This is another game I poured many hours into, a multiplayer game from my high school years that represents the entire franchise.
Okay.
Halo 3.
Okay, finish the fight.
Yes, finish the fight. Halo for me is so interesting because on the right day, this is in my top 10.
Yeah.
This is where my name came from. King Recon came from the Recon armor.
Oh no way! We're getting King Recon lore here. I never knew that. Wow.
Yeah. I loved the Recon armor so much. That was my first profile picture, was the Recon armor from Halo 3.
Wow.
This game, this franchise, like I said, talking about it makes me want to put it even higher because I just loved it so much. But this was one of those places in time where, because I had a 360, everyone was on it.
Sure.
It was those days and nights with the boys. Once we got home from school, playing endless amounts of Halo 3 in custom matches, campaign, multiplayer, just generational experience. And I love Halo 2 and Halo 1 and Reach. But 3 was like the pinnacle of the hype for Halo 3, and for Halo, and I loved it.
I love that too.
Loved it so much.
Oh, that's so good. I always love hearing people's experience with Halo, because I was somebody who didn't have an Xbox growing up, like I brought up earlier, and I played tons of Halo 3 at my friend's house. But it's one of those things that like I wish I had grown up with it, right? Because now Halo, what it's become today with like Infinite's still super fun, but like Infinite and 5 and a lot of the hype has sort of died down, and I don't honestly think we're ever going to get to a point in which it ever gets back to that again, but I hope it does, because God, I love the music, I love the characters, and even as someone who's tangentially a fan, I adore it. Yeah, so great call, man. Great call with Halo 3. All right, my next one on my list, you were just talking about Final Fantasy 9. Final Fantasy 6. Is next on my
put it
list,
on.
dude.
It's on my list.
Oh,
it's on my list.
Go!
I can tell you that 100%.
Oh, man.
100%.
Final Fantasy 6 to me, man, is just like, I think personally is my favorite standalone Final Fantasy game of all time. If you don't take remakes or rebirths or anything else in consideration, it is my favorite. The cast of 6 is so good. The fact that you don't even need to recruit everybody again when you get to the second half of the game. But yet, when you do, it makes that ending all the more fulfilling. Zetzer, the opera, Maria,
yes,
Terra,
yes,
Shadow and his dog, bro. The fact that like you can let him die, but then if you wait for him off of Kefka is a villain. Incredible. The music, everything about it. Nobuo Uematsu's finest soundtrack, I would say. The finest full soundtrack in his entire history of making songs for video games, in my opinion, was Final Fantasy VI. Absolutely unbelievable. I adore Final Fantasy VI. So good.
Respect. I'm going to talk about it later, but man, that game, like we talked about this before, Squaresoft was on a tear during this era,
dude,
and I just can't believe they released this a year before Chrono Trigger. It's crazy. It's actually crazy.
This to Chrono Trigger to 7 to 9 to 10 is wild. That is Jordan era run right there.
Yeah.
Dream Team both ways. With the break year for Jordan is Final Fantasy VIII for SquareSoft, but everything else is absolute peak, bro. Absolute.
He released Super Mario RPG in this era.
Mario RPG was in
crazy.
that. Oh god, dude, so good.
Crazy.
Man, oh man, oh man. Wow. All right, great. What's your 15? We're in the top 15 now.
15. This one was so hard because I was like, man. Once again, like Halo 3 on the right day, it could be top 10.
Yeah.
My Metroid pick, man. Listen, dude.
Let's
Super Metroid.
Woo!
absolutely
My guy!
legendary.
Yes!
One of the
Yes! I was hoping. Yes, good.
Let's go,
Good,
baby.
yes.
Let's go.
Oh, good.
So on the Super Nintendo side of things, I remember Mario World and Alien vs Predator game, RoboCop, F-Zero, NBA Jam, and there was this little title that I played so much before I got into the Chrono Triggers of the world and the Final Fantasy Sixes. It was Super Flipping Metroid. Man.
Oh.
What an incredible video game that, even though it is a difficult game, and a child, like an adult or a teenager, can go through this experience because it's so well designed that anyone can play it. It is masterful. Oh. It is if you were to create like a video game design class, you teach Super Metroid to that class.
Totally agree. Completely
it's so
agree.
Good.
Even like the tells of how they teach the player to do certain things, where you have the little animals that like crouch down and then you realize like, oh, that's how you're supposed to super jump, or like learning the wall jump for the first time. The atmosphere of the game, incredible. Every single boss fight, Kraid, Ridley, everything, Nightmare in the weird like sunken ship, everything in that game is absolute peak, and like set the groundwork for all the other like Metroidvanias to come. Metroid Dread, incredible game, right? Like Metroid Fusion, also incredible. I was going back and forth on my list of like which Metroids I was going to include, and I ended up putting Super Metroid as my 2D one, so I'll talk more about it when we get there. But bro, like, such a phenomenal game. So happy to see it's going to be on our overall. That makes me thrilled. All right, well, great. Number 15, here we go. Number 15, this, I was debating back and forth putting this in 15 or 16, and I flip-flopped with Final Fantasy VI and this game. But then I thought about what this game meant to me when that game came out initially. And like how it changed, once again, just like we were talking about with Melee earlier, like literally changed the trajectory of my life. And while I think there are better games in this franchise, and there will be another one that comes up later, none of them would exist without this one. This was my first game in this franchise I ever played. Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow. Specifically, Yellow version, Special Pikachu Edition. I gotta have it on here. And again, there are better Pokemon games. And there are even better versions of Gen 1. You could go and play Fire Red, Leaf Green. You can go and play Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, right? But like those original games, I can still boot up my old Game Boy Color, pop in Pokemon Yellow, and experience the magic all over again. Like, so, again, one of those games, just like Metroid Prime, I've replayed over and over and over and over and over again. I can't even tell you the amount of times I played Pokemon Yellow, but that had to be on my list. Specifically, I put Red, Blue, Yellow, but Yellow, personally, for me, is the go.
Right. I love it, dude. As someone, like I said, that had to limit myself to only one Pokemon game. That generation of video games changed
everything.
Us forever.
Yes.
Like, we wouldn't be here without that generation of video games.
No.
It was crazy.
So good.
Like, bro, I still have this from... Got some recon lore here. Do you remember these Scholastic books from that era of Pokemon?
This is actually insane that you just showed this. I just came back from my parents' house in Chicago because I was at C2E2. You're never gonna believe this, bro.
Oh man.
What I just brought back. Hold on, where are they in here? Wait. I have to show you this now because that's unbelievable you just showed that. Oh, here we go. Look.
Oh no
I'm
way!
I'm not even kidding. I just brought these back from my parents' house. I just brought these back.
That's nuts.
Wow, man. Wow.
Dude. Those Scholastic books, man, legendary. Absolutely legendary.
We got to do the top 50 best books of all time, the Scholastic adaptations of the Pokemon show. Peak literature, man. Peak literature.
Absolutely.
Wow. Okay. 14. What's your 14, Recon?
14, representing one of my favorite franchises of all time. I had to limit myself once again to one. It's not, it would have been very, very difficult. It is the Yakuza Like a Dragon series. I adore this franchise so much. It was between 3, but ultimately, because of my love for turn-based JRPGs, I had to go with the most recent entry, and that is Infinite Wealth, that released earlier this year.
I love it. I
have put 150 hours into this game as we sit here right now.
Oh my god, man.
And I'm still taking my time platinuming it because that's just how much I love this game.
I'm
It
so
is-
happy that you included one of these, because Yakuza was another one that, like,
Yeah.
I played Like a Dragon, the RPG one from a couple years ago, and never had the chance to finish it. And so I like, Infinite Wealth is now on my backlog. I'm dying to play that game. I've heard nothing but good things.
Yeah.
The fact that this is a brand new game too, and it's already landed on your list, speaks volumes.
It's the culmination of years of storytelling, right? Like, it's so many years on both sides. Well, Ichiban just recently starting his journey with Like a Dragon, the original, but Kiryu's for all of these years of video games, and it's coming to a head here. It was just, I loved it. Such a great game.
Absolutely. Oh, dude, Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth is a great choice, and not one that I was expecting at all, but again, solid 10 out of 10. Well, we talked about it earlier, so I won't spend too much time on it, but I told you it was going to be here. We talked about the roster being incredible. Marvel vs. Capcom 2, baby. This is where Marvel vs. Capcom 2 ended on my list. Again, everything you said and more, like Ruby Heart and Servbot in the same game. What more? And Venom. Like, dude, seeing Venom, like, playing, because I played the game in the arcade initially, and then I played it on Dreamcast, and then I still have my original Dreamcast copy. It's literally in the main room. Still hooked up to my TV. I can play whenever I want, man. The sprite work, amazing. Like, I also really like MVC3, but I feel like them moving away from that sprite work in MVC2 was such a shame to me, because I absolutely adored the way that game looked. I hope one day they remake this game with like hand-drawn graphics or something, or they go back to the sprite rendition, because like, I adore MVC2. You already mentioned it. I won't talk about it more, but I will say, because we've now both mentioned it, it now goes on our overall list, which is pretty fantastic.
Let's go, baby.
So there you go. Marvel vs. Capcom 2, the next entry into our overall list. All right, here we go. 13. What's your 13, Recon?
Coming up next, this is yet another video game that could have been in the top 10 and is on certain days. My second entry in the Metal Gear Solid franchise.
Oh.
MGS2, Sons of Liberty.
Oh, man.
I love this video game with every fiber. And the first time that I played through the franchise, this was my least favorite Metal Gear. And through the years, it has skyrocketed to my second favorite Metal Gear Solid game of all time.
Wow.
I love this game. The more I hear about it, the more I talk about it, the more I listen to people or watch people play through it, the more I play through it myself, the older I get. And the more the time goes on, you see how timeless and how ahead of his time Kojima actually was with this story and with this game. Masterpiece. Metal Gear Solid 2.
I'm so glad you brought this up, because MGS2 is the one that got away from me. It's the one that I have not had the chance to play through myself, but I've watched the game like multiple times. All the cutscenes, the story, everything, because I did it in the lead up to 4. Because I adore 1, I adore 3, and I just didn't get the chance to play 2 and wanted to like be caught up to the lore going up to 4. Dude, Solidus' speech before that final fight is scary how accurate to real life it is. Like, genuinely horrifying. And I think I recently went back and rewatched that speech again, like a couple months ago or something. I forgot why. I think it was because the collection came out on Switch, and I was like, oh, I just want to, relive some iconic Metal Gear moments. Dude, again, aged like fine wine. Aged like fine wine. I cannot wait to eventually sit down and play it for myself. I know I'm going to have a good time, man. Fantastic. MGS2, Sons of Liberty, coming in at number 13 on your list. Coming in at number 13 on mine is another Legend of Zelda game. This was, I think, the one franchise that had the most entries. I know we had our limit of 5 per franchise for our list. This was the one I think that had the most, because I think I had 4 on my list. I had Majora, Ocarina, and the next one, and then the one that's going to come after this. So, 4. This is the pirate game that I wish they would make for One Piece. The Legend of Zelda, The Wind Waker. Sailing on the high seas, exploring the great sea, bum-ba-da, da-la-la, like the art style, that timeless visual style of Wind Waker, the music, everything about it, I absolutely adore. This is where Wind Waker lands on my list, number 13. The Legend of Zelda, The Wind Waker.
Roger, that is the one Zelda I haven't played.
Oh, you would love it too. Oh my gosh.
I know, I've heard. I've been waiting this entire time for them to bring it to the Switch so that I could finally play it. Because for years, everyone's been like, dude, you were made for the Wind Waker. Like, this is the most recon game ever made.
The most recon game you could ever imagine, yeah. The story is
I
so
can't
good.
wait.
The visual, when I tell you the Ganondorf fight in that game is like the best Ganondorf fight of any Zelda game ever. I'm telling you. And that's like, you've played all of them. You know, there's good
Yep.
Ganondorf fights. It's the best one.
Yep.
So good. All right, number 12. Here we go. Top 12, baby. We're here.
So for the next two, it was difficult because it's like in my head, it's a game representing two games that are tied in my heart.
Okay.
This is the last Persona game on my list.
Okay.
It's so difficult because I wanted to have this in the top 10, but when I looked at everything else, I was like, I can't have it up.
Sure.
This game left such a long-lasting impact on me, and that's Persona 3, specifically the PS2 version, FES. I haven't finished Reload yet.
Sure.
And I think once I finish Reload, because it answers some of the problems that I have with the original game, which was with the gameplay. But the story of this game, as it was originally told, was so powerful that by itself nearly has it in my top 10. I think about this game all of the time. And I just wanted to shout out because I might actually, at the end of this, take out Persona 5 and just put Persona 4 in here.
Wow.
Because
okay. Wow.
I'll think about it and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
But because Persona 3 and 4 are like very similar in my heart, where I love 3 because of its incredibly deep narrative and the great characters. But Golden had me where I legit would get off work, play Persona 4, go back to work, get off, play Persona 4, go back. I was so addicted to Persona 4 that I have to have it on the list. So when we finish this and I look back and revise the list, I'm like, I gotta have it in so much to perform. If ties don't count, gotta have it on.
It's tough because there's definitely ones that are on here that as we're going through the list, I'm like, I should remove this. I should put this on. Like I said earlier, I was like, oh yeah, BioShock I know is on my list. I looked, now that I'm scrolling up, it's not. I thought I put it on my list. It's not on my list. Gotcha. So like, I know once we get into the voting section for the overall list, like BioShock's going to be one that for sure gets up there. And remember, you have the 3 golden buzzers that you can get pass off to the overall list at the ending. So yeah, we're going to be good to go. All right. Well, fantastic. Great choice, Persona 3. Man, this is a good year for you then, between Infinite Wealth, Persona 3, and Final Fantasy. You're living large.
It sucks. It sucks that I was not able to finish Persona 3 because Final Fantasy 7 came out before I was able to finish it. It was like, oh man.
Well, I don't know what someone is saying in the bottom. Someone said Bear Sona. Tronic in my chat. I don't know if they were like saying something else or they spelled Persona wrong, but it was funny that they said bear. Because there's a certain bear that's the main character in my number 12. This is literally the game that made me fall in love with video games. This is my personal favorite platformer of all time. I adore this. I cried when this character got in Smash Brothers. This is going to be one of my golden buzzers. It is because I cannot overemphasize how integral this game was to my childhood, and that's none other than Banjo-Kazooie. The original Banjo-Kazooie is my number 12. This, again, it's my favorite platformer game of all time. Everything about that is what made me fall in love with video games. Again, the music, the humor, the writing in it was so funny. The replayability, everything about Banjo-Kazooie. Someone said, imagine if you said Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 ain't a platformer, bro. What are you talking about? No, Banjo-Kazooie, it's such a shame to me that this franchise became what it became because, God, like, Kazooie and Tooie, like, set the ground running. Where if they wanted to continue this franchise and make it something special, like, it's unfortunate that Microsoft acquisitioned them and you got nuts and bolts. And that's why it was, like, such a breath of fresh air when we finally saw Banjo back on his home platform, back with Nintendo for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. It was just like... Oh, it's so good. I have so many stories about like playing Banjo-Kazooie as a kid, but again, this was the game that got me into video games. And I vividly remember being in Toys R Us going into this is actually Christmas 1998. I was going into Christmas 1998, begging for my first video game system, asking my parents if I can get an N64 and playing at the demo kiosk, the original Banjo-Kazooie, and my mind being absolutely blown by the graphics, the music, the humor, everything. I didn't think video games could be like this. I adore it. Banjo-Kazooie is my number 12. Yeah.
I love that pick so much because when I was first making the list, I had to choose between Tony Hawk's Pro Skater and Spyro Ripto's Rage.
Oh,
Spyro Ripto's Rage for me is what you just said Banjo was for you.
That's it, man.
I love Spyro so much. That was my 51. was Spyro. That almost made my list.
Oh,
So I'm so glad you brought up Banjo.
oh
That's
yeah,
awesome.
yeah. I had to put it on here. Banjo-Kazooie. All right, number 11 for you. Let's go.
Number 11. Ladies and gentlemen, it's finally that time. The first entry in my favorite video game franchise of all time.
I know what this is gonna be. Okay.
Uh, this. So what I did was, thankfully, the Trails series is every single named entry is for a saga or an arc. So it makes it easy for me to choose just one game to represent each saga.
Sure.
Just figuring out where I wanted to put them was the hard part. So representing the Sky trilogy, the first 3 games within the series, at my number 11 is Trails in the Sky, the third, aka the third chapter.
Of the Sky, the third.
Trails of the Sky, the third.
Got it.
This game, for me at the very least, was like when I said, this series is completely different compared to anything I've ever experienced. It is a character introspection piece that takes the thematic brilliance of something like a Skypiea. I always compare this game to Skypiea because I always compare Trails to One Piece.
Sure.
Because it is a continuous thing that has evolved throughout the years and is one long story that's just continuously being told. But this game in particular is so different from everything else, yet it carries everything that makes the story so special that it reminds me so much of Skypiea because it is that type of thing. So the character that you explore in this game is only the main character for this game, but it wraps up the elements of everything else leading up to this point. So it's like getting the best of like Alabasta and Skypiea in a single game while you explore one of the greatest characters in the franchise and in seeing his psyche and how he has to overcome everything, which is Kevin Graham. Just a masterful game, the only game of its kind until the most recent entry that got localized, which is Trails into Reverie. But masterful video game, my favorite of the original 3 Sky games. And it's just, God, what a special video. The fact that this is number 11 is like, wow.
Well, because I know there's going to be more. I know how much you love Trails. And I'm so happy too, because like I've heard so many people tell me about the Trails series for so long, telling me, Roger, you have to play this. It's so good. You're going to adore it. And it's just every single time one has come out, there's been something else, and I have not had the chance to actually play it. And it's like my biggest shame on my backlog, genuinely. It is like the biggest shame when I look at all the things that I've yet to play. Trails is the number one thing that I'm like, at some point, I need to find the time to do it. But I know the thing that's so tough is like, because they're so long and because there's so many of them, that it's tough to ever figure out like where to start. And it's also tough because I know that if I wanted to play them, I wanted to play them in my free time. Like I don't want to do content because they're so long, right? Like I want to actually enjoy them and savor them how you're supposed to savor them. So it's like, again, there was one of my retirement home series. I'm like, eventually one day I will play them, but I know how much the series means to so many people. And I know damn well, once I actually sit down and play the games, I'm going to fall in love with them. So awesome. Yeah. Awesome.
Trust me, when you get into it, let me know. I will guide you through the entire
thing.
The entire thing. Which ones to play in what order? But that is most certainly the one from the first arc that I love the most is Trails in the Sky the Third.
Right on. Game. Right on. All right. My number 11 is actually. No, I'm looking if I want to readjust this. No, I have to keep it where it is. I'm looking really quickly. I have to keep it where it is, thinking about everything else that's left. My number 11. Oh, I don't want to put this at 11, though. This game means so much to me and is like my favorite game in this franchise. But I have to put it here. Number 11 is Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. Bro.
You already know it's on my list.
Of course.
You already know it's on my list.
It's a lock. I know it is. Yeah. When I tell you, this is the peak in terms of cinematic, narrative, video game experiences. All right. Naughty Dog wishes that Last of Us and Uncharted could be like this. I'm telling you, bro, Snake Eater there's no other game that has delivered such a quality cinematic narrative experience to me in the way that Snake Eater did, while also delivering high quality, peak gameplay time and time again. What other game could you leave for a day, come back, and then the boss is dead because he's an old man. What other game is
No
going
other
to
game.
deliver you moments like the end? Deliver you moments like the boss at the end in the flower field. The salute, like, bro, it's so good. It's peak gaming. It's Kojima's masterpiece. It's the reason why I love Metal Gear Solid so much. Metal Gear Solid 3, Snake Eater, coming in at my number 11. I positively adore this game. I cannot wait for the remake that's coming out. Oh, I'm going to be there day one. I'm probably going to stream it. I adore it.
Awesome.
MGS3.
Awesome. You already know what's on my list. I just
course.
wanted to say I'm so glad it made it so high on yours.
Oh, of course.
What a special game,
bro.
dude.
Of course. I mean, of course. Like I said, I'm looking at my other games and I'm like, I wish I could put it higher, but the 10 that I have above it all are just like so meaningful to me and like are the ones that define each of those franchises for me, like the definitive games that I was tough, but there it is. 11, MGS3, Snake Eater. I love it. Yeah. Number 10. We're in our top 10, Recon. Let's go. Look at these. Again, look at these lists, bro. Nothing but quality all the way. Incredible. All right, number 10, Recon. Let's hear it.
So once again, like earlier, when I was making the list, I can't separate these two games. I'm gonna put one. I know I said earlier I was gonna have FF6 on the list because it's in the same thing as this one. My number 10 is Chrono Trigger. I love both of those games so much that they sort of share the same mind space for me. If I could, I would put Chrono Trigger 10, Final Fantasy 6, 11, because it's just... Oh, Chrono Trigger to me is like, let's look at like the greatest Disney movie, right? Like
Yes.
the one that everyone like studies. Like, I don't care if it's Toy Story, or if that's a Pixar, but like Lion King
Sure.
or Little Mermaid or any of those. That to me is Chrono Trigger, where when I go and look at those movies and I just see them as these perfect things that was like a lightning in a bottle, you can't do that ever again.
Yes.
That is Chrono Trigger. It is the three heads of Japanese media at the time. Creator of Dragon Quest, Sakaguchi,
Yep.
and Toriyama
Yep.
coming together to create one of the greatest video games ever made. That is universal, right? Because and what I mean by universal is it tells a story in a way to where even people who aren't really into the narrative for video games can get into it because of how Chrono Trigger tells a story. One of the best combat systems in any video game.
So good. So
Timeless. I love all the different combo attacks, the original synergy abilities that we have in FF7. It was just corridors of time. I mean, bro, it's the soundtracks, man. It's Isla, it's Marl, it's Chrono. It's just, come on, man.
The party is
truly
insanely good. Like Magus, everything. Like Isla, Frog,
Magus, yes.
Robo.
Yes,
Oh my god, dude.
Come on.
Incredible.
It is truly, like, in terms of stories that are told from time travel, it's my favorite time travel story ever.
Yeah,
Like,
I am actually right there with you. 100% how it handles it. Yes.
It just handles it so brilliantly well, bro. And it has one of the best, just like Final Fantasy VI, one of the best mid-game twists I've ever seen.
Yes.
Where a certain thing happens, certain thing to certain character you've been controlling this whole time. You're like, holy
What?
blackguards, right? So, fantastic game. I love Chrono Trigger, man.
It may be showing up on my list a little later as well. We'll see. Maybe, just maybe. Maybe it'll show up there.
Just maybe.
Yeah, everything you said is just like, you put it so succinctly. We'll talk about it when we get there again, because we will get there again. But my number 10 is, it's tough because I was going back and forth with 10 and 9. My 10 and my 9 are both from very big Nintendo franchises that are some of my all-time favorites. But when I think back on it, I'm putting this one at number 10 because there are other games on this list that we agreed on already that are like seen as the best, right? But I'm putting this here for me personally. This experience, again, it was such an honor to be able to stream this. Like, being able to stream this in entirety was such a magical experience, and I think actually added to my love for this game. Look, I loved Breath of the Wild. I adored Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild, I think you can make an argument that it's like best video game of all time level, like genuinely that good. But Tears of the Kingdom, man, Tears of the Kingdom succeeded and did something I never thought imaginable, is that it managed to be better in every single way. And I think it is criminal that the game came out the same year as Baldur's Gate 3, because and that it was so similar to Breath of the Wild and built upon it in such a way where people were like, yeah, but it's more Breath of the Wild, it's the same. Bro, Tears of the Kingdom standalone will be studied in college courses on game design
100%.
20 years from now. Like, being able to literally do whatever you want to do with the physics engine, creating all these different things while also having that breath of fresh air, no pun intended, that Breath of the Wild infused into the Zelda franchise, while also having such a good story, which was something that was missing from the original Breath of the Wild, that incredible final boss sequence, everything, again, elevated everything. The dungeons were so much better. The bosses were so much better. The music multiple times brought me to tears. Tears of the Kingdom is peak Zelda. It feels to me like what they tried to do when the original Legend of Zelda was first released, but the technology wasn't there, right? Like being able to go anywhere, to do anything, to think of something in the game and be able to utilize the physics engine or build something to actually solve any puzzle. I could rant and rave about Tears of the Kingdom. I truly think it is one of the greatest video games of all time. I adore it. That's why Tears of the Kingdom is landing at number 10 on my list. Incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Love it. That is another one that may or may not be on mine later, but
we'll
or its predecessor, One of the two. One of the two. That is a very special video game to me.
Amazing.
Tears of the Kingdom. I love it, and like you said, it's very unfortunate. Came on the same year as Baldur's Gate, because I feel like that it overshadowed how brilliant. Do you remember that month when Tears came out, where everybody was just sharing how crazy this game is?
I literally built a Metal Gear. I built a working Metal Gear Rex in the game. It's incredible.
Yeah. I love that game, dude. What a special game. And like you said, they somehow took everything that worked in Breath of the Wild and elevated it.
Yes.
And made it better.
Absolutely.
Easy.
Oh,
my number 9.
Yes.
My number 9 is a game I love so much that it hurts that it's not higher.
Yeah, right.
But this feels like the perfect spot for it as well. It's Kingdom Hearts 2, man.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
This is a game I love with all of my heart. Like I said earlier, Sanctuary.
Oh.
It's just, bro, Kingdom Hearts 2 represents so much. It represents my love for Disney, my love for Final Fantasy, my love for JRPGs, my love for video games. But my favorite character in Kingdom Hearts is Roxas. It's why, even though Kingdom Hearts 3, the experience in and of itself was so impactful for me, because I got fired the day before Kingdom Hearts 3 came out from a job I'd been working at for 6 years.
Oh, man.
6 years. And to get over that, I played KH3. And it was the themes and Sora as a protagonist was just so powerful to get me through that time period.
Sure.
But Kingdom Hearts 2 focused on my favorite character in the series, which is Roxas. So when you have that introductory period with Roxas,
so good in Twilight Town,
and it continues to intertwine throughout the game, and then you get the Riku elements that come in later, you get the anti-form stuff, and all of the incredible things they do there, the Jack Skellington greatness and Little Mermaid.
God,
it's like,
dude.
Bro, what a beautiful, beautiful video game. And it still has, it's tough because a recent game might have overcome it, but one of the greatest final boss sequences
bro,
of all
I know
time.
Exactly what you're talking about.
All time, bro. Dude, that entire Samus portion is insane. It is insane, man. So I love Kingdom Hearts 2. Obviously, coming off the high of Advent Children as well, seeing them in the game, Tifa, Cloud, Sephiroth in their Advent Children forms, it was just special video game.
I could not agree more. And I think the interesting thing is that, you know, both of us chose the same Kingdom Hearts, right? Like, this is now the next entry on our overall list is Kingdom Hearts 2. We finally got there. We're going to start adding a lot more now, because now there's going to be a lot of overlap. But, like, you know, it took a while to get here. I just feel like 2 encapsulates everything that's so magical about that franchise. Just like you said, all the best worlds, the best characters, the best music. It was everything. And if Kingdom Hearts 4 manages to capture an iota of that, it's going to be a magical time, man. Yeah, KH2, 100%. Everything you said, right on the money. I absolutely adore it. My number 9. This is where one of my favorite JRPGs of all time lands. This is my favorite game in this franchise. I think about it probably once a week, like legitimately. I have an Aegis and a Monado hanging right behind me. I adore Xenoblade Chronicles, specifically the original Xenoblade Chronicles, but I will clarify definitive edition of Xenoblade Chronicles, which is the third re-release of the first game. First one came out on Wii, blew my mind. I adored it. I loved the open world aspects, loved that it felt like a single player MMO, incredible. Xenoblade X comes out, blows my mind, one of the best games on Wii U. Xenoblade Chronicles 2 comes out, I tear up, I adore it, I played through the whole thing, I talked about it earlier on stream, I love it. Xenoblade 3 comes out. It's fine, the Xenoblade 3's DLC is phenomenal, it's one of the best things I've ever played. But definitive edition of Xenoblade Chronicles 2 is like the perfect JRPG experience to me. It encapsulates everything that I love about Xenoblade Chronicles as a franchise, the music, the art, everything. I adore it. I can't wait till the day you eventually play it. The original Xenoblade Chronicles is my number 9.
I was smiling so hard because my next game is a Xeno as well.
Oh, okay, let's hear it.
It's also a Xeno. My number 8 is Xenogears, that released on the Sony PlayStation 1.
Okay.
So this is the reason I got into the
Xenogears
story.
in your top 10.
In my top 10.
Wow.
So when I finished catching up to Trails,
yeah,
I did the classic Google search, video games like Trails, and I saw Xenoblade, I saw Tales of whatever, I saw all these different things, but there was one that caught my eye, and it said, if you like Cold Steel, we'll talk about very shortly, and then you're really going to enjoy Xenogears. And when I saw that, I was like, I've been wanting to play the Xeno games for so long. I bought Chronicles X on the Wii U. I absolutely enjoyed it, but it wasn't a part of like that main franchise of games. So my first real entry was Xenogears. And I'd been trying to play every classic Squaresoft game. But this one, dude, I've gone through this game 2 times since I initially played it, and it gets better each and every single time. One of the greatest stories ever told in video games. Completely changed my perspective on certain things to the point to where I still reference this game when talking about certain real life things. That's how much this game impacted me. How much its story, the things that it talks about, the real delicate and deep topics that it goes into. It is a masterful game. The only reason that this is not higher is because I prefer the gameplay for some of the other entries on this list.
Sure.
Because the story, man, for a single video game, it's one of the best.
You are going to love, there's a character in Xenoblade, specifically in the DLC for the third game, you're going to love if you're a fan of Xenogears. Matthew, I'm telling you, you are going to love him. He will be one of your favorite protagonists of all time, man. Easily.
I can't wait. I can't wait, dude. Like I said, like I told you off air, I'm in the middle of playing Xenosaga Episode 2.
Right.
So once I get to the Xenoblade games, I can't wait. I heard Cosmos is also in the new one, so I'm excited to.
She is indeed, yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, the beautiful thing about the Xeno series is that they all are very interconnected, but you don't really like. It's not you're not required to play the other games to then get the most of them. It's just one of those things that when you get to those little connections, you're like, oh, this is pretty cool. I like that this thing is actually this that's being referenced in this other game. Dude, Xenogears being this high up makes me very, very happy. I'm happy to see this high on your list. My number 8. This is a game that is my favorite game in one of my all-time favorite franchises. I mean, we could talk about this franchise so much, but I feel like it's one of the few that I think has been talked about so much that I barely even need to discuss it. This is the highest Pokemon game on my list. This is where Pokemon Heart Gold, Soul Silver lie on my list.
Let's go!
That, to me, is the single best Pokemon game of all time. It's the best.
Agreed.
There's no better mainline Pokemon game, period. It was the culmination of everything. It had the physical special split from Gen 4. It had the Battle Frontier. It had the incredible music. It had the best regions. It had Johto and Kanto,
Yep.
2 regions in one.
Yep.
It had the best Pokedex. It had everything. It had the Arceus stuff at the end of it. Everything.
Yes.
Pokemon Heart Gold Soul Silver is the definitive Pokemon experience. If there could be one Pokemon game that I would recommend anybody go play, it's Pokemon Heart Gold Soul Silver. Yeah.
So it's remember earlier I said there was another Pokemon game I was considering having on here. It was Heart Gold.
Yeah.
I'm currently in the middle. Both me and one of my best friends. He's playing Soul Silver again right now, and I'm playing Heart Gold. And so we're having that experience.
Fun.
And I'll tell you what, bro, it's as good as it's ever been. It is timeless. It's still fantastic. What a brilliant and masterful video game.
So good.
I love that game so much.
Good.
I'm gonna vote for that to be on the
overall one for sure. There's definitely some on yours too that I'm looking at this and I'm like, I didn't include it, but I know already that's my vote for the main list.
Right.
Yeah, for sure. Right on. All right. Pokemon Heart Gold Soul Silver. Your number 7, King Recon.
So you brought up the sequel. Now it's time for me to bring up the predecessor.
Okay.
My favorite Zelda game of all time is still Breath of the Wild. I loved Tears of the Kingdom so much. And like and I agree with you, honestly. It does everything better.
Yeah, it does.
It's just that experience of getting a Switch specifically for this game and playing it for those 2 months after with just no guides, nothing. It was just me and my boys being like, "Yo, have you been to this location? No, have you been to this location? Oh no, have you gone to this?" It was that high school or middle school lunchroom thing again of like, "Oh, did you go and visit this area in like Final Fantasy VII or something?" And it's like, "Oh no, I didn't even know that existed." And that's what this game was again, where I was like, wow, it feels like an adventure. It feels like I can go anywhere. And I'm experiencing a different game than my friends are. And so I'm telling them, like, no, this thing is here. And they're like, no, but this thing's also over here. Yeah. And it was the way they did the shrines, it was just, man, I'll tell you, Link to the Past was one of my favorite games of all time and it still is, for a very, very long time. But once Breath of the Wild came out, that was the first time I was like, I like something more than Link to the Past. I do. And Tears of the Kingdom, like I said, it was flip of the coin.
Yeah.
But since you put Tears of the Kingdom, I was like, all right, I'm gonna go with the other one.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go Breath of the Wild.
Exactly.
Originally, I had both of them on there. I was like, all right, which one do I pick? I was saving it for the end.
Sure.
Right. So, but I went Breath of the Wild. I think both of those together might be one of the greatest duologies in video game history.
Ever.
How do you drop Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom
I know.
back to back?
And again, for like where they landed in the lifespan of the system, right? Like for what they actually did, like for Tears to be as innovative as it was after everything that Breath did, I was also right there with you. Like Breath of the Wild is one of the most magical experiences I've ever had playing a video game, because just like you said, like going in not knowing anything. And I was fortunate enough to get a Switch a month early from Nintendo. So before anything, I didn't even see anything on the internet. I was playing Breath of the Wild for a month. And that aspect of discovery and not being able to look at anything or where anything is was amazing. That month, February of 2017, prior to Switch launch, playing through Breath of the Wild is like probably one of my top 5 best video game experiences of all time, to the point where like when we're putting our overall list together, it is going to be tough to decide between Tears of the Kingdom, which I think is the better game, but Breath of the Wild, which is also the experience was unrivaled. So it's going to be tough, but yeah, dude, I totally understand Breath of the Wild being on there. So good. Excellent number 7. My number 7 is a game that I don't think is going to be on your list, but much like how Trails is so important to you and meant so much to you, that is what this game means to me. This game got me through the worst days in high school. This game cemented my love for Japanese culture, has one of the best specifically modern Japanese culture, which I think is interesting when so many RPGs take place in the past, right? Or in like fantasy worlds. And that's not what this is. The characters, the soundtrack, everything about it. I'm going with, for my number 7, The World Ends With You. If you have never played this is one of my golden buzzers. I'm spoiling it right now. This is going to be one of them.
Okay.
This game is Nomura's masterpiece. It is.
Okay.
This is his true masterpiece. This is his baby. They made a sequel in recent years that I still have not had the chance to play more than an hour of because I know that I want to just sink all my time into it when I give it the go. Like, The World Ends With You has so many incredible themes with its characters in terms of never giving up, in terms of opening your eyes to different horizons. The fact that it's an RPG that takes place in modern times and the ways that you level up your abilities, the pin system, the mechanic playing it on the DS with the stylus, and it actually being so fun and so different from anything else that's ever been released and ever will be released. This is one of the masterpieces within Square Enix long and storied library. And again, means so much to me as a game. I don't even want to say anything about it on the off chance you have never played it because I could very easily spoil this game. And
I haven't played it.
I don't want to say anything about it. It's a very easy one to spoil with the twist and what exactly is happening. But when I tell you, man, whenever you get the chance to eventually play this game, this will be on your list. I'm telling you. It's that impactful. It's so good. Being able to play it when it came out was amazing. It's been re-released on stuff now. You could play it on PlayStation, you could play it on PC, you could play it on a bunch of stuff. But I highly suggest playing the original DS version. It was so much fun. Tin Pin, like those of you who know, you know. The World Ends With You is my number 7. Yeah.
Those are the characters. Those are the characters in Dream Drop Distance, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Neku.
Gotcha.
Yes. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Gotcha. Yeah. No, I've been wanting to play that one. And what's the next one? Neo. The World's End?
Yeah. And Neo's the one I haven't even.
The sequel?
Literally, it's one of the most impactful games in my entire life. I still have not played the sequel, and I was freaking out when the sequel came out. I downloaded it. I bought 2 copies of it because I wanted to support it because it's one of those franchises that like doesn't really get a lot of love. But God, man, that first game is just unbelievable. The World Ends With You. Yeah.
Let's go.
It's my number 7.
Or DS love, dude. Let's go.
I know. We got a lot of handheld love on here. Started with Battle Network. We're already getting into DS games at the very end.
Yes,
yeah.
All right. So my next one, similar to Breath of the Wild, just taking a step further, because Breath of the Wild for me, since I was on a Nintendo console and the Switch was so hard to get, I couldn't have that experience with as many people as I wanted to. This next one was literally my entire friend network and group was that Breath of the Wild experience happening once again, and that's Elden Ring.
Oh, here we go.
That experience for me, I love so many From Software games, even their Armored Core franchise. So many of those. I'm a huge fan of Bloodborne, Sekiro, the original Dark Souls games. But this one, for that adventure experience, for that experience of me going on my phone, taking a picture of an area and being like, yo, have you been here yet? And then he sends me another thing on top of that. And it's like, bro, what is going on? I think Elden Ring should be played by every single person that likes video games, specifically without a guide. I feel like that game with no guide.
Yes.
Because like you, I also platinumed it. That game with no guide is one of the greatest experiences just ever, dude.
Yes.
It's to me, it's like a modern day Mario 64, where it like renovated like what I thought video games could be. I was like, this is
completely
crazy.
Agree. Yes. Yeah.
It's so wild.
That's a great way to put it too, because again, it's like, as somebody who never really was into Souls games, and by the way, this is now another entry on our overall list in order is Elden Ring. So there you go. We were waiting for that one. There's like 4 that I think are coming up in the next 5, which is crazy. But yeah, everything you said and more. I think the explanation of it sort of being like a Mario 64 moment is a really good way to look at it, right? Because again, so many people who never played Souls games before got into it because of the mechanics of it. I cannot wait for this DLC next month. I'm going to be no-lifing that for like 2 weeks. And yeah, the 100%. Experience of discovery and finding a good weapon or doing this side quest and having this thing pay off like 20 hours later, it's peak. Absolutely peak. Yeah.
So peak.
Elden Ring. Elden Ring. Fantastic. KY donated, by the way, and said, World Ends With You, or as I call it, Persona 5, but good. There will not be Persona 5 slander here. Persona 5 is on our overall list. I will not accept the Persona 5 slander. I won't do it, but appreciate it. All right, my number 6 is actually on one of my shelves. Can you see where in my room my number 6 is? You got to look.
Oh, I see Sephiroth from here.
It's not Sephiroth. He's coming up.
Let's see. Uh, what is that one to the right
Right here,
of it? Right? No, the other side.
this side.
Um,
That's Unicorn
yeah, that's
Overlord.
right
That's
there.
not that. It's not
Okay,
that.
that's Unicorn Overlord.
It's over here,
Okay.
right here, in between
Here.
Steamboat Willie and Luffy. We got Cuphead, bro.
Oh man.
Cuphead, another golden buzzer moment for me. This
Okay.
game is a dream game. This is one of the best soundtracks I've ever heard in
I
my
agree.
life in any piece of media, period. Period. And the fact that the gameplay itself is so good, tied with that music and the art being completely hand drawn, and that the
Amazing.
entire experience, there's no filler. Cuphead is no filler. Cuphead is one of the most easily replayable games ever. You can breeze
Ever.
through it once you know all the bosses in a couple hours. I cannot tell you the amount of times I've played through Cuphead. I nearly platinumed it on PS4. I've 100%ed it on Switch. I 100%ed it on my PC. I adore it. I did all the DLC in all three versions. I love Cuphead. It is the perfect experience. It is like the actual successor, I think, to those classic Mega Man games, those run and guns with
Yes.
platforming. It
Yep.
is the pinnacle of what a run and gun platformer could be, with amazing bosses and an incredible soundtrack. I cannot wait to see the next thing Studio MDHR does. Again, this is a golden buzzer game for me. This will be on the overall list. Cuphead. I adore Cuphead
Love it.
and will stand it for the rest of my life.
Yep.
Absolutely adore it. Yeah.
I support it. My brother, like I said earlier, like with Donkey Kong Country, this is also in his top 10. I saw him play through the entire experience, and it was truly something masterful. We did a lot of co-op too, which was so much fun as well with the Mugman thing. It was
Fun.
so much fun, but that is a special video game.
Oh, it really
I remember when
is.
that was 2017 as well, right?
That was
If I'm
also
mistaken?
that was a good year,
Okay.
man.
Good year.
Cuphead, Mario Odyssey, Breath of the
Persona
Wild,
5,
Persona 5.
Nier Automata,
Ooh,
Yakuza
Nier
0.
Automata was that year.
Yeah,
Yakuza's
yeah,
bro,
yeah.
peak year. Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Yeah,
Crazy.
2017, man. That was
What a year.
what a time to be
What
alive.
a year.
Shout out, by the way. I see we just got another donation. This one came from Bryant Brawler, who donated and said, I loved playing the Neo World Ends With You game. The pin system is wild and awesome, and I need to go back and play the original. Also, one of the games that I played that year that I absolutely adored. So see, another person
Awesome.
vouching for me for World Ends With You. You got to play World Ends With You.
Gotcha.
All right, here we
Gotcha.
go. We're into the big ones right now. And it's funny because
Bye.
I know we're sharing 4 of these, which is crazy. I know there's going to be overlap going into overall. I know we're sharing 4. I have no doubt in my mind.
I don't think so.
Maybe
I
not,
don't
maybe
think
not in our, they might not be in order, but I know that all of these are going into that overall list. Every single one. Because I know there's overlap. I know there's ones coming up that I've had and vice versa. I
Okay.
cannot wait to see what you put in your top 5. What is your number 5,
Okay.
my friend?
Dude, if you have this in your top 5, I'm not even gonna lie, this is gonna be the biggest shocker of the entire night. This, going back to that 360 era, represents the multiplayer side of my entire list. This is my favorite multiplayer game of all time. It's the one I spent the most time on. If I were to go check my hours right now, if I'm not mistaken, it should still be at like 91 days played or something like that. I played this game so much, and it represents the entire franchise in that golden era. It's Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2.
I knew that's where you were going with this. And you're right, that's not on my list.
that that game for me at the very least, and I know for a bunch of people as well,
Oh, yeah.
was like the perfect storm of being at the right age at the right time.
Yes.
Where you're in high school, everyone's playing the same game, and it was just the pinnacle of that, where the Call of Duty series was at its highest and at its greatest, but it's the game itself was just so much. There's so many memories I have with this game that by itself I could make like a thing whenever I'm like 65 or 70, looking back at my life, and I'm like, man, Modern Warfare 2, Modern Warfare 2, Modern Warfare 2, Modern Warfare 2.
Yeah.
There's so many. It's what I said about Halo 3 and Smash Bros. And all those great multiplayer experiences just online. This was that for me. I love this game, man. I always will.
It's funny because again, it missed me. That era missed me, and I'm sad that it did, because I wish I would have been there when it happened. But I also know like how important that game was to so many people. And that literally what Fortnite is to the current generation is what Modern Warfare was to our generation, right? Like that was the game that every single person played, that everyone was online, all doing the same thing. Everyone was talking about it at school the next day. That was it, man. It was peak gaming. Yeah. Modern Warfare 2. Great choice for number 5. My number 5 is the most recent game on my entire list. It's the most recent game. This just eked in a month ago.
I know what it is.
This is, I think, the second greatest JRPG of all time. Of all time. I say second greatest. You've already brought up what's my number 1.
Yeah, I think I know what the other one is.
When I tell you, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth blew my mind.
Let's go, dude.
30, 40 different times. Never in my wildest dreams. I love the original Final Fantasy VII. I loved Final Fantasy VII Remake, right? Adore those games. Never in my wildest dreams would I ever think the remake for one of my favorite games of all time would manage to surpass the original game and evolve it in a way I never thought possible. The gameplay, minute to minute, in Rebirth, the actual combat in Rebirth is peak. I never want to play another action RPG ever again with any other mechanics. It is the best far and away. The soundtrack in Rebirth. Bro, the fact that there are singular songs that play in one side quest that are better than the entirety of every soundtrack in many other franchises is absurd. From Bow Wow Wow to Sephiroth, this game is peak. I adore Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. This is what I want the future of the Final Fantasy franchise to be. I have no idea how the third game is going to top it. I really don't. I know people have their gripes with it where they say there's too much stuff to do. To those people, I say stuff it, then don't do those things. The game is giving you options. You don't have to 100% it. You can play the game as you want to play it, and it's going to be magical no matter how you slice and dice it. It is the best modern JRPG experience, period. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. One and done. That's my number 5.
Couldn't agree more, and I'll talk about it here in a bit. That's all I'm going to say.
I knew that was the case. Oh, man. Adore this game. I never in a million years thought this would have made my top 5. Never. I thought top 10 for sure, but I loved Remake, right? I adored Remake. Was in my top 10.
Me too.
Remake was in my top 10. I thought there's no way they're going to be able to capture that magic again. And they did in every single way, from the Gold Saucer, Costa del Sol, everything. Incredible.
It's Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom again.
It is. Literally. Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah. Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Incredible. Yeah. All right. You're number 4, man.
First and foremost, I agree 100%. You were spitting. You were spitting. I was so many things. I wish I could put that on a plaque. Everything you were spitting there. Absolutely. My number 4, second entry in my favorite franchise in the Trails series.
All right, let's do it.
This one was so difficult because it could have been number 3. And then I was like, you know what? I'm gonna keep it at 4. Keep the other series at 3, and because this one means a lot to me. It is the Legend of Heroes Trails to Azure.
Okay.
In Japanese, it is Ao no Kiseki.
Okay.
This is the Water 7 Enies Lobby of Trails, if I could make that comparison. It is a duology of games that took over, let me see, it was 2010. It took them 13 years.
13 years.
Localize this game at the very least. The first one in this arc came out in 2022 when they localized it, but it originally came out in 2010. 2011, Azure came out, and we got it in 2023. I played the version that was given to us by the most passionate fan translation team I've ever seen. And all love, rest in peace to Kill Scott Kill and all the wonderful individuals that worked on that game, but in particular him who was the leader of that entire thing, for bringing us Trails to Azure before the localization came out, because we didn't think we were ever going to get it. Trails is so niche,
yeah, sure,
that we thought we were never going to get these games. And when we finally got them, I bought, like you said, for The World Ends With You,
Me company for
I
a
bought
while.
several copies
There'll
on
be
multiple
plenty
different
of time
consoles. I was
for
like, I have to
us
support it.
later.
It
Of
finally
course.
came out. But my first playthrough was Zero and Azure, which is the cross-spell duology that's represented by Azure here. I can only compare it to Water 70's lobby in One Piece. The moments, I'm a fan forever moments. It has its
I'm a
own like
fan
Trails
forever
version.
moments is like such a
Yes,
wild thing to say, but I completely understand.
you
Yes,
get it right,
I
because as
get
a One
it for
Piece fan,
sure.
it's like
Yes,
you get the Gear Second, the I Want
yes,
to Live, the Going
yes,
Merry stuff.
yes.
That is Trails to Azure.
Oh
From
man.
prologue, from prologue until the end of the game, it is just brilliance.
Mm.
It is a JRPG masterclass. And for me, as a fan of Shonen Jump manga, it's like Shonen Jump at its peak in a video game. They just master what makes Shonen Jump manga so special within a video game.
Man.
I can't say enough about this duology, the crossbow duology. It's not even my favorite arc. It's a part of my favorite arc,
Yeah.
but this is how much I love it. And like I said, could have easily been 3 or even 2. But what a special video game. Like, I think about it all the time. Soundtracks are legendary. Just God, man, the Water 70's lobby video games.
That's
It really is.
Clax in the chat
really
agrees
is.
with you. He says Azure in particular is very, very Water 7. So
Yeah.
clearly you're not alone. I also shout out, by the way, to
Yeah.
Clax too, who also donated and said, shout out to those Rebirth streams. They were incredible to watch. It was an unforgettable experience to play along at the same time as you. So, and I know you were watching my Rebirth streams too. It was so much fun. So much fun. Dude, the more you talk about Trails and the more you're just like expounding your love about this franchise, the quicker it's like higher on my list. I gotta get to it. It's like the quicker I gotta get to this series, because I really feel like I have to experience this. I know it's gonna be something special, and I know I'm gonna love it. So yeah, man. Trails of Hero. All right, the Legend of Heroes. Excuse me. Trails to Azure. Your number 4.
Yes.
All right, my number 4. This is really tough because I had to only include one game from this franchise, because all of them I think are arguably very similar. They each do different things. And I spent a lot more time with 2 of these games, but those 2 games would not exist if not for this one. And I feel like a lot of the other game series in which I included multiple entries from their franchises, it was because those games are vastly, vastly different from one another. And each of these games kind of all just build upon this first one. But none of these games that I've spent hundreds, literally thousands probably, of hours of my life in would not exist for this first one not happening. And that is the original Animal Crossing. Animal Crossing
Great pick.
is...
Great pick.
I can't even stress enough how much I love this franchise. Animal Crossing New Horizons saved me during COVID. Saved all of us during COVID. Animal Crossing New Leaf is, I'm pretty sure, the highest game clock I've ever put into any video game ever, with a game clock of 2,000 hours. All right, I adore Animal Crossing New Leaf, but the original Animal Crossing set the stones, the groundwork, laid the groundwork for everything to come. And I also think going back and playing that again, because I have the original GameCube version and the N64 version that never even came here, those games had so much personality and so many quirks. The ways the animals would talk to you in the original Animal Crossing, where they would bully you and make fun of you, and you'd have all your little quests, you'd have your day-to-day routine. There was really nothing like it by that point when the original game came out. Some people played The Sims, right? But Animal Crossing, having that 24-hour clock, logging in every day, my mom playing it with me, which was like absurd that my mom would she'd literally be like, awesome. Can I have the GameCube? Literally, I was in high school. She's like, can I have the GameCube to play Animal Crossing? I just adore this series so much. I can't speak more highly of the Animal Crossing franchise and how much it means to me and how different it is. Everybody's played an Animal Crossing game, right? But again, if I had to choose one, it's the original GameCube game. I adore it. Yeah. I adore it.
I was playing Wild World before we came on stream earlier.
There you go. Literally. See, Animal Crossing, again, I feel like that's it's like a Tetris, right? Where the game franchise itself is kind of the entry, right? Where there's so many great iterations, but it's so difficult to pick, because then half your list would be like Wild World, New Leaf, New Horizons, the original game, So, but yeah, Animal Crossing, the original Animal Crossing is my number 4.
Great pick.
Yeah.
Great pick. That's a special game right there.
Yeah.
My number 3, it's in the title. It's the numbered entry. Metal Gear Solid 3.
Let's go.
Snake Eater.
Snake Eater.
What a thrill, baby. Oh, this game right here forever changed, like Roger said earlier so eloquently, the way that I look at video games, the way I thought cinematics could be done in video games, but especially coming off of 1 and 2, I just couldn't believe how much I loved the gameplay in 3. Like, I loved 1 and 2 for their story, and in 2, I did like the gameplay. But 3 took that to, like, the next level, where the gameplay was just, you could do so many different things. Like, with the end, the Sorrow boss. Like, it was just...
incredible.
The final boss of that game was the most iconic final boss for me, besides one that I'm about to talk about here soon. But it's like so legendary. Some of the greatest moments in video game history happened in this game. My entire perspective on certain things just in general happened because of what the boss said in certain conversations, the way I look at certain things in our reality. It's a very powerful, very profound video game that's also highly entertaining.
Oh, yeah.
When you give us highly entertaining with something very profound, it's just like, come on, man. I've gone through this game multiple times. I own it on everything it's ever come out for.
Same.
From the 3DS
Same.
to the PS2.
The 3DS
the
version
PS
also,
Vita.
by the way, 3DS version slaps. Playing that game in 3D is genuinely so much fun, and it's incredible that actually managed to fit that game on a 3DS cartridge. It is so good.
Yeah.
Oh.
So good. It's the story of Big Boss, Naked Snake. Come on, man.
Of course.
Metal Gear Solid 3.
Metal Gear Solid 3. Landed, by the way, in both of our top 12s. Both of us.
Yes, sir.
It's incredible. Now, another game that's also in both of our top 12s is my number 3. I mentioned earlier Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is my second favorite JRPG of all time now. What is my number 1, King Recon? What is my number 1? If you had to guess.
Chrono Trigger.
Dude, Chrono Trigger is the definitive SNES era JRPG. Bar none. It's the one game where if someone said to me, I've never played a JRPG before, which game do I play? I give them Chrono Trigger. It is easily accessible. It has stood the test of time, no pun intended. Has the best party in any JRPG, period. The best core party in any of them. One of the best soundtracks of all time. This game, more than any other game, deserves a 2D HD remake or like a full-on remake with an orchestrated soundtrack. This is the game. This game, to this day, is played by people who are like 10 years old, who still know the greatness of this game and will play this game on Steam, who will still go to the DS and get the DS version, which is still the definitive version of this game. It's the best version of the game, is the DS version of Chrono Trigger. It's the best. It's got all the cutscenes. It's everything. I love it. Chrono Trigger is the best JRPG of all time, in my opinion. I adore it. It's on both of our lists. It's making our overall list. This is what I was telling you. I knew there were going to be 3 or 4 that are already making the overall list now in order. This is incredible. Chrono Trigger coming in at number 3. You talked about it earlier. I won't go at great lengths. Everybody who watches this channel knows how much I love this game. Chrono Trigger is my number 3. Yeah.
Special game. Dude,
so special.
Like I said earlier, crossovers normally don't work like that. This one worked.
This works.
They got the 3 heads to work together to create this masterpiece.
Incredible. And just to think about all the different moving pieces that had to come into play for this game to exist, right? Like, as you said, the Hydra, the OG Hydra, the big 3, like coming together
literally.
to make this. It's just the story, the twist that happens midway through, the implications with stuff with Lavos. It's incredible.
Yes.
And like, I remember how devastated I was playing Chrono Cross for the first time, expecting Chrono Trigger, and Chrono Cross, still great game, fantastic game, but it can't hold a candle to the original. It can't hold a candle to the GOAT. The GOAT is the GOAT. There's no more that can be. I'm wearing the Bulls shirt. I'm thinking of MJ. Right. I'm thinking of Chrono Trigger, bro. That's it. Chrono Trigger was surviving and thriving at the same time that Jordan was playing for the Bulls. Literally.
That's right.
Same time, same era. Peak 90s, bro. Can't get better.
Peak 90s.
It's the best.
Yeah, no. It's all good.
Yeah.
Okay, I love that pick, bro.
Yeah.
And because it's on my top 10 as well. We're obviously going to talk about that later. Of
course.
But definitely probably going to be in the top 5 of our favorite games of all time.
Oh, yes.
Um,
I can assume
so
you're
my
number 2. I can guess your number 2. Can I guess it?
Okay, go ahead.
Is it, let me ask you this before you say it. Is this a game that's already on the list?
What do you mean?
Is it on my list?
No.
Oh, well then hold on. Whoa, then I'm like stunned. I'm stunned then. Wait. Okay, what's your number 2 then? Wait, what?
I know. Well, we'll get to it whenever we get to it.
Okay.
My number 2 is what represents my favorite arc in the Trails series. It was so difficult because if we were talking about the series as a whole, and I would have put them all on one, it would have been number 1 by far. But splitting them up like this,
I understand. I get it.
Going
Okay.
Through arcs and sagas, because
Okay.
it's not a single thing. It's like I said, this is still the greatest thing ever.
Yes.
But because it's split up in the way that it is, it's kind of like One Piece. It's like me comparing, like several One Piece arcs to a whole series.
Right.
Like I'm comparing Sabaody to like
Attack on
Naruto
Titan
or something.
Yeah, right.
You know?
Water
right,
7 to
right,
all of Naruto.
right.
Exactly.
Right. So with and in that spot is Legend of Heroes: Trails of Cold Steel 4.
Got it.
That is representing the Cold Steel series. What makes this so special, Roger, is I always, whenever I try to sell people on specifically this section of the story, from Cold Steel 3 to Reverie, to me is Sabaody, Impel Down, Marineford, and Post Marineford in video game form.
Wow.
That is
wow.
I always tell people that's the only thing that I can ever compare it to. And as someone who has spent so many years experiencing Naruto, Bleach, and One Piece weekly, I never had the opportunity to binge the classic arcs. I've been weekly for so many of the greatest arcs in manga history. I had the honor and privilege of experiencing in binge like a Pain Invasion or a Marineford or the greatest of any of those shonen arcs in Trails. It gave me that same vibe of whenever I was coming home from school and watching Naruto, Bleach, and One Piece in middle school and high school. That's what Trails gave me with the entire Cold Steel, with the entire series.
Yeah.
But when it all comes together, and Cold Steel 3 and 4 bring all of everything that you've been working towards this entire franchise into seeing what it's going to be of it now, where does everything go, the plot threads are coming together. It's literally just like Sabaody and Impel Down Marineford in its structure and in how intense it can be, where you're playing for hours and you're like, oh my god, where's the time gone?
Sure.
But it's because you've been so invested in the journey that when you see like Law come into the picture, or when you see Whitebeard become prevalent, you're like, oh my god, you know, when you, Ace in the thing, and it's like when you go to Impel Down and you see Buggy again and Crocodile, it's that.
Wow.
It's that.
Wow.
It's long-term investment where all of these characters you love so much finally come back into this one Avengers Infinity War and Endgame type situation to battle against all. It is so masterful. I've never had an experience like this in any medium, and I think it's only going to be replicated when either the Final Fantasy VII remake game comes out or when One Piece ends. I think that's the only thing that.
Wait, so is Trails done? I was gonna say, yeah. Are they gonna make another? Okay. I was gonna say when there's another trail. Wow. I mean, so heavily selling me on this.
That's why I made the Marineford comparison, because that's the end of the first half of the series.
Wow.
Is for Trails. Is that
4.
arc. So
wow.
Yeah. It's
well,
insane.
On the, we're sort of on this Avengers culmination of everything type beat right now. I think it's probably time for me to reveal my number 2. My number 2 is my favorite game in my favorite franchise of all time. The only reason this is number 2, same with you and Trails. How Trails is like your favorite, but it's like your number 2. The only reason it's number 2 is because I have 2 other entries on my list that are from the same franchise. But bro, when I tell you, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate is the ultimate RogersBase video game. Having everyone from everything I've ever loved come together in one game that also manages to be good is absurd to me. This has the best culmination of music I've ever heard in any video game ever. Remixing every track from my childhood with a glorious symphony or with amazing techno. Like having the musician who does the music for Metal Gear Solid come in and do the Bowser Castle theme for one stage in a game that's filled with hundreds of stages, with every Banjo-Kazooie and Sephiroth and Pyra all coming together with playable Piranha Plant. Like, what in the world was Sakurai thinking? I don't ever want to go back to a world in which we get a Smash Brothers that doesn't have Cloud and Sephiroth and Sora and Pyra in it. I don't want it.
Yes.
I don't want it. Don't give it to me. I don't want it. Build upon this forever and always. You have Ultimate now. Make Ultimate Deluxe for Switch 2. Build upon it. Do another Fighter Pass or something. I don't want another one. I don't. It's make new modes. Make a Subspace Emissary or something that utilizes the characters you already have. Don't do anything else. All right. This is peak. This is perfection. Oh, I hear a knock at my door. Wait, give me 1 sec. Hold on.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Is it Sakurai? Sakurai's knocking at my door.
Sorry,
What's up, Sakurai?
Are you still streaming?
Oh yeah.
Where's Sakurai?
We're on number 2 and number 1, baby. That smells really good. What are you making for dinner?
Pork stuff.
Delicious.
It
Smells great.
sounded like you were listening.
Oh, no. We've been talking. Well, thank you, Reagan. Appreciate it. All right. See, my girlfriend made dinner, and she's like, are you still going? Yeah, I'm still going. Smash Brothers Ultimate, man. All right. It's my number 2. It's
Yes,
literally, it's my favorite fighting game of all time. It's my favorite video game franchise of all time. It's, again, the culmination of absolutely everything. I adore it. Everyone is here, baby. Everyone is here. That's my number 2.
I love it. I love how both of us represented our favorite franchises with number 2.
With number 2.
Where it's like
very interesting.
This represents everything that we love about it.
Yes.
And just like you had with Brawl and with Melee,
yes,
we could have easily put another one of those games in here at number 2 as well.
Easily.
What a man. I love this. Yeah, that's such a great pick, bro. And
man,
speaking of dreams coming true,
I know where this
I
is
talked
going.
earlier. I talked earlier about one of my dreams from middle school being that Sora and Cloud would be in Smash.
Yes.
My main dream when 2005, 2006, 2007 hit, and we got Advent Children that came out on the Xbox 360 digital marketplace and for DVDs and all that stuff. But I watched it first in the 360 digital marketplace. And I remember going to school, and all of my friends, we were so excited about it. We couldn't wait to see Advent Children. We watched it. I came out of it. I was like, yo, this is the greatest thing ever. Peak Fiction didn't exist at the time, but I thought this is peak fiction.
Yeah.
Right before that was a thing. But after playing Kingdom Hearts 2 and seeing what happened with Crisis Core, I said, after rewatching Advent Children like 1,000 times, I want a Final Fantasy VII video game that looks like Advent Children, plays like Kingdom Hearts 2, and allows me to adventure around the world like I did in Crisis Core with my favorite characters. And that's what Final Fantasy VII Rebirth gave me. As without question,
man.
no doubt. And what was originally my number 1, the original Final Fantasy VII,
You're right.
has now been replaced by Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Because it takes everything I love about the original experience. Because with the original FF7, it was the Elden Ring Breath of the Wild thing times 150. With going to school, hearing about Yuffie and Knights of the Round and the final Sephiroth fight, and it was just legendary. But my experience with it was that I just loved playing the game. I love going to Gold Saucer. I still play the original FF7 riding around in the Chocobos and stuff because it's just so much fun for me to play. I love that combat system. I love the characters. So the story when I was younger, even though I loved it and appreciated it, I didn't really appreciate it until the years went by and I understood what they're really saying with this game. And so I have like this double appreciation of my childhood favorite game that got me into Japanese media and culture and allowed me to meet so many of my best friends, while also now being treated as like this piece of literature that I can see as like, wow, this is what video games are capable of.
Right.
Rebirth took both of those things, and made it minigame heaven in my love for the Gold Saucer. And bringing all the great character dynamics that made me somehow love Aerith, Cloud, Tifa, Barrett, Red 13, Yuffie, Sid, and Vincent more than I already do. And that's already my favorite cast. Second. Trails is my favorite cast, but my second favorite cast of all time. And it's like, dude, what they're building with this game and the things they did here with so many of the characters going to when I got to the gold sauce, I remember
Oh my
early in the
God.
game, I was like, I told my brother, I was like, Kevin, I think this might be the greatest game ever made.
Right.
Then I went to the gold
That's
saucer.
how I felt.
I went to the gold saucer, and
yeah,
I was
right.
like, I was gold saucer. I was like, bro, this is the greatest game ever played. Like,
Oh.
This is crazy. Like, oh man, and the character interactions, the dynamics, the way they capture how each character, how we thought they looked like and did their thing when we first played it in the original, and it's maximized. The combat is my favorite combat system ever. The way they synergize with each other is so cool.
Yeah.
Top one soundtrack, bow wow wow.
Bow,
All
wow,
the different
wow, my
renditions of
guy.
Aerith's theme. No promises to keep. It's
Ugh.
like they took the game I love most and somehow made me love it more. And when they first announced the open world thing, I was like, I don't know if I like that
Right,
checklist
right.
thing. I came out of it like, give me more.
Right. I'm
was
so glad you said, because to
couldn't
me,
believe it.
I've heard so many people say that about Rebirth, where they're like, I hate that you have the little progress bar at the top that shows you everything, because then they want to
Right.
do everything. I am not that person. I am not a completionist. I like to complete my games when I get a chance to do it. I am not someone who 100%s everything. So I felt no need to 100% everything and like have to do things that I was like not enjoying as much as other stuff. The entire game was peak. I loved everything about it. But some of the mini games are more fun than some of the others, right? But the
Oh, for
beauty
sure,
of the
for
game
sure.
is that you can play it however you want to play it. You don't need to 100% everything. I wasn't going like I did end up 100%ing most of the regions just because I loved it
Right.
that much, but I never would have done that in any other open world game ever. I
At all.
never
At
would have
all.
done that. The fact that I 100%ed multiple regions says more about the game. When in any other open world game, I never ever would do that. Even in things like Elden Ring, right? Like we platinumed it, but you don't have to collect everything in Elden Ring.
Right.
You don't have to do every little thing. I wanted to in Rebirth. I wanted to. And like you said with the characters, making me fall in love with these characters more than I already am is absurd. What they did with Barrett, what they did with Yuffie, what they did with Tifa, what they did with Aerith, everyone, bro. Everyone. Red. I never cared about Red growing up. Red, I'm over here like, I love you, bro. I need to protect
It's
my
insane.
dog. He's incredible. The whole game
It's
is
insane.
incredible. Some of the best bosses I've ever experienced in my life. One of the best soundtracks I've ever heard of any individual game. That Rufus battle, the Genova Emergent battle, the final Sephiroth battle, everything, bro. It's peak. It's 10 out of
Crazy.
10. I am so proud that you put this at your number one. I thought I'm wilding out by putting this in my top 5 because it's too new. People are gonna think I'm crazy.
Yeah.
The fact that you put this at 1 and that we're in agreement this is the top 5 best game of all time makes me so happy. I really don't even think it's recency bias either. I don't.
Oh, at all. Yeah.
And one thing I could safely say is that I know my number 1 is not recency bias. My number 1, going back to what you said earlier, is the game. If you're going to teach someone how to make a video game, this is the game you show them. This is perfect in every single way, down to the last detail. No faults, nothing. This is the only game I could think of that it is an exact 10 out of 10 I would make the argument for. From beginning to end, no filler, absolute perfection, beginning to end. I'm going with my number 1, Super Metroid. Super Metroid is
Fantastic.
the game. It's beloved by people who like every genre. It's beloved by me. I love what they do with the story, where they show but don't tell. I love what they do with the gameplay, where they show but they don't tell you how to do certain things, how to wall jump, how to rock it up. It's endlessly replayable. Endlessly. You could do this game any number of different ways, route it so many different ways, try to beat your time, save the animals, kill the animals. It's so good. I cannot stress enough how good it is. I truly believe it is the best singular video game Nintendo has ever made. It's the best video game they've ever made. Bar none, full stop, in terms of beginning to end experience, no filler, replayable, and just a masterpiece. Super Metroid is my number 1. That's my number 1. And
Fantastic pick.
also ends up on our overall list as well. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Super Metroid. There we go.
That's
wow.
awesome.
Okay.
Overlap on our number 1. That's
Overlapped.
great.
Wow. Wow. Now, what's crazy, we have 1, two. Oh no, we have more than this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. We have 16 games in our overall list that we agreed on our own lists. And yet, as I was sitting and looking at my list and looking at your list, I'm like, wait a minute. There's stuff that I forgot. There's stuff we have to come to a consensus to for this. There's stuff we have to add. There's stuff we got to shift. I think what we should each do is go through, in no particular order, they don't have to be ranked or anything, our 5 golden buzzer games. The games that each of us are going to put on this, no matter what, no voting, no deliberation, and we'll have deliberation for the other ones. But I want to start with you. What are your 5 golden buzzer games that absolutely have to be on our overall list? Again, the overall is not ordered. Each of our lists are ordered. The overall one's not ordered yet.
Okay.
So let's hear
Gotcha.
it.
So for sure, Cold Steel 4 is one of mine.
Okay, Cold Steel 4, you got it.
I'm gonna put that on there for sure.
Okay.
Let me see. Pokemon Coliseum.
Pokemon
is
Coliseum.
another one.
Wow. Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
All right. Wow.
Definitely
Wow.
gotta
Wow.
put
Wow.
that
Wow.
on
Wow.
there.
Okay.
Let's see. For ones that we don't, a lot of overlap there.
Yeah, and again, if you could see the overall ones, the ones that we already have. Again, to remind you, it's
Right.
Wii Sports, Persona 5, Kirby Air Ride, Star Fox 64, Majora's Mask, Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, Mario Galaxy, Marvel vs. Capcom 2, Kingdom Hearts 2, Elden Ring, Snake Eater, Chrono Trigger, Smash Bros. Ultimate, Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, and Super Metroid. And you still have 3 more after Coliseum and Trails.
Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, I guess I'll put another Trails game on there.
Do it.
I'll put
Do it.
Azure.
You should. You should.
I'll put Azure on there.
All right, you got it.
We'll put that. Which Metal Gear do I want on here? 2 or 4? Let's go 2. Let's go Metal Gear
2.
Solid 2.
Respect.
Yeah.
Respect. Heavy respect.
Let's
That's
go
good.
2. And then for the last one, because we already have a Persona representative on there, let's put F-Zero on there. Let's go GX.
Wow!
F-Zero GX. Yeah.
On the overall list,
Let's
you're
go
putting
F-Zero
F-Zero. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow,
F-Zero
wow,
GX
wow,
in there.
wow, 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 wow. Wow. Okay. Okay. Wow. All right. Wow. Okay. That was not the pick I expected you to make. F-Zero. Wow. Okay. Okay. All right, then my 5. Here we go. Animal Crossing is 1.
Oh, for sure.
For sure. Animal Crossing's 1. We overlapped on my top 5, really. So this is going to be pretty easy for me. Cuphead is another one. I would say The World Ends With You is another one.
Oh, snap. Xenogears. I got to put Xenogears on there.
Xenogears. What are you
All right, let me
replacing?
think.
What are you replacing? MGS2, F-Zero, or Trails of Azure? Which one?
We already have a few MGS games, so I'll take out MGS2.
MGS2. All right, and
Yeah.
you're putting in
Xenogears.
Xenogears. You got it. Good call.
That way we have the perfect 3 Xeno games represented on the list.
Pretty good. That's pretty good. All right. Wow. All right. So Animal Crossing, Cuphead, World Ends With You. I'm going to go with Banjo-Kazooie. I have to do Banjo-Kazooie. I said I would. Oh, man. See, it's tough because from here on out, what's going to happen is individually, we are going to nominate to the overall list one game, one at a time, from each other's list.
Okay.
So
okay.
So I'm thinking of like things that I think you'll pick from mine, and things that I don't think you'll pick, out of what I want on this overall.
Great
and
point.
It's tough. It's tough.
So let me ask you: do you think you would pick F-Zero GX so I can change one of mine?
I don't think I would pick
You think
F-Zero
you would-
GX. There's
you don't think you would-
multiple on
okay.
here that I'm like, oh, I definitely need to pull this for yours. I don't think
Okay.
I would. Animal Crossing, Cuphead, World Ends With You, Banjo-Kazooie. We already have MVC2. We already have Snake Eater.
I really love I love Persona 3, man. I wanted to put that on the list.
Oh,
too.
I'll pick Persona 3 for you. I'll pick Persona 3.
okay.
Don't worry.
Okay.
Oh, man. I'm between Triangle Strategy, Pikmin 2 and Metroid Prime. And I don't know which one I'm going to go with. Those are the three I'm going between. Because I know you're choosing Final Fantasy VI at one point. I know you're doing that.
Oh yes, absolutely.
I know you're picking one of the Pokemons as well.
Oh,
so
absolutely.
I'm like, oh. I'm going to go. I'm going with Metroid Prime. I think I'm going with Metroid Prime. I think I'm going Metroid Prime.
Works for me.
Wow. Okay. All right. Right there. That brings us to 25, which is perfect. That's what I wanted out of this. That's exact. We could not have planned this more perfectly with the ones that overlap.
Yeah.
Because that means for the next 25, we're going back and forth and choosing. Okay. And we're going to start with you because I think that gives you one extra. So we're going to start with you. 25. What are you adding from my list to the overall list?
From your list, the first one I'm adding for sure is Third Strike.
Third Strike. Nice. Good call.
Yeah.
Good call. All right. Third Strike. Good call. The one I'm adding from yours. I'll do it for you. I'll do Persona 3.
Good man.
I'll do Persona 3.
I'm going to add Ocarina of Time from yours.
Of course. I knew that. Yeah. From yours.
Oh, hold on. Before we continue,
yes.
I will submit, because it's the better game,
yes.
I will submit having Tears of the Kingdom on the list over Breath of the Wild.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll just choose it when we get there. That's fine.
Okay.
Well, yeah, choose it when we get there. That's fine. I'm doing BioShock because I literally meant to have that on mine and I screwed up. And thankfully you represented, which you kindly, Andrew
That's
Ryan.
right.
So great. Right. I'm putting BioShock. Fantastic. All right. So you're doing Tears of the Kingdom next then?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll do Tears.
All right. Good stuff. Good man. Oh, you got some good ones, man. You got some good ones. Part of me wants to do Like a Dragon next.
Okay.
Part of me also wants to do NBA Street because there's no list.
Oh, let's go.
In history that would ever have NBA Street Volume 2. I think I'm doing NBA Street Volume 2. That's like one of the best sports games of all time. I could not believe you brought that up. I have to go with that. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Awesome.
All right. What's yours?
Castlevania Symphony
of course. Of course. Yeah, I knew that. Yeah. All right. Of course. Of course. Symphony of the Night. RE4. Resident Evil 4.
Sweet.
Resident Evil 4. Yeah.
I'm going to... Oh, I should have gone with this first. Pokemon Heart Gold.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to go with that pretty high as well.
Yeah. Pokemon Heart Gold, Soul Silver. Very good. Okay. I kind of want to do Honkai Star Rail.
No, let's go. Let's go, dude.
I kind of want to take Honkai Star Rail. I want to do Honkai Star Rail. I'm taking Honkai Star Rail.
Let's go. We're gonna have two Hoyoverse games in our top 50.
You're doing Genshin? You're pulling Genshin from mine? You're doing Genshin? No. I was like, what? When you said two Hoyoverse in the top 50, I'm like, that would be wild.
No, I haven't played Genshin.
Yeah, you can't play Genshin. Don't do that. Honkai's fine. One is good on the total. That's fine. All right.
Okay.
What are you pulling from mine?
I'm pulling Metal Gear Solid.
Nice. The original.
First one.
Good call.
Yeah.
Good call. I'm looking at what else you have on here that isn't represented that I want to pull. You did Xenogears already. I'm doing Like a Dragon, man. I'm doing Like a Dragon.
Sweet.
Yeah, I'm doing Like a Dragon.
How many do we have left? 3 picks?
13 still. We have quite a few.
Okay, sweet. Tetris.
Yeah. Nice. Good call.
In some way, shape, or form.
Good call. Good call. Tetris is good. I'll do Modern Warfare. I know how much that means to a lot of people. Modern Warfare.
I had a feeling you were gonna do it, so that's why I didn't lock it.
Yeah.
I was like, hopefully he picks that or Halo 3.
Yeah, I'm doing Halo 3 next. So yeah.
Sweet. Next, I'm gonna go Paper Mario. That's a special
good
game
call.
to me.
Good call.
Definitely gonna have that on there.
Wow. Okay, I'm going Halo 3. Like I said, Halo 3.
Okay.
We have 8 slots left. Excuse me. So 4 and 4. This is tough. Oh, I don't know. This is really, really tough. I did Halo 3, so what are you choosing?
I'm torn. Which one do you think would be the more fun pick? Because even though I haven't played either game,
Yes.
I know how much you love them.
Yes.
Arrow Fighters 2 and Shadow of the Colossus. I'm trying to think about which one of the two I want to have represented.
Go for Arrow Fighters. Do it. Let's
go
Arrow Fighters. Let's go Arrow Fighters 2, bro. There's never gonna be a top 50 list anywhere else that has Arrow Fighters 2. That is a good pull. That's like how NBA Street was off of yours. No other top one. Oh man. All right. All of our top 5s, I think, are now represented on the overall. So I think we're good there. I'm gonna go. Oh! Final Fantasy X. To Xanarkin, baby.
Oh yes.
Final Fantasy X.
Good man.
I'll do this. I'll make a deal with you. I'll do 10 if you do 6.
Oh, bro!
Easy.
I should have picked that first.
Bro, easy. That's what we're doing.
I thought you already put on the list.
10 and 6. That's what we're doing. All right, 10 and 6.
Yeah.
Very good.
Bro, like I said, 6 is genuinely my top 10 favorite games of all time.
So good.
I just had it in the
Incredible.
Chrono Trigger spot.
I love it. Yeah. All right. 3 more for each of us. Oh boy. Oh man.
Let's see.
From your list, I'm like, you got good stuff on here.
So I have to ask, which Xenoblade do you want? Xenoblade 1 represented?
Definitely Xenoblade 1 for sure.
Okay, let's go that. Let's go with Xenoblade 1.
So you're going with Xenoblade 1. I'm going to go with Nier. I'm going with Nier Automata.
Let's go.
I'm going Nier Automata. Yeah. And then Xenoblade 1.
Okay, let's see.
Okay. 2 more from mine, 2 more from yours. Oh no, wait. Hold on, wait a minute. No. 2 more from yours, 1 more from mine.
Okay.
That's it. So you choose 2, I choose 1 from your. Oh man.
Okay.
Can I sway you? Can I persuade you?
Oh yeah. For sure. Go ahead.
For your brother, you should do Donkey Kong, and also for me.
I was literally about to say that.
You should do Donkey Kong.
I was like, for Kevin, I'm hating Donkey Kong Country.
Yeah. Very good. Very good. How many? Oh, let me look at yours again. How many? We have 3 Zelda games already. Okay, so.
Dude, now if I could persuade you, Budokai.
You know what? I have so many fond memories of playing Budokai in college, and I love that game. Budokai all day. It's easy. You don't even have to convince me.
Go, baby.
Let's do Budokai. Let's do it. Let's do Budokai. Wow, that's this. I love this list. This is so different and good. I love this. I love this list already. All right. What is your last one from my list then?
I was thinking of having another representative of either Smash Bros or Fire Emblem. It's tough because I was like, man, do I want to go with Brawl or do I want to go with one of the Fire Emblems I haven't played yet? It's like
I will. Look, because I love Smash Brothers and you love Smash Brothers. Yeah. And Brawl was such an iconic moment in time, right?
Yeah.
But I think there's not a single Fire Emblem game on the top 50 right now. There's not one.
That's true.
And both of us love that series. I think we should do Awakening because I think it's the safest one.
Okay.
I know you haven't played Fates. Fates would be controversial.
Yeah.
People would be angry at us. I think we got to go Fire Emblem Fates. I think we're doing Fire Emblem Fates.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, sorry, Fire Emblem Awakening. Excuse me.
I was about to say, if you're trying to go with a hot take, get people angry, I'm good with that too.
No. We're going Awakening. All right. So now from here, this is our overall. Wow. Okay. The last thing we're gonna do before we start ordering this top 50, because this top 50 is what? Let me read this again for you, so you know what's on our top 50. Wii Sports, Persona 5, Kirby Air Ride, Star Fox 64, The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask, Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, Mario Galaxy, Marvel vs. Capcom 2, Kingdom Hearts 2, Elden Ring, Snake Eater, Chrono Trigger, Smash Bros. Ultimate, Rebirth, Super Metroid, Trails of Cold Steel 4, Pokemon Coliseum, Trails to Azure, Xenogears, F-Zero GX, Animal Crossing, Cuphead, The World Ends With You, Banjo-Kazooie, Metroid Prime, Street Fighter 3 Third Strike, Persona 3, Ocarina of Time, BioShock, Tears of the Kingdom, I still think this is amazing. NBA Street Volume 2,
Let's
Castlevania
go.
Symphony of the Night, Resident Evil 4, Heart Gold Soul Silver, Honkai Star Rail, Metal Gear Solid, Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, Tetris, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, Paper Mario, Halo 3, Aero Fighters 2, Final Fantasy X, Final Fantasy VI, Nier Automata, Xenoblade Chronicles, Donkey Kong Country 2, Diddy's Conquest, Dragon Ball Z, Budokai Tenkaichi 3, and Fire Emblem Awakening. Now, incredible godlike list, bro. So many amazing choices I've never seen anyone else make that we also were in agreement on, which I just love. So here's the last thing. Here's the last thing before we start ordering these. We can each choose 2 of our choices that were on our list, on this overall list, to replace 2 other ones on our list with. If you so choose, you don't have to do it. But if you want to replace something from this list because you're like, this series isn't represented, I feel strongly about this genre or whatever, you can do it. While you're deliberating, I'm going to give a quick shout out to the super chats that I missed. We got a super chat from Hollow Avarice, who said, I've always been intrigued by the Trails games, but never sat down and tried them. But King Recon's passion has sold me on trying them out. Would you recommend I started? I'm in to do it. Of course. Start the Trails games. Do it.
Do it. The recommended guide, start from Trails in the Sky, first chapter, if you have access to either a Steam Deck or a computer. Start from Trails in the Sky, first chapter, then second chapter, third chapter, and just try to follow that guide until it goes to the Crossbell Duology, then Cold Steel, and then later on this year we'll get Trails Through Daybreak. That's going to continue on the journey. But if you do not have access to a computer, then the next best starting point I would recommend with is Cold Steel. But I would always recommend starting with FC, because there's going to be so many things that are going to be so important that it's always best to start from the journey. But if you just cannot do it because you don't have the console or whatever, or you don't have a PC, then start from Cold Steel.
Right on. So Cold Steel, there you go. And we also got a donation from Bryant Brawler, adding to the 2 of us just like in our love fest of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, saying, keep in mind, too, that Rebirth was made during the pandemic. Because, again, like March 2020, when Remake came out, right, that whole game was developed pre-pandemic. They developed Rebirth, which exceeds Remake in every way, during the time we were all in our house playing Remake. Absurd.
Crazy.
Incredible. Amazing. Crazy. All right. Have you decided if you're going to replace anything or you're going to keep your entries as is on this overall list?
I want Mega Man Battle Network in some way, shape, or form on the list.
All right, what are you removing? That was one of your games that's on the overall with Mega Man Battle Network. That's amazing. I love that.
Yeah, so that's going to be the tough part, man. So what has been represented so far? Let me see.
There's here. I think I could do this A to Z. Is there a way to do this like on Google Sheets where it's like A to Z? Because then you could definitely see the. I just don't want to order the other ones and mess them up. Right. Drop down. Oh, I guess what I could do. Hold on, I could do this. Let me just make a new sheet.
Okay.
And then when I order them, because we're going to reorder this anyway. There we go. So this is our overall. Open that all the way up. And I think you can do this in order. Where is tools? Data. Here we go. Sort sheet A to Z. There we go.
Okay.
And then I'll just move this overall one up on the top because obviously that's the header. So I'm not gonna need that. All right. So we have we have 3 Final Fantasies. We have 6, 7 Rebirth, and 10. We have 2 Metal Gears. Metal Gear Solid, Metal Gear Solid 3. We have 2 Personas, Persona 3, Persona 5. We have 2 Pokemon. We have 2 Metroid with Super Metroid and Metroid Prime. We have technically 2 Marios with Paper Mario and Mario Galaxy. We have 2 Trails games and 3 Zelda games. And then technically 2 Xeno games with Xenoblade and Xenogears.
And it's tough to remove any of them. Which one would you remove? Just to see if
it's tough. I mean, I don't know if I'd remove any of them that are from the franchises that have multiple. I don't know if I could.
Me neither.
Realistically, I don't know. They're all so good. If anything, I think I might even add one from one of the other franchises. I might add like I don't know. What do we remove? I really have no idea.
It's such a good list. It's like, what if...
It's really good. And
Oh,
it's like
man.
a variety.
Yeah.
Maybe
Oh.
we adjust the list as it is right now in
Okay.
order from 1 to 50. And then if we see something that stands out, we could then use our 2 options and swing over from the other lists. But I think,
Sounds good.
yeah. All right. I think let's start with the easy ones at 50, right? Let's start at 50. Let me also bring these in here too. Hold on. Wait, give me a second. Let me adjust this. Dude, I really just, I love this list. This list
Yeah, I think it's a great list.
Really, it's got so many interesting picks, things no one else would have expected. All right. I think, here, let's move these over again too. Shift them so we could just easily move them. Uh-oh, hold on. Hello? It's not going to let me? Oh, no, hold on. Yeah, it will. Here we go. Boom. Paste. Uh-oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait. I screwed it up. Whatever, that's fine. We'll move these and adjust them and it'll be okay. All right. What's number 50? I think an easy number 50 is NBA Street Volume 2.
Okay.
That's an easy number 50.
That works for me.
That's a bizarre one, but it's one that I think like both of us feel very strongly about. But I think in the grand scheme of the list, I would make an argument for either. Actually, Aero Fighters 2 is a good number 50 too.
That is also, that's
Also
a
a
perfect
good
number
niche.
50.
That's a good number
That's-
50
yeah.
actually. I'd say let's do that. All right, move this down. I'd say Aero Fighters 2 good number 50. I would say 49 could be NBA Street.
Okay.
49 is NBA Street. I wish there was a way where I could shift the column or the rows instead of the columns for 50. But I don't think there is. I think I'll just have to copy these out and then type in new ones. All right, so NBA Street Volume 2 is our 49. You want to just go in order and like nominate something for 48 and go all the way down? I think that'd be an easy way to do it. So
Yeah,
what's
sure.
what's 48?
Let's do that.
What do you think is 48? You did Aero Fighters for 50, 49 NBA Street. 48 of what we got.
Let's see. Looking at my list, looking at your list.
I'll copy paste this and put it in our Discord call too, so you can actually.
Yeah. Do that. Yeah, that way I can see it.
Yeah. Here we go.
Let's see.
And just ignore Aero Fighters and NBA Street. They're not in the
Okay.
alphabetical order.
Okay.
This is tough, man. I
let's
have
see.
no idea.
It is. This is really tough. We could go Budokai, I guess, for next.
Budokai's a good choice, actually. I can agree with that. Yeah, Budokai for 48. I like that.
Yeah, we could go there.
I like that. And then that swaps out Banjo-Kazooie. And then let's see. I think, what's next? Dude, this is tough, man. For 47?
What we could do is go up to like the top 20 and sort that out.
Yeah, I think that might be better.
Yeah.
And then work from I was thinking work from
Right.
the bottom. Yeah, I think you're right. Top 20 is how we should do it. All right, let's reverse this. Okay. Just keep these in mind. We'll keep these in mind for 48. All right. Top 20.
Yeah.
Move this on over. Yeah. All right, so let's do I think that's actually harder now that I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, it might be harder. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Because I think some of these are easier to like get rid of. Like I think
Right.
Kirby Air Ride's a pretty solid 47.
Okay, yeah,
Kirby Air
that's
Ride's
perfect.
Yeah,
Honestly,
Kirby Air Ride's a good 47.
Yep. You're right. Yeah, let's look at some of those. Kirby's Air Ride. Wii Sports would be pretty good in one of these
Wii
spots
Sports
as well.
is good for sure. I would argue maybe Honkai before Wii Sports.
You're right. I forgot about Honkai could be
Wii Sport. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Honkai Star Rail. And then I think Wii Sports could actually be next.
Okay.
I don't hate that at all. Replacing Chrono Trigger with Wii Sports. All right, here we go. Wii Sports. Okay. After Wii Sports, I'm thinking, are there any like smaller? Oh, dude, everything else is so good. I don't know. Maybe maybe Persona 5?
Okay. I know that was lower on my end. It was like,
But because we
40.
agreed on 5? Oh,
Yeah.
right. And I think it would be lower on your end, but we have 3 already, and 3 I think is going to be higher, and you
Right.
felt more passionate about it. So
Yeah,
I think
for sure,
overall,
for
let's maybe do 5 next.
Okay.
So Persona 5. Oh, I moved. Wait a minute. Hold on. I moved Wii Sports to where Castlevania was, and vice versa. Hold on. All right. Symphony of the Night. Okay. And then, what did we say we're putting there? We're putting P5, right? Okay.
Yeah, P5.
P5. Yeah, I could live with that.
Let's see.
I think maybe this is where Coliseum lands because we have Heart Gold and Soul Silver so high.
We have Heart Gold, Soul Silver. Yeah.
Maybe do Coliseum. We move Coliseum there.
Yep.
Feels almost too
Put
low
that
considering
there.
how good Coliseum is, though. I don't know.
True, yeah. For
What's something that's like
F-Zero GX is something that could be in one of these spots.
F-Zero
for
GX
sure.
actually is probably perfect for the next one. Yeah, that's good. That's good. I like that. F-Zero GX. I like this. Chat's going crazy too. I'm seeing everyone go, no, don't switch these around. Yeah, F-Zero GX is good for 43. I think maybe 42. It's a great game, but it's recent. I would say maybe Like a Dragon is where we put this. Another RPG.
Okay. Yep.
Just because I know
I
you feel super
I
passionate
absolutely
about
love that
other ones.
franchise.
Yeah, I love that
Yeah.
franchise too. Or maybe, hold on, maybe we do. Ooh.
Well, we I think before I'd put Yakuza, I'd put Nier.
Yeah, I was
Actually,
literally just
for
thinking
that,
that
yeah.
too. Maybe we do Nier. Actually, you know what? Nier and Paper Mario.
That's
I kind of
perfect,
like
yeah.
both of those in place of these two. That's DKC2 and Banjo Kazooie. So we'll just swap those places. Where did I put those two? Nier and Paper Mario. So this was Banjo. All right. I think it's probably time to put a Zelda game because that'll wrap out the 40,
Okay.
the top 40. What Zelda are we thinking? Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, or Tears? Tears, I think, has
Well-
to be towards the top because it was both.
Oh,
Tears
for
and
sure.
Breath were both
No
in our
question.
top 10. So I
Yeah.
think
Yeah.
Majora or Ocarina. Maybe Majora? What are you thinking? It's tough because I think we both also feel very strongly that Majora is better than Ocarina.
That's so tough. Because I love both games for different reasons. So
Yeah.
I can accept one of them being higher
Yeah.
than the other. Let's put Majora's Mask in the spot, and then
Okay.
we'll come back
See
to
how
it.
we feel? See how we feel? I like
Yeah.
that. Okay. Majora's Mask is going to be here. Whoops. Done. And then that'll be 40. Okay. And then what did that replace? Elden Ring? Okay. Here we go. Just making sure we're not forgetting any of the good ones. All right. I think now we put Coliseum. I think we do Pokemon Coliseum now. Seems like a good place
We could
for it.
put Pokemon Coliseum. We could put Halo 3, a Final Fantasy.
Yeah, good call. Good call.
Let's see, Resident Evil 4, Street Fighter 3 Third Strike.
RE4, I
Couple
think,
of
is a good
those.
one to put there too. Pokemon Coliseum, RE4. Where is RE4? Here it is. RE4. Isn't there? I know there's got to be a way where I can just move the cell. Isn't there a way where I can like shift it with another one? Shift, create filter
On Google Sheets?
on Google Sheets. Yeah. It's easier to just rewrite them anyway. It doesn't matter. All right. So RE4. Halo 3, you said?
Yeah. We could either that or Sonic Adventure 2 was on both of our lists, so
Yeah.
I think that could be a little higher.
Yep.
Yeah.
I agree. Actually, though, Sonic Adventure 2, this might be a good spot for it. In the grand
might be,
scheme of
yeah.
things, I think that's probably a good
Yeah.
spot for it.
For sure.
All right.
How do you feel about
Adventure.
where Fire Emblem lands on here?
You know, here's what I'm going to do, I think. I'm clearing out, so then this way we're not, like, constantly shifting.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna pull the rest of them from the other sheet, because then we can just pull the overalls and see what we haven't already ranked. I think that's good. I think Fire Emblem, this would maybe be a good spot for it. Fire Emblem Awakening?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fire Emblem, this could be a good spot for that.
Yep.
This could be a good spot potentially for... let me see.
Yeah, let's see. Let's go with the full list again. See, I feel like a lot of these are ones we agreed on, so they should probably be higher. Maybe Persona 3 would be... Maybe that's too low, I feel. Maybe like 30. Top 30 should be that.
Yeah. Let's do top 30 for Persona 3.
Awakening. Maybe this is like a
Star...
dragon. Or Star Fox.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, Star Fox was literally
like
33 on our list.
Nice. Let's do that. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Did you already put Street Fighter? Street Fighter 3 Third Strike?
I'm about to. I'm literally just about to. So Street Fighter 3 Third Strike. Yeah, good call. Yeah, it was 33 on both of our lists. Let's make it 33 on exactly. Yeah. That's good. Good call. Well. Good call. All right. God dang, I like this list though. I'm looking at this like banger after banger. All right. 31. I think now we put a Final Fantasy. Maybe is this where we put 10?
Okay. We could put 10 here.
10.
That works with me. Yeah.
I don't know.
You think 10 should be 30?
I think 10 should be 30. Yeah. I think 10 should be 30. And I think 31, maybe that's where we put Tetris.
Okay. That works with me.
Because it's below the cut, you know what I mean? Where it's like, it's below the top 30, but it's important. We both really like it. Yeah. Tetris, I think, I'm cool with that. Man, all right. Wow, this is a good list. Okay. 29. BioShock?
Okay. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with BioShock. Castlevania.
Maybe
Donkey Kong Country.
Yes, good. Yep. BioShock, I agree.
Modern Warfare 2 can go somewhere here as well.
I agree. Castlevania, Symphony of the Night, Call of Duty, Modern Warfare 2, and then Donkey Kong Country, right?
Yep.
Okay, where's Donkey Kong Country? Bum bum bum, dun 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 dun. singing the music. It's hard.
Such a great soundtrack.
Where did I? Oh, here it is. I was like, I know, I got it. We already did Fire Emblem Awakening. Very good. All right, top 25. Okay, so yeah, I think that's a perfect bottom 25. I think that looks really good. I would maybe shift Castlevania up one though.
Okay.
I would maybe shift it above Donkey Kong and Call of Duty.
Okay, that works with me.
Yeah.
It definitely deserves it.
Yeah. I'm fine with that.
Here might actually be a good spot to put Metal Gear, the first one.
I was just thinking that. I was literally just thinking that. I agree. Because again, influential, one of our favorite franchises. It's got to make it to the top 25. Yeah, I agree. Gear, solid. The first one. Good call. I still can't believe we're in a world where Aero Fighters 2 made it.
It's on the top 50.
It's so fire, bro. I love that.
Crazy.
All right, here we go. Back out again. All right, fantastic. All right, so MGS 1 is 25. I think, what have we not already done? We already did Star Rail. Did we do Sonic
the
yet?
Xenos could go on here?
Have
we done Sonic?
Oh yeah, we did Sonic. We did Adventure.
Did Sonic?
Battle.
Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking. I'm like, I don't know.
Let's see. Let's see. This is tough.
I know this is tough. I'm like, of what? Maybe now we do work our way up.
Yeah.
Maybe we start with like the ones that we know are towards the. Like I think we both agree. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
Chrono Trigger for sure.
Chrono Trigger.
Tears of the Kingdom will be up there.
Yep. Tears of the Kingdom.
Let's see. Within the top 10.
I would make an argument for top 5 having Super Metroid.
Okay. I'm fine with that.
I think top 5 Super Metroid for just because of how influential that game was. I also think because of your passion, we have to have a Trails game in the top 5.
Oh, let's go.
I think
let's
we
put
got to
Cold
do
Steel
it.
4 in top 5. Yeah. Yep.
Cold
I know
Steel
that.
4. All right, I like that.
Um,
I also, I
let's
kind of think we
see.
need to have. Ooh,
I
boy.
think a Smash should be in the top
Smash
10
should definitely be
for
top
sure.
10 for sure.
Yeah. Pokemon Heart Gold
Yep. I was
might
just
go
thinking
top 10
that.
as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Heart Gold might need to be top 10.
And for you already put Tears on there, right?
Yeah, we already put
Um,
Tears. Oh, Metal Gear, obviously. Metal Gear Solid 3.
yeah, Metal Gear Solid 3,
Yeah,
obviously.
for
Yeah,
sure, for
that's a
sure.
good point.
Yeah, that's got to be up there.
What do you think about Mario Galaxy?
I think Mario Galaxy and Kingdom Hearts 2, actually, I could see an argument for
Okay.
because they were both high on both of ours. Kingdom Hearts 2, I almost say want to be like top 15. Galaxy,
we can
I
do
think,
that.
is top 10. Yeah.
Yeah, I can definitely see that.
Yeah.
Elden Ring, I could see somewhere in there.
I think Elden
I
Ring's
love that
9,
game.
to be honest. I think that could be
Okay.
9. Elden Ring could very well be 9. 15, what did we say is 15? Kingdom Hearts. Kingdom Hearts 2.
We could put Mario Kart 8 in that range
I
as
agree.
well.
I agree. Yep,
Oh.
somewhere over here.
Marvel vs. Capcom 2 is going to be in that range as well.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, definitely. Yep. I would say
I'm a huge...
Marvel vs. Capcom
I'm
2
sorry, go ahead.
above, will we say that above Kingdom Hearts?
And with the amount of hours I have there, I might just do it.
I might just do that too, actually. Mario Kart, you said over here too?
Yeah. And then I also love Animal Crossing a lot, so you can put
nice.
that there in that.
Oh, perfect. Great. I'll argue. Oh, I think I'm gonna put Marvel 2 up higher because it's on both of ours.
Okay.
I think 14. Let's make Kingdom Hearts. Let's make 15 Cuphead.
Okay. And then we could put Azure and The World Ends With You somewhere around here for both of us.
Yep. Agreed. Okay, I would say let's do Azure and World Ends With You in top
Persona
20.
3.
Oh yeah,
Somewhere
Persona
around here.
3. Yeah, for sure.
And then but we still gotta put one of the Xenos up high as
Chronicles.
well.
Oh, we'll do Chronicles. Could slot at 13.
I'm fine with that. And then Xenogears somewhere after that.
Yes. Like Chronicles. Let's do Xenogears 20. Actually, would be perfect.
Okay.
And then
I think of
do you want
Xenogears?
Do you want Xeno? Oh shit, we have Final Fantasy still. Damn.
Yeah.
Oh!
6, specifically 6.
Yeah, 6 has
It's
to
like
be top 20.
yeah.
Oh boy. Let's 18 or 17 maybe for 6.
Okay. You had it at 16, right?
Yeah.
And I would have had it at 10 because I had it with Chrono Trigger.
Oh,
so yeah,
right.
that,
All right. Let's.
yeah.
So yeah, maybe let's hold on. Let's move Cuphead down. Let's move Final Fantasy 6 up. Move Cuphead down. Actually, let's move all 3 of these: Xenogears, Trails to Azure, Cuphead. Because they weren't on both, let's move them down a little bit.
Okay.
Oh, these games are good though. All these games are so good. This is where it's getting down to the wire. All right, what is left? We have 5 games left. Of the ones that we haven't, I don't think, have we done...
Banjo-Kazooie yet?
We haven't done Banjo-Kazooie yet. Have we done Metroid Prime yet either? I don't think we have.
I don't think so.
Oh boy.
And I'm fine with Metroid Prime being top 25. I love that game. That's for sure.
Okay, great. Yeah. I'll put Metroid. Maybe we could do 20. We could do 20 for Metroid Prime. I don't want to put it really higher.
Oh, Ocarina of Time, dude.
Oh yeah, of
So
course.
yeah.
Oh, of course. Oh man, this is tough, bro.
Yeah.
Oh. I say Ocarina of Time, let's put right above Metal Gear Solid.
Okay. It works for me. Same era.
We can't put Banjo-Kazooie above it. I've got the nostalgia for it, but I can't put Banjo-Kazooie above Ocarina of Time. Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time. Oh my god, this is tough. Can we put Metal Gear Solid 1 at 24 and Banjo at 25?
Oh yeah, that works with me.
Okay.
That works perfectly with me. I have so much respect for Banjo and what it did, and what Rare continues to do with the property.
Banjo,
incredible.
Kazooie, okay. So Ocarina. All right. So then what's left again? I'm looking at this. Mario. We did Nier already. We did Budokai. We slotted that in there. We did Third Strike, Animal Crossing, F-Zero, Elden Ring. What are we missing? Star Fox, Persona. I'm cross-referencing.
Xenoblade.
Yeah, we have.
AH2. 03.
Here, maybe it'll be easier to just very briefly. I could sort this by A to Z, just to see what we're missing, and then I'll just switch it right back. Banjo-Kazooie. Okay. NBA Street, which is still wild that made it on here, but I love it so much. F-Zero GX. 6. Rebirth. Awakening. Halo. Honkai. Kingdom Hearts. Kirby. Like a Dragon. 8 Deluxe. Marvel vs. Capcom. Solid. Snake Eater. Prime. Animal Crossing. NBA Street. Nier. 5 Coliseum, Heart Gold Soul Silver, Trails of Azure, RE4, Star Fox, Xenogears Chronicles, the World Ends With You. World Ends With You and Persona 3. Right, because we said we were going to put those on there. Right.
Yep.
Um
I think Persona 3 goes below Azure and World Ends With You because both of those games mean a lot to both of us.
Yes, I agree. Yeah. Okay, so then let's yes, okay. So the World Ends With You. Maybe let's swap Azure with Persona 3. Okay. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there now. We're getting there. I'm feeling good. That'd be crazy if Rebirth is our overall number 1. That would be insane. Just like, hey, this brand new game is our number 1.
Right. I would not be opposed to Chrono Trigger being our number 1. I would not.
You know, I was going back and forth and thinking like, I think that might actually be our number 1. I think it might. I think it might have to be. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I still feel sad that I completely forgot to put a Dragon Quest on this list, and I love that series.
Yeah.
And I feel like Chrono Trigger represents Dragon Quest really.
I think yes, I like this. Chrono Trigger. Oh boy. Yeah. Wow. Okay, so our top 10 right now is Chrono Trigger, Rebirth, Tears of the Kingdom, Super Metroid, Trails of Cold Steel 4, Smash Brothers Ultimate, Pokemon Heart Gold, MGS3, Elden Ring, and Galaxy. That to me is like
top 10.
That's a strong top 10. And then right afterwards, Animal Crossing, Marvel vs. Capcom 2, the original Xenoblade Chronicles, Kingdom Hearts 2, and Final Fantasy 6. Very, very strong.
Yeah, that's strong.
I have no objections with that. So then Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, World Ends With You, Trails to Azure, Ocarina of Time, and Metroid Prime. I got no problem with that.
Yep.
Cuphead, Persona 3, Xenogears, Metal Gear Solid, Banjo-Kazooie. I think that's our top 5. I think our top 25 is like locked. I don't see any.
I like that.
I like that top 25. We got 2 Zeldas in there. We got 2 Trails games. We got 2 Metroids. Yep. We got 2 Final Fantasies.
2 Metal Gears.
2 Metal Gears. That's good. That seems like a good. Yeah. I'm liking this. We got a Pokemon in there. We got Smash in there.
Yep.
And then honestly, even going down this, Symphony of the Night, Donkey Kong Country 2, Modern Warfare 2, BioShock, Final Fantasy X, solid. Tetra. The only one I would think maybe we shift is like BioShock with Star Fox maybe, because we both were so eager. And that was an early one that got locked in. I would maybe shift Star Fox with BioShock.
Okay.
But to be honest, I mean, like, that's tough even. Because I also would have put BioShock really high in mine had I not forgotten.
For sure.
Dang, man, I don't know.
I feel like, no, Star Fox has to be 33.
Yeah.
It's got to be
It was 33 on both. Yeah, I think it's got to be.
Yeah.
Consensus, exactly. Yeah. Fire Emblem, Sonic, Halo 3, RE4 seems slightly low. Coliseum seems high. I feel like Coliseum should switch with Automata or Wii Sports or Kirby Air Ride or even Majora, to be honest. Well, Majora we can definitely do. We can definitely swap those two.
Majora. I would be fine with putting Wii Sports higher as well. That means a lot to both of
I
us.
agree, and also is like just one of the best games ever made. It really is like iconic.
Right.
Yeah, maybe we move Wii Sports out of the bottom 10. The only one I could think of swapping Wii Sports with would be Like a Dragon. Is the only one, just because it's so new.
Right.
But it feels dirty.
Yeah, it's like I definitely want Yakuza to be somewhere in the top something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to replace Yakuza with Wii Sports. I don't want to do it. I think we shift Coliseum down below Automata and Paper Mario.
Okay.
Just because I know both of us really love that game, but we already have a Pokemon on here.
For sure.
And Automata is like, it's very good. Even from what I played, I know it's really good. Wonder of OU said, by the way, this is a goated list, gentlemen. The fact that Roger didn't put Advance Wars in his list means there's crazy heavy hitters, right? Advance Wars, dude, Advance Wars didn't even make my top 50. And Advance Wars is like, I was popping off for the new one. There's a lot of games that didn't make it. Like Pokemon Black and White didn't make mine. Black and White 2 specifically is like a big one that was going to be on here. I talked about Dragon Ball Fighters. That was a big one.
On mine, Dragon Quest VIII is a game I love. And I wish it would have made it. I love that game.
You know what?
I really loved both Dragon Quest VIII. I wish I would have put on there, and Persona 4.
Shoot, man. I think we messed up putting Budokai.
Dude, I'm fine with replacing Budokai with Dragon Quest.
Do we replace Budokai with Dragon Quest 8?
Akira Toriyama, baby, let's go. We're in here.
Because you would say 8 as well.
Fine.
I think we're in agreement.
I love
8. 8 is also my favorite.
Yeah,
I think I'm okay with that.
I really love it.
Wow.
8,
okay.
8 so like I said, I was gonna put on my list if I wouldn't have forgotten.
So Journey of the Cursed King. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we replace Budokai on the overall. I'll replace Budokai on, where was it? On this one, on this list. Where is it? Budokai. The fact that Budokai made it this far, though, just goes to show how much both of us love that game.
Seriously.
And so then I'll swap out Budokai for Dragon Quest on yours. Okay. All right, that's fine. Okay. Now I almost feel like 8 should be higher. I feel like 8 should be
Such a good game.
I feel like we should swap Honkai in 8.
Okay.
I think we swap Honkai. I also think we swap. I think we swap Persona, to be fair. I think
I'm fine with that.
I think we swap Persona 5.
My second favorite Persona is Persona 4.
Yeah, I think we swap even GX. I would keep GX at least. I would say we swap Coliseum and Dragon Quest.
Yeah. I'm definitely fine with that as well. I think,
Yeah.
like I said, I love Dragon Quest VIII.
And then I would even swap Automata with it. I don't know how we made it this far without having Dragon Quest. Would you swap RE4 for Dragon Quest or Halo 3 for Dragon Quest to move it higher? It's tough. I don't know.
Tough. It's like, man, I really love that game.
I do too.
And I think if both of us love it, then I think it should go high. I do.
I'm going to do something crazy. And you tell me what you think of this. I'm looking at that 28 slot above Final Fantasy X and BioShock, where we got Modern Warfare there. Do we put Modern Warfare as the stopgap to the top 40? Do we swap Dragon Quest and Modern Warfare? Because Modern Warfare and Wii Sports being in the same group feels right to me. Because those are so of that time. I'm just going to do it and see how it looks. And just see how we feel about it.
Honestly, I think it would be perfect if you swap those two and then you swap Halo 3 and Modern Warfare 2. And I think...
Yes.
But man, Halo 3 is so iconic as well.
Halo 3 is iconic, though. But I think you might be right, actually. I think you might be right. That we swap Halo 3 with Modern Warfare. Yes. Yes. Yep. Yep. That looks right. That looks better. That looks better to me. That looks better to me. Oh my God, dude. This is, I mean, I can't even get over these heavy hitters. This really is unbelievable. That top 20 is like,
that is a King Recon RogersBase list.
That is a list.
It's the top 20.
Damn. That's so good. Top 25 too, having Persona 3, Xenogears. That also, that bottom 5 of the top 25 is also perfect because Cuphead and Banjo are like so my games. Xenogears and Persona 3 are so your games, and we share MGS. Right. So it's like that also feels really good.
Yeah.
The only thing I would say is maybe we swap Final Fantasy VI and Kingdom Hearts 2. We maybe swap their positioning.
Where were they at again?
14 and 15. Where Kingdom Hearts 2 is 14 and 6 is 15. I think 6, 14, Kingdom Hearts 15.
I'm fine with that because, like I said, originally it was going to be Kingdom Hearts 2 at 9 and FF6 at 10.
Yeah.
So I would have been fine with either way. Yeah, they're so close to each other.
But I think because we were in agreement on those two, I think I swapped Xenoblade to 15.
Okay.
I think I swapped Xenoblade to 15. Yes. Yeah. That the next ones after the top 10 are Animal Crossing, Marvel vs. Capcom 2, Final Fantasy 6, Kingdom Hearts 2, and Xenoblade. And that the stopgap is Mario Kart. That's...
Okay, that works.
I think we lock this in. I think this is it.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think this is great.
Wow.
Actually, less debate than I thought. A lot of crossover.
Yeah,
great
to be
top
fair,
25.
we just like the same things, I think. So it's not really...
Right.
Wow, man. All right.
Yeah. That's a strong top 25.
So then
dude.
we'll lock this in. I'll copy this.
There'll be plenty of time.
Here we
for
go.
work later.
Wow. Sheet. Go to the overall sheet over here. Start here. Zoom. Paste. Wow. All right, so there you go. Our overall list right here. Aero Fighters 2, in order from 50 to number 1. Aero Fighters 2. NBA Street Volume 2, Honkai Star Rail, Kirby Air Ride, Persona 5, Wii Sports, Pokemon Coliseum, F-Zero GX, Nier Automata, Halo 3, the original Paper Mario, which I don't know how that snuck on here, but I'm so happy it did. So happy. The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask, Resident Evil 4, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, Fire Emblem Awakening, Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, coming in at number 33, all the way through, Star Fox 64.
Yes, sir.
Street Fighter 3 Third Strike, Tetris, Final Fantasy X, BioShock, Dragon Quest 8, Donkey Kong Country 2, Castlevania Symphony of the Night, Banjo-Kazooie, Metal Gear Solid, Xenogears, Persona 3, Cuphead, Metroid Prime, Ocarina of Time, Trails to Azure, World Ends With You, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, Xenoblade Chronicles, Kingdom Hearts 2, Final Fantasy 6, Marvel vs. Capcom 2, Animal Crossing, Super Mario Galaxy, Elden Ring, Metal Gear Solid 3, Snake Eater, Pokemon Heart Gold Soul Silver, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Trails of Cold Steel 4, making it into the top 5. You gotta be proud of that
baby.
one. Super Metroid, Tears of the Kingdom, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and Chrono Trigger. Wow.
Let's go, baby.
Wow.
I love it.
I love it.
I think it works.
That works
That is
so brilliantly. I think it's perfect. It encapsulates all of our lists.
Right.
Wow, man. Wow.
And both of our tastes so well.
Both of our tastes so well. Dude. I'm gonna do this real quick, just so everything fits on the screen at once. I'm gonna move these down. Make the font a little smaller. Make the font of these a little smaller too. Close up some of these. There we go. And now I think it all fits. I think if I scroll over onto the main screen. Dude, how the hell did Aero Fighters 2 get on there? How did it land? Aero Fighters 2 and NBA Street, bro. Never imagine in a million years those two would make the overall top 50.
Yeah.
I love it though.
Yeah, like I said, because of my love for top-down shooters, we had to have a representative.
Had to have one.
We had to.
Because of my love of basketball, we had to have one.
Right.
Dude, NBA Street, people got to go play that game. They got to re-release that game.
Yeah.
That game really is phenomenal.
Yeah, man.
Wow.
So good.
Recon.
I love this list, bro.
I love this
Yeah.
list. We have been going at it for 4.5 hours. I feel like we deliberated. We got pretty much everything on there. I feel like even the stuff that didn't make the overall list, there's so many good games on here. 999, Gunbound, Muramasa, WWE SmackDown versus Raw 2007. Like, what?
Yeah, dude.
Oh, my God. Mario 64,
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man.
Fallout.
Oh, dude. Fallout, everything. Dude, this is so good. I love this list. All right, we're locking this in. We're calling it a night. 4.5 hours later. I want to give a special shout out to Hansuke21, who said this is a really fun stream to watch between the two of you guys. Thank you for spreading the word about Legend of Heroes Trails series, Recon. Super fun list. Dude, phenomenal.
I have to give a massive shout out to Hansuke. Thank you so much, as always, for the support. That is one of the, as we call in the One Piece community, one of the emperors of the Trails community.
One
the
of the
Shanks
goats
of the Trails community. Yeah. So I have nothing but love and respect for everything that Hansuke has done for the Trails community and continues to do for the individuals there. So all love to you, Hansuke, and thank you for spending time with me and Roger here as we discuss greatness.
Absolutely. I'm looking at my own personal list. It's not going to affect anything really because I'm not moving anything around. I'm just replacing something on mine that I noticed. Okay. We got Awakening on the main list, and I think Awakening's a safe choice, and Fates is very controversial, but I forgot a game that I absolutely positively love that really should have been on my list, and that's Earthbound, the original Earthbound. Mother 2.
Oh, wow.
I cannot believe I forgot Earthbound. I think I'm replacing Fates with Earthbound, and I think I'm replacing... And because...
It gets tough. It gets tough. Yeah.
I'm going to replace Genshin with Fire Emblem Fates. I'm going to do that. I'll live with that. That's fine. I could do that. Yeah. Okay. I'm good. All right. We're done. No more editing. We're good. We're done. We're done, everybody. Thank you all for joining us. This was a very long stream. We will keep the stream uploaded. Make sure to check it out. If you're not already subscribed to King Recon, what are you doing? In the words of Reggie Fils-Aimé, former president of Nintendo, what's wrong with you? Go subscribe to this man. Recon's amazing. Fellow video game lover, fellow One Piece lover. This was a lot of fun. Thank you again for joining me. This was an amazing stream. I'm glad we finally.
This is one of my favorite streams I've ever done, bro.
Bro, this is so much fun. And again, like, just the variety here blows me away. Like, what we actually managed to put together. I feel so strongly about this list. I love it. Thank you for joining me for the ride. It was a blast.
Thank you, dude. Yeah.
And Hawkeye got on there. Look, we got a Hoyoverse game. We managed to.
We got a Hoyoverse
we snuck it on there. We snuck a Hoyoverse game in there. Wow. All right, everybody.
Yeah, man.
Take care. Have a lovely evening, everyone. From me, from Recon, from all the best games of all time, from our number one, which I feel very strongly about, Chrono Trigger being our number one, feels right. That's great. Thank you all for tuning in. Like, comment, subscribe, and until next time, we'll talk to you guys later. Nakama! Goodbye, everybody. Oh,
have a good one, y'all.
What an amazing stream. Amazing.